Ica flag. Green with a center cross of 3 equal bands. The vertical part is yellow, hoist side, black and white. The horizontal part is yellow, top, black and white. Superimposed in the center of the cross is a red disc bearing a Cicero parrot encircled by 10 green 5-pointed stars edged in yellow. The 10 stars represent the 10 administrative divisions, parishes. Economy overview. The economy is dependent on agriculture and thus is highly vulnerable to climatic conditions. Agriculture accounts for about 30% of GDP and employs 40% of the labor force. Principal products include bananas, coconuts, citrus, and root crops. In 1988, the economy achieved a 5.6% growth in real GDP on the strength of a boost in construction, higher agricultural production, and growth of the small manufacturing sector based on soap and garment industries. The tourist industry remains undeveloped because of a rugged coastline and the lack of an international class airport. GDP, $137 million. Per capita, $1,408. Real growth rate, 5.6%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 4.9%, 1987. Unemployment rate, 10%, 1989 EST. Budget, revenues, $60 million. Expenditures, $52 million, including capital expenditures of $18 million, FY88. Exports, $46 million, FOB, 1987. Commodities, bananas, coconuts, grapefruit, soap, galvanized sheets. Partners, UK 72%, Jamaica 10%, OECS 6%, US 3%. Other 9% imports, $66.0 million, CF, 1987. Commodities, food, oils and fats, chemicals, fuels and lubricants, manufactured goods, machinery and equipment. Partners, US 23%, UK 18%, CARICOM 15%, OECS 15%, Japan 5%, Canada 3%. Other 21% external debt. $63.6 million, December 1987. Industrial production. Growth rate 5.9% in manufacturing, 1987. Electricity. 7,000 kilowatt capacity, 16 million kilowatt hours produced, 190 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries. Agricultural processing. Tourism. Soap and other coconut-based products, cigars. Pumice mining agriculture. Accounts for 30% of GDP. Principal crops, bananas, citrus fruit, coconuts, root crops. Bananas provide the bulk of export earnings. Forestry and fisheries potential not. Exploited aid. Western, non-U.S. countries. ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $109 million currency. East Caribbean dollar, plural, dollars. 1 EC dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. East Caribbean dollars, EC dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar, 2.70, fixed rate since 1976. Fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June. Communications highways, 750 kilometers total, 370 kilometers paved, 380 kilometers gravel and earth ports. Réseau Portsmouth Civil Air, NA airports, 2 total, 2 usable, 2 with permanent surface runways, none with runways. Over 2,439 m, 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m telecommunications. 4,600 telephones in fully automatic network, VHF and UHF. Link to St. Lucia. New SHF links to Martinique and Guadeloupe. Stations, 3 AM, 2 FM, 1 cable TV. Defense Forces branches. Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force military manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA country, Dominican Republic. Geography, total area. 48,730 square kilometers. Land area. 48,380 square kilometers comparative area. Slightly more than twice the size of New Hampshire land boundary, 275 kilometers with Haiti coastline. 1,288 kilometers maritime claims, contiguous. Zone, 24 nanometers, continental shelf. Outer edge of continental margin or 200 nanometers. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 6 nanometers climate. Tropical maritime. Little seasonal temperature variation terrain. Rugged highlands and mountains with fertile valleys interspersed natural resources. Nickel, bauxite, gold, silver land use. 23% arable land. 7% permanent crops. 43% meadows and pastures. 13% forest and woodland. 14% other. Includes 4% irrigated environment. Subject to occasional hurricanes. July to October. Deforestation note. Shares island of Hispaniola with Haiti. Western 1/3 is Haiti. Eastern 2/3 is the Dominican Republic. People population 7,240,793, July 1990. Growth rate 2%, 1990. Birth rate 28 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate 1 migrant/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 62 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 65 years male, 69 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 3.2 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Dominicans. Adjective, Dominican ethnic divisions. 73% mixed, 16% white, 11% black religion. 95% Roman Catholic language. Spanish literacy. 74% labor force. 2,300,000 to 2,600,000. 49% agriculture. 33% services. 18% industry. 1986 organized labor. 12% of labor force. 1989 EST. Government long form name. Dominican Republic. No short form name. Type. Republic capital. Santo Domingo administrative divisions. 29 provinces. Provincias, singular, provincia. Ando uno distrito asterisco, distrito. Asua, Bauruco, Barahona, Dajabón, Distrito Nacional. Duarte, Elías Pina, El Ceibo, Espaillat, Atomayor, Independencia, La Altagracia, La Romana, La Vega, María Trinidad Sánchez, Monseñor Noel, Montecristi, Monte Plata, Pedernales, Peravia, Puerto Plata, Salcedo, Samaná, Sánchez Ramírez, San Cristóbal, San Juan, San Pedro de Macorís, Santiago, Santiago Rodríguez, Valverde Independence, 27 febrero 1844, From Haití, Constitution. November 28, 1966 legal system, based on French Civil Code's national holiday. Independence Day, February 27, 1844 Executive Branch, President, Vice President, Cabinet Legislative Branch, Bicameral National Congress, Congreso Nacional, consists of an upper chamber or Senate, Senado, and lower chamber or Chamber of Deputies. Cámara de Diputados, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court, Corte Suprema. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President Joaquín Balaguer Ricardo, since August 16, 1986. Vice President Carlos A. Morales Troncoso, since August 16, 1986. Political parties and leaders. Major parties. Social Christian Reformist Party, PRSC, Joaquín Balaguer Ricardo. Dominican Revolutionary Party, PRD, which fractured in May 1989 with the understanding that leading rivals Jacobo Magluta and José Francisco Peña Gómez would run separately for president at the head of the Independent Revolutionary Party, PRI, and the Social Democratic Institutional Bloc, BS, respectively, and try to reconstitute the PRD. After the election, Dominican Liberation Party, PLD, won Bosch Gavino. Minor parties, National Veterans and Civilian Party, PNVC, won René Beauchamp Javier. The structure, LE, Andres van der Horst, Democratic Christian Party, PQD, Elias Wesson Chavez. Constitutional Action Party, PAC, Luis Arzino Rodriguez. National Progressive Force, FNP, Marino Vinicio Castillo. Popular Christian Party, PPC, Rogelio Delgado Bogart. Dominican Communist Party, PCD, Narciso Isa Conde Anti. Imperialist Patriotic Union, UPA, Ivan Rodriguez. In 1983, several leftist parties, including the PCD, joined to form the Dominican Leftist Front, FID. However, they still retain individual party structure suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 18 or if married. Members of the armed forces and police cannot vote elections. President. Last held May 16, 1986. Next to be held May 1990. Results: Joaquin Balaguer, PRSC, 41.8%. Jacobo Magluta, PRD, 39.7%. Juan Bosch Gavino, PLD, 18.5%. Senate. Last held May 16, 1986. Next to be held May 1990. Results: percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 30 total. PRSC 21, PRD 7, PLD 2. Chamber of Deputies. Last held May 16, 1986. Next to be held May 1990. Results: PRSC 40.6%, PRD 33.5%, PLD 18.3%, LE 5.3%, Other 2.3%, Seats 120 total, PRSC 56, PRD 48, PLD 16 Communists. An estimated 8,000 to 10,000 members in several legal and illegal factions. Effectiveness limited by ideological differences and organizational inadequacies. Member of FAO G 77 GATT IDBA IBA IBRD ICAO ICO IDA IB Inter-American Development Bank IFAD IFC IHO ILO IMF IMO Intelsat Interpol IOC IRC ISO ITU OSP HOSILA UNESCO UPU WFDU WHO WMO WDO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Carlos A. Morales Troncoso serves concurrently as Vice President. Chancery at 1715 22nd Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20008. Telephone 202-332-6280. There are Dominican consulates general in Boston, Chicago, Los Angeles, Mayagüez, Puerto Rico, Miami, New Orleans, New York, Philadelphia, San Juan, Puerto Rico, and consulates in Charlotte, Amalie, Virgin Islands, Detroit, Houston, Jacksonville, Minneapolis, Mobile, Ponce, Puerto Rico, and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador Paul D. Taylor. Embassy at the corner of Calle Caesar, Nicholas Pinson, and Calle Leopoldo Navarro, Santo Domingo. Mailing address is APO Miami 34041-0008. Telephone 809-541-2171. Flag. A centered white cross that extends to the edges, divides the flag into four rectangles. The top ones are blue, hoist side, and red. The bottom ones are red, hoist side, and blue. A small coat of arms is at the center of the cross. Economy overview. The economy is largely dependent on the agricultural sector, which employs 50% of the labor force and provides about half of export revenues. The principal commercial crop is sugarcane, followed by coffee, cocoa, and tobacco. Industry is based on the processing of agricultural products, durable consumer goods, minerals, and chemicals. Rapid growth of free trade zones has established a significant expansion of manufacturing for export, especially wearing apparel. Over the past decade, tourism has also increased in importance and is a significant earner of foreign exchange and a source of new jobs. Unemployment is officially reported at about 25%, but underemployment may be much higher. GDP, $5.1 billion, per capita, $790. Real growth rate 0.5%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices 57.6%, 1988. Unemployment rate, 25%, 1988. Budget, revenues $413 million, expenditures $522 million, including capital. Expenditures of $218 million, 1988. Exports, $711 million, FOB, 1988. Commodities, sugar, coffee, cocoa, gold, ferronickel. Partners, U.S. including Puerto Rico, 74% imports. $1.8 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, foodstuffs, petroleum, cotton and fabrics. Chemicals and pharmaceuticals. Partners, U.S., including Puerto Rico, 37%, 1985. External debt, $3.6 billion, 1989. EST industrial production. Growth rate 30%, 1987 EST. Electricity, 1,376,000 kilowatts capacity. For 1,000 million kilowatt-hours produced, 560 kilowatt-hours per capita, 1989. Industries, tourism, sugar processing, ferronickel and gold mining, textiles, cement, tobacco, agriculture. Accounts for 18% of GDP and employs 49% of labor force. Sugarcane, most important commercial crop, followed by coffee, cotton, and cocoa. Food crops, rice, beans, potatoes, corn, bananas. Animal output, cattle, hogs, dairy products, meat, eggs, not self-sufficient in food aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $1.1 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $529 million currency. Dominican peso, plural, pesos, 1 Dominican peso, RD dollar, equals 100 centavos exchange rates. Dominican pesos per 1 U.S. dollar. 6.3400, January 1990. 6.3400, 1989. 6.1125, 1988. 3.8448, 1987. 2.9043, 1986. 3.1126, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 1,655 kilometers total in numerous segments. For different gauges from 0.558 m to 1.435 m highways, 12,000 km total. 5,800 kilometers paved, 5,600 kilometers gravel and improved earth, 600 kilometers unimproved pipelines. Crude oil, 96 kilometers. Refined products, 8 kilometers ports. Santo Domingo, Haina, San Pedro de Macorís, Puerto Plata merchant marine. For cargo ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 23,335 GRT/40. 297 KWT civil air, 14 major transport aircraft airports, 44 total, 30 usable, 14 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 3 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 9 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Relatively efficient domestic system based on island-wide radio relay network. 190,000 telephones, stations, 120 AM, no FM, 18 TV, 6 shortwave, 1 coaxial submarine cable, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force military manpower, males 15 to 49, 1,912,101, 1,210,172 fit for military service. 80,290 reach military age 18, annually defense expenditures. 1.2% of GDP, or $61 million. 1989 EST. Country, Ecuador. Geography, total area, 283,560 square kilometers. Land area, 276,840 square kilometers, includes Galapagos Islands comparative area, slightly smaller than Nevada land boundaries, 2,010 kilometers total. Colombia 590 kilometers. Peru 1,420 kilometers coastline, 2,237 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf, 200 m. Territorial sea, 200 nanometers disputes. 2 sections of the boundary with Peru are in dispute climate. Tropical along coast becoming cooler inland terrain. Coastal plain, Costa and Turandian Central Highlands, Sierra, and flat to rolling eastern jungle, Orient. Natural resources, petroleum, fish, timberland use. 6% arable land. 3% permanent crops. 17% meadows and pastures. 51% forest and woodland. 23% other. Includes 2% irrigated environment, subject to frequent earthquakes, landslides, volcanic activity, deforestation, desertification, soil erosion, periodic droughts. Note: Cotopaxi in Andes is highest active volcano in world. People population, 10,506,668, July 1990. Growth rate, 2.3%. 1990. Birth rate, 30. Births/1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 61 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 64 years male, 68 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.8 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: Noun, Ecuadorians. Adjective, Ecuadorian ethnic divisions, 55% Mestizo, mixed Indian and Spanish, 25% Indian, 10% Spanish, 10% Black religion, 95% Roman Catholic language. Spanish official. Indian languages, especially Quechua literacy, 85%, 1981. Labor force, 2,800,000, 35%. Agriculture, 21% manufacturing, 16% commerce, 28% services and other activities. 1982. Organized labor, less than 15% of labor force. Government long-form name, Republic of Ecuador type. Republic capital, Quito. Administrative divisions, 21 provinces, provincias, singular, provincia, Azuay, Bolivar, Canar, Carchi, Chimborazo, Cotopaxi, El Oro, Esmeraldas, Galapagos, Guayas, Imbabura, Loya, Los Rios, Manabi, Morona, Santiago, Napo, Pastaza, Pichincha, Sicambios, Tangoa, Zamora, Chinchipe. Independence, May 24, 1822, from Spain. Battle of Pichincha, Constitution, August 10, 1979. Legal system, based on civil law system. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. Independence Day, August 10, 1809. Independence of Quito. Executive branch, President, Vice President, Cabinet. Legislative branch, Unicameral Chamber of Representatives, Cámara de Representantes. Judicial branch, Supreme Court, Corte Suprema. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President Rodrigo Borja Ceballos, since August 10, 1988. Vice President Luis Perdi Valverde, since August 10, 1988. Political parties and leaders. Right to Center parties, Social Christian Party, PSC, Camilio Ponce, President. Conservative Party, PC, Jose Terán Veria, Director. Radical Liberal Party, PLR, Blasco Pereira, Director. Centrist parties, Concentration of Popular Forces, CFP, Averos Bucaram Sacsida, Director. Radical Alphas Front, FRA, Cecilia Calderon de Castro, Leader. People, Change and Democracy, PCD. Ucuils Rigel Santisteban, Director. Revolutionary Nationalist Party, PNR, Carlos Julio Orozman Amon Roy, Leader. Center-left parties, Democratic Left, ID. President Rodrigo Borja, Leader. Roldes's Party of Ecuador, PRE. Abdallah Bucaram, Director. Popular Democracy, DP. Vladimiro Alvarez, Leader. Christian Democratic, CD. Julio Cesar Trujillo. Democratic Party, PD. Francisco Huerta Montalvo, Leader. Far-left parties, Broad Leftist Front, FADI. René Mage. Mosquera, Director. Socialist Party, PSC. Victor Granda Aguilar, Secretary General. Democratic Popular Movement, MPD. Jaime Hurtado Gonzalez, Leader. Ecuadorian National Liberation, LN. Alfredo Castillo. Popular Revolutionary Action Party, APRE. Lieutenant General Frank Vargas Pazos, Leader. Suffrage, universal at age 18. Compulsory for literate persons ages 18 to 65. Optional for other eligible voters' elections. President. First round held January 31st, 1988, and second round on May 8th, 1988. Next first round to be held January 1992 and second round May 1992. Results: Rodrigo Borja Ceballos, ID, 54%, Abdallah Bucaram Ortiz, PRE, 46%. Chamber of Representatives. Last held January 31st, 1988. Next to be held June 1990. Results: ID 42%, PSE 11%, PRE 11%, DP 9%, others 27%, seats 71 total. ID 30, PRE 8, PSE 8, DP 7, CFP 6, PSE 4, FODI 2, MPD 2, FRA 2, PCE 1, PLR 1. Note: with the addition of the new province of Sucumbíos, there will be 72 seats in the August 1990 election. Communist Party of Ecuador, PCE, Pro Moscow. René Mage Mosquera, Secretary General, 5,000 members. Communist Party of Ecuador / Marxist-Leninist, PCMLE, Maoist, 3,000 members. Socialist Party of Ecuador, PSE, Pro-Cuba, 5,000 members. EST, National Liberation Party, PLN, Communist, 5,000 members. EST, member of Indian Pact, ECOSOC, FAO, G77, IDA, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDAIB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ICHILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IRC, ITU, OPEC, PAHO, SILA, UN, UNESCO, UPB, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Jamie Moncayo. Chancery at 2535 15th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20009. Telephone 202-234-7200. There are Ecuadorian consulates general in Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, Miami, New Orleans, New York, and San Francisco, and a consulate in San Diego, U.S. Ambassador-designate Paul C. Lambert. Embassy at Avenida Patria 120, on the corner of Avenida 12 de Octubre, Quito. Mailing address is P.O. Box 538, Quito, or APO Miami 34039. Telephone 593-562-890. There is a U.S. Consulate General in Guayaquil. Flag. 3 horizontal bands of yellow, top, double width, blue, and red with the coat of arms superimposed at the center of the flag, similar to the flag of Colombia, which is shorter and does not bear a coat of arms. Economy overview. Ecuador continues to recover from a 1986 drop in international oil prices and a major earthquake in 1987 that interrupted oil exports for 6 months and forced Ecuador to suspend foreign debt payments. In 1988 to 89, oil exports recovered, accounting for nearly half of Ecuador's total export revenues, and Quito resumed full interest payments on its official debt and partial payments on its commercial debt. The Borja administration has pursued austere economic policies that have helped reduce inflation and restore international reserves. Ecuador was granted an IMF standby agreement worth $135 million in 1989, and Quito will seek to reschedule its foreign commercial debt in 1990. GDP, $9.8 billion, per capita, $935, real growth rate 0.5%, 1989, inflation rate, consumer prices 54%, 1989, unemployment rate, 14.3%, 1988, budget, revenues $2.2 billion, expenditures $2.7 billion, including capital expenditures of $601 million, 1988 EST. Exports, $2.2 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, petroleum 47%, coffee, bananas, cocoa products, shrimp, fish products. Partners, U.S. 58%, Latin America, Caribbean, EC countries imports, $1.6 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, transport equipment, vehicles, machinery, chemical, petroleum. Partners, U.S. 28%, Latin America, Caribbean, EC, Japan. External debt, $10.9 billion, 1989. Industrial production, growth rate 0.7%, 1988. Electricity, 1,953,000 kilowatts capacity, 5,725 million kilowatt hours produced. 560 kilowatt-hours per capita, 1989. Industries: food processing, textiles, chemicals, fishing, timber, petroleum agriculture. Accounts for 18% of GDP and 35% of labor force, including fishing and forestry. Leading producer and exporter of bananas and balsa wood. Other exports: coffee, cocoa, fish, shrimp. Crop production: rice, potatoes, manioc, plantains, sugarcane. Livestock sector: cattle, sheep, hogs, beef, pork, dairy products. Net importer of food grain, dairy products, and sugar illicit drugs. Relatively small producer of coca following the successful eradication campaign of 1985 to 87. Significant transit country, however, for derivatives of coca originating in Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $457 million. Western, non-U.S. countries. ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.4 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $64 million currency. Sucre, plural, sucres, 1 sucre s/ equals 100 centavos. Exchange rates: sucres s/ per $1, 526.35, 1989, 301.61, 1988, 170.46, 1987, 122.78, 1986, 69.56, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 965 kilometers total. All 1.06 7-meter gauge single-track highways. 28,000 kilometers total. 3,600 kilometers paved, 17,400 kilometers gravel and improved earth, 7,000 kilometers unimproved earth inland waterways. 1,500 kilometers pipelines. Crude oil, 800 kilometers. Refined products, 1,358 kilometers ports. Guayaquil, Manta, Puerto Bolivar, Esmeralda's Merchant Marine, 47 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 340,446 GRT/492, 670 DWT. Includes 1 passenger, 7 cargo, 17 refrigerated cargo, 2 container, 1 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 16 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, fuel, tanker, 1 chemical tanker, 1 liquefied gas, 1 bulk civil air. 44 major transport aircraft airports, 179 total, 178 usable, 43 with permanent surface runways, 1 with runways over 3,659 m, 6 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 20 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Domestic facilities generally adequate. 318,000 telephones. Stations, 272 AM, no FM, 33 TV, 39 shortwave. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Ecuadorian Army, Ejército Ecuatoriano, Ecuadorian Air Force, Fuerza Aérea Ecuatoriana, Ecuadorian Navy, Armada Ecuatoriana. Military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 2,635,543. 1,786,068 fit for military service. 114,976 reach military age. 20. Annually defense expenditures. 1% of GDP, or $100 million. 1988 EST. Country Egypt. Geography. Total area. 1,001,450 square kilometers. Land area. 995,450 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly more than 3 times the size of New Mexico land boundaries. 2,689 kilometers total. Gaza Strip 11. Israel 255 kilometers. Libya 1,150 kilometers. Sudan 1,273 kilometers coastline. 2,450 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone. Undefined. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Administrative boundary and international boundary with Sudan climate. Desert. Hot, dry summers. With moderate winters to rain. Vast desert plateau interrupted by Nile Valley and Delta natural resources. Crude oil, natural gas, iron ore, phosphates, manganese, limestone, gypsum, talc, asbestos, lead, zinc land use. 3% arable land. 2% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. NEGL% forest and woodland. 95% other. Includes 5% irrigated environment. Nile is only perennial water source, increasing soil salinization below Aswan High Dam. Hot, driving windstorm called Khamsin occurs in spring. Water pollution, desertification note. Controls Sinai Peninsula, only land bridge between Africa and remainder of Eastern Hemisphere. Controls Suez Canal, shortest sea link between Indian Ocean and Mediterranean. Size and juxtaposition to Israel establish its major role in Middle Eastern geopolitics. People population, 54,705,746. July 1990. Growth rate, 2.5%. 1990. Birth rate, 34 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 10 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate. NEGL migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate. 90 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth. 60 years male, 61 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate. 4.7 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun Egyptians. Adjective Egyptian ethnic divisions. 90% Eastern Hamitic stock, 10% Greek, Italian, Syro-Lebanese religion. Official estimate, 94% Muslim, mostly Sunni, 6% Coptic Christian and other language. Arabic, official. English and French widely understood by educated. Classes literacy, 45% labor force, 15 million, 1989 EST. 36% government, public sector enterprises, and armed forces. 34% agriculture. 20% privately owned service and manufacturing enterprises. 1984. Shortage of skilled labor. 2,500,000 Egyptians work abroad, mostly in Iraq and the Gulf Arab states. 1988 EST. Organized labor. 2,500,000 EST. Government long-form name. Arab Republic of Egypt type. Republic capital. Cairo administrative divisions. 26 governorates. Mahafazat, singular. Muhafaza. Ad-Dakhiliya. Al-Bahr al-Ahmar al. Buhaira. Al-Fayyum. Al-Garbiya. Al-Iskandariya. Al-Ismailiya. Al-Jaiza. Al-Minyafaya. Al-Minya. Al-Kahira. Al-Kaliubiya. Al-Wadi al-Jadid. Ash-Sharkiya. As-Suez. Aswan. Asiat. Bani Suwaif Burs said, Dimyat, Janab Sina, Kafrash Sheikh, Matru, China, Shamal Sina, Suhaj Independence. February 28, 1922, from UK. Formerly United Arab Republic Constitution. September 11, 1971 legal system. Based on English common law, Islamic law, and Napoleonic codes. Judicial review by Supreme Court and Council of State. Oversees validity of administrative decisions, accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction, with reservations national holiday. Anniversary of the Revolution, July 23, 1952, Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral People's Assembly, Majlis al-Shab. Note, there is an advisory council, Majlis al-Shura, that functions in a consultative role, judicial branch. Supreme Constitutional Court leaders. Chief of State, President Mohammad Hosni Mubarak, was made acting president on October 6, 1981 upon the assassination of President Sadat and sworn in as president on October 14, 1981. Head of Government, Prime Minister Atef Mohammad Najib Sedki, since November 12, 1986. Political parties and leaders. Formation of political parties must be approved by government. National Democratic Party, NDP, President Mohammad Hosni Mubarak, leader, is the dominant party. Legal opposition parties are Socialist Liberal Party, SLP, Kamal Murad. Socialist Labor Party, Ibrahim Shukri. National Progressive Unionist Grouping, Khalid Mahal-Din. Umma Party, Ahmad al-Sabahi. And New Waf Party, NWP, Fuad Siraj al-Din. Suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 18 elections. President. Last held October 5, 1987. Next to be held October 1993. Results. President Hosni Mubarak was re-elected. People's Assembly. Last held April 6, 1987. Next to be held April 1992. Results. NDP 69.3%. Socialist Labor Party Coalition 17%. NWP 10.9%. Seats. 458 total, 448 elected. NDP 346, Socialist Labor Party Coalition 60, Labor Liberal Muslim Brotherhood Alliance 60, 37 belong to the Muslim Brotherhood. NWP 36, Independence 7. Advisory Council, Majlis al-Shura, last held October 1986, next to be held October 1992. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 210 total, 140 elected communists, about 500 party members, other political or pressure groups. Islamic groups are illegal, but the largest one, the Muslim Brotherhood, is tolerated by the government and recently gained a sizable presence in the new People's Assembly. Trade unions and professional associations are officially sanctioned member of ACC, AFDB, Arab League, CCC, FAO, G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, IHO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IOC, IPU, IRC, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, NAM, OPEC, OU, OIC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WIPO, WMO, WPC, WCWDO. Egypt was suspended from Arab League and OPEC in April 1979 and readmitted in May 1989 diplomatic representation. Ambassador El Sayed Abdul Rauf El Ridi. Chancery at 2310, Decatur Place Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-232-5400. There are Egyptian consulates general in Chicago, Houston, New York, and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador Frank G. Wisner. Embassy at 5 Sharia, Latin America, Garden City, Cairo. Mailing address is FPO New York 09527. Telephone 20-2355-7371. There is a U.S. Consulate General in Alexandria. Flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of red, top, white, and black with the national emblem. A shield superimposed on a golden eagle facing the hoist side above a scroll bearing the name of the country in Arabic, centered in the white band. Similar to the flags of the YR, which has 1 star, Syria, which has 2 stars, and Iraq, which has 3 stars. All green and 5-pointed in a horizontal line centered in the white band. Economy overview. Egypt has one of the largest public sectors of all the third world economies, most industrial plants being owned by the government. Overregulation holds back technical modernization and foreign investment. Even so, the economy grew rapidly during the late 1970s and early 1980s. But in 1986, the collapse of world oil prices and an increasingly heavy burden of debt servicing led Egypt to begin negotiations with the IMF for balance of payment support. As part of the 1987 agreement with the IMF, the government agreed to institute a reform program to reduce inflation, promote economic growth, and improve its external position. The reforms have been slow in coming, however, and the economy has been largely stagnant for the past 3 years. With 1 million people being added every 8 months to Egypt's population, urban growth exerts enormous pressure on the 5% of the total land area available for agriculture. GDP, $38.3 billion, per capita $700, real growth rate 1%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 25%, 1989 EST. Un emploiement hot, 15%, 1989. Budget. Revenues $7 billion. Expenditures $11.5 billion, including capital expenditures of $4 billion. FY 89 EST. Exports $2.55 billion. FOB 1989. Commodities, raw cotton, crude and refined petroleum, cotton yarn, textiles. Partners, U.S., EC, Japan, Eastern Europe imports. $10.1 billion. CF 1988. Commodities, foods, machinery and equipment, fertilizers, wood products, durable consumer goods, capital goods. Partners, U.S., EC, Japan, Eastern Europe. External debt, $45 billion. December 1989. Industrial production, growth rate 2 to 4%. 1989 EST. Electricity, 11,273,000 kilowatts capacity. 42,500 million kilowatt hours produced, 780 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, textiles, food processing, tourism, chemicals, petroleum, construction, cement, metals. Agriculture accounts for 20% of GNP and employs more than one-third of labor force, dependent on irrigation water from the Nile. World's fifth largest cotton exporter. Other crops produced include rice, corn, wheat, beans, fruit, vegetables. Not self-sufficient in food. Livestock, cattle, water buffalo, sheep, and goats. Annual fish catch about 140,000 metric tons aid. U.S. commitments, including XIM, FI 70-88, $14.7 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $7.8 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $2.9 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $2.4 billion currency. Egyptian pound, plural, pounds, 1 Egyptian pound LE equals 100 piastres. Exchange rates. Egyptian pounds LE per 1 U.S. dollar, 2.5790, January 1990, 2.5171, 1989, 2.2128, 1988, 1.5015, 1987, 1.3503, 1986, 1.3010, 1985. Fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June. Communications railroads, 5,110 kilometers total. 4,763 kilometers, 1,435 meter standard gauge. 347 kilometers, 0.750 meter gauge. 951 kilometers, double track. 25 kilometers, electrified highways. 51,925 kilometers total. 17,900 kilometers paved. 2,500 kilometers gravel. 13,500 kilometers improved earth. 18,025 kilometers unimproved earth inland waterways. 3,500 kilometers, including the Nile, Lake Nasser, Alexandria-Kura Waterway, and numerous smaller canals in the delta. Suez Canal, 193.5 kilometers long, including approaches. Used by ocean-going vessels drawing up to 16.1 meters of water pipelines. Crude oil, 1,171 kilometers. Refined products, 596 kilometers. Natural gas, 460 kilometers. Ports, Alexandria, Port Said, Suez, Bursa Faja, Damietta, Merchant Marine. 142 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 1,141,799 GRT/1, 754, 181 DWT. Includes 1 passenger, 7 short sea passenger, 2 passenger cargo, 88 cargo, 2 refrigerated cargo, 13 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 14 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 15 bulk civil air, 43 major transport. Aircraft airports, 97 total, 87 usable, 67 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,659 m, 46 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 21 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications system is large but still inadequate for needs. Principal centers are Alexandria, Cairo, Al-Mansourah, Ismailia, and Tanta. Intercity connections by coaxial cable and microwave. Extensive upgrading in progress. 600,000 telephones, EST. Stations, 25 AM, 5 FM, 47 TV. Satellite Earth stations, 1 Atlantic Ocean. Intelsat, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat, 1 Inmarsat, for submarine coaxial cables. Tropospheric scatter to Sudan. Radio relay to Libya, may not be operational. New radio relay to Jordan, Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force, Air Defense Command military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 13,271,942, 8,642,075 fit for military service. 547,084 reach military age. 20. Annually defense expenditures. 7.2% of GDP, or $2.8 billion. FY90 EST. Country, El Salvador. Geography, total area, 21,040 square kilometers. Land area, 20,720 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than. Massachusetts land boundaries, 545 kilometers total. Guatemala, 203 kilometers. Honduras, 342 kilometers coastline. 307 kilometers maritime claims. Territorial sea, 200 nanometers. Overflight and navigation permitted beyond 12 nanometers. Disputes. Several sections of the boundary with Honduras are in dispute climate. Tropical, rainy season, May to October. Dry season, November to April. Terrain, mostly mountains with narrow coastal belt and central plateau natural resources. Hydropower and geothermal power, crude oil land use, 27% arable. Land, 8% permanent crops, 29% meadows and pastures, 6% forest and woodland, 30% other, includes 5% irrigated environment. The land of volcanoes, subject to frequent and sometimes very destructive earthquakes, deforestation, soil erosion, water pollution. Note, smallest Central American country and only one without a coastline on Caribbean Sea. People population, 5,309,865, July 1990. Growth rate 2%, 1990. Birth rate, 34 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths / 1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 7 migrants / 1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 49 deaths / 1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 62 years male, 68 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, for 0.1 children born / woman. 1990. Nationality, noun Salvadorans. Adjective, Salvadoran. Ethnic divisions, 89% Mestizo, 10% Indian, 1% white. Religion, about 97% Roman Catholic, with activity by Protestant groups throughout the country. Language, Spanish, Nahua, among some Indians. Literacy, 65% labor force, 1,700,000, 1982 EST. 40% agriculture, 16% commerce, 15% manufacturing, 13% government, 9% financial services, 6% transportation, shortage of skilled labor, and a large pool of unskilled labor, but manpower training programs improving situation. 1984 EST. Organized labor, 15% total labor force, 10% agricultural labor force, 7% urban labor force. 1987 EST. Government long-form name, Republic of El Salvador. Type, Republic. Capital, San Salvador. Administrative divisions, 14 departments. Departamentos singular, Departamento. Ahuachapan, Cabanas, Calatenango, Cuscatlan. La Libertad, La Paz, La Union, Morazan, San Miguel, San Salvador, Santa Ana, San Vicente, Sonsonate. Usalutan independence, September 15, 1821, from Spain. Constitution, 20. December 1983 legal system, based on civil and Roman law, with traces of common law. Judicial review of legislative acts in the Supreme Court. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction, with reservations national holiday. Independence Day, September 15, 1821. Executive branch. President, Vice President, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative branch. Unicameral Legislative Assembly. Assemblea Legislativa, Judicial branch. Supreme Court, Corte Suprema. Leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. President Alfredo Cristiani, since June 1, 1989. Vice President Jose Francisco Moreno, since June 1, 1989. Political parties and leaders. National Republican Alliance, ARENA, Armando Calderon Sol. Christian Democratic Party, PDC, Jose Antonio Morales Ehrlich. National Conciliation Party, PCN, Ciro Cruz Zepeda. Democratic Action, AD. Ricardo Gonzalez Camacho, Salvadoran Authentic Institutional Party, PAISA, Roberto Escobar Garcia. Patria Libre, PL, Hugo Barrera. Authentic Christian Movement. MAC, Julio Rey Prendez, Salvadoran Popular Party, PPS, Francisco Quiñones. Democratic Convergence, CD. A coalition composed of the Social Democratic Party, PSD, Mario René Roldan. The National Revolutionary Movement, MNR, Guillermo Ngo, and the Popular Social Christian Movement, MPSC, Ruben Zamora Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held March 19, 1989. Next to be held March 1994. Results: Alfredo Cristiani, ARENA, 53.8%. Fidel Chavez Mina, PDC, 36.6%. Other 9.6%. Legislative Assembly. Last held March 20, 1988. Next to be held March 1991. Results: percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 60 total. ARENA 32. MAC 13. PDC 9. PCN 6. Other political or pressure groups. Leftist Revolutionary Movement. Farabundo Marti, National Liberation Front. FMLN. Leadership body of the insurgency. Popular Liberation Forces, FPL. Armed Forces of National Resistance, FARN. People's Revolutionary Army, ERP. Salvadoran Communist Party/Armed Forces of Liberation, PCS/FAL. And Central American Workers' Revolutionary Party, PRTC/Popular Liberation Revolutionary Armed Forces, FARLP. Militant Front Organizations. Revolutionary Coordinator of Masses, CRM. Alliance of Front Groups. Popular Revolutionary Bloc, BPR. Unified Popular Action Front. FAPU. Popular Leagues of February 28, LP, 28. National Democratic Union, UDN, and Popular Liberation Movement, MLP. Revolutionary Democratic Front, FDR. Coalition of CRM and Democratic Front, FD. FD consists of moderate leftist groups. Independent Movement of Professionals and Technicians of El Salvador, MIPS. National Revolutionary Movement, MNR. And Popular Social Christian Movement, MPSC. Extreme rightist vigilante organizations, Anti-Communist Army, ESA. Maximiliano Hernandez. Brigade. Organization for Liberation from Communism, OLC. Labor organizations, Federation of Construction and Transport Workers Unions, FESGNCNSDRNS. Independent. Salvadoran Communal Union, USES. Peasant Association, Unitary Federation of Salvadoran Unions, FUS. Leftist. National Federation of Salvadoran Workers, FENASTRAS. Leftist. Democratic Workers Central, CTD. Moderate. General Confederation of Workers, CGT. Moderate. Popular Democratic Unity, UPD. Moderate Labor Coalition, which includes FESGNCNSDRNS and other democratic labor organizations. National Unity of Salvadoran Workers, UNTS. Leftist. National Union of Workers and Peasants, UNOC. Moderate Labor Coalition of Democratic Labor Organizations. Business organizations. National Association of Private Enterprise, ANEP. Conservative. Productive Alliance, AP. Conservative. National Federation of Salvadoran Small Businessmen, FENAPES. Conservative member of SIN, FAO, G77, IDB, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, OAS, ODICA, PEHO, SILA, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFTU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Miguel Angel Salaveria. Chancery at 2308, California Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-265-3480 through 3482. There are Salvadoran consulates general in Houston, Los Angeles, Miami, New Orleans, New York, and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador William G. Walker. Embassy at 25 Avenida Norte No. 1230, San Salvador. Mailing address is APO Miami 34023. Telephone 503 26 to 7100 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of blue, top, white, and blue with the national coat of arms centered in the white band. The coat of arms features a round emblem encircled by the words República de El Salvador, Yin, LA, America Central. Similar to the flag of Nicaragua, which has a different coat of arms centered in the white band. It features a triangle encircled by the words República de Nicaragua on top and America Central on the bottom. Also similar to the flag of Honduras, which has 5 blue stars arranged in an X pattern centered in the white band. Economy overview. The economy experienced a modest recovery during the period 1983 to 86, after a sharp decline in the early 1980s. Real GDP grew by 1.5% a year on the strength of value added by the manufacturing and service sectors. In 1987, the economy expanded by 2.5% as agricultural output recovered from the 1986 drought. The agricultural sector accounts for 25% of GDP, employs about 40% of the labor force, and contributes about 66% to total exports. Coffee is the major commercial crop, contributing 60% to export earnings. The manufacturing sector, based largely on food and beverage processing, account for 17% of GDP and 16% of employment. Economic losses due to guerrilla sabotage total more than $2.0 billion since 1979. The costs of maintaining a large military seriously constrain the government's ability to provide essential social services. GDP, $5.5 billion. Per capita, $1,020, 1988. Real growth rate, 0.9%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 16.8%, September 1989. Unemployment rate, 10%, 1989. Budget, revenues, $688 million. Expenditures, $725 million, including capital expenditures of $112 million. 1988, exports, $497 million, FOB. 1989, commodities, coffee 60%, sugar, cotton, shrimp, partners, U.S. 49%, FRG 24%, Guatemala 7%, Costa Rica 4%, Japan 4% imports. $1.1 billion, CF, 1989. Commodities, petroleum products, consumer goods, foodstuffs, machinery, construction materials, fertilizer. Partners, U.S. 40%, Guatemala 12%, Venezuela 7%, Mexico 7%, FRG 5%, Japan 4% external debt. $1.7 billion, December 1989, industrial production. Growth rate 2.9%. 1989, electricity, 669,000 kilowatts capacity. 1,813 million kilowatt hours produced, 350 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries, food processing, textiles, clothing, petroleum products, cement, agriculture, account for 25% of GDP and 40% of labor force, including fishing and forestry. Coffee, most important commercial crop. Other products, sugarcane, corn, rice, beans, oilseeds, beef, dairy products, shrimp, not self-sufficient in food aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $2.4 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $353 million currency. Salvadoran colon, plural, colones. 1 Salvadoran colon C equals 100 centavos exchange rates. Salvadoran colones C per $1 5.0000. Fixed rate since 1986. Fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications railroads. 602 kilometers 0.914 meter gauge. Single track highways. 10,000 kilometers total. 1,500 kilometers paved, 4,100 kilometers gravel, 4,400 kilometers improved and unimproved earth inland waterways. Rio Limpa partially navigable ports. Acajutla, Cutico, civil air. 7 major transport aircraft airports. 125 total. 84 usable. 6 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 5 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Nationwide trunk radio relay system. Connection in a Central American microwave system. 116,000 telephones, stations. 77 AM, no FM. 5 TV, 2 shortwave. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force, National Guard, National Police, Treasury Police military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 1,180,751. 754,350 fit for military service. 68,805 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures. For percent of GDP, or $220 million, 1990 ST. Country, Equatorial Guinea. Geography, total area. 28,050 square kilometers. Land area. 28,050 square kilometers comparative area. Slightly larger than Maryland land boundaries. 539 kilometers total. Cameroon 189 kilometers. Gabon 350 kilometers coastline. 296 kilometers maritime claims. Exclusive economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Maritime boundary dispute with Gabon climate. Tropical. Always hot, humid terrain. Coastal plains rise to interior hills. Islands are volcanic natural resources. Timber, crude oil, small unexploited deposits of gold, manganese, uranium land use. 8% arable. Land, 4% permanent crops, 4% meadows and pastures, 51% forest and woodland, 33% other environment. Subject to violent windstorms. Note. Insular and continental regions rather widely separated. People population, 368,935, July 1990. Growth rate, 2.6%, 1990. Birth rate, 43 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 16 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 118 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 48 years. Male, 52 years. Female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 5.5 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Equatorial Guineans or Equato-Guineans. Adjective, Equatorial Guinean or Equato-Guinean ethnic divisions. Indigenous population of Bioko, primarily Bubi, some Fernandinos. Rio Muni, primarily Fong. Less than 1,000 Europeans. Mostly Spanish religion. Natives all nominally Christian and predominantly Roman Catholic. Some pagan practices retain language. Spanish, official, Pidgin English. Fong, Bubi, Igbo literacy. 40% labor force, 172,000, 1986 EST. 66% agriculture, 23% services, 11% industry, 1980. Labor shortages on plantations. 58% of population of working age, 1985. Organized labor. No formal trade unions. Government long form name. Republic of Equatorial Guinea type. Republic capital. Malabo administrative divisions. 2 provinces, provincias, singular, provincia. Bioko, Rio Muni. Note, there may now be 6 provinces named Bioko Norte, Bioko Sur, Centro Sur, Quintem. Literal, Wilnza's independence. October 12, 1968, from Spain, formerly Spanish Guinea, Constitution. August 15, 1982, legal system. In transition, partly based on Spanish civil law and tribal custom, national holiday. Independence Day, October 12, 1968, executive branch. President, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Council of Ministers. Cabinet, legislative branch. Unicameral Chamber of People's Representatives, Camarada Representants del Pueblo. Judicial branch. Supreme Tribunal leaders. Chief of State, President Brig General Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, since August 3, 1979. Head of Government, Prime Minister Cristino Sarish Bioko Malabo, since August 15, 1982. Deputy Prime Minister Isidoro Mansui Andim, since August 15, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Only party, Democratic Party for Equatorial Guinea, PDG, Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, party leader suffrage. Universal adult at age NA elections. President. Last held June 25, 1989. Next to be held June 25, 1996. Results. President Brig General Obiang Nguema Mbasogo was re-elected without opposition. Chamber of Deputies. Last held July 10, 1988. Next to be held July 10, 1993. Results. PDG is the only party. Seats, 41 total. PDG 41 communists. No significant number, but some sympathizers member of ACP, FDB, Conference of East and Central African States, ECA, FAO, G77, GATT, de facto, IBRDIKO, ICO, IDA, IFA, DIFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Interpol, IPU, ITU, and M, OU, YIN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO diplomatic. Representation. Ambassador Tunso Obiang Dong. Chancery at 801 2nd Avenue, Suite 1403, New York, New York 10017. Telephone 212-599-1523. U.S. Ambassador Chester E. Norris, Jr. Embassy at Calle de los Ministros, Malabo. Mailing address is P.O. Box 597, Malabo. Telephone 2406 or 2507 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of green, top, white, and red with a blue isosceles triangle based on the hoist side and the coat of arms centered in the white band. The coat of arms has 6 yellow 6-pointed stars representing the mainland and 5 offshore islands, above a gray shield bearing a silk cotton tree, and below, which is a scroll with the motto Unidad, Paz, Justicia, Unity, Peace, Justice, Economy Overview. The economy, destroyed during the regime of former President Messias Nguema, is now based on agriculture, forestry, and fishing, which account for about 60% of GNP and nearly all exports. Subsistence agriculture predominates, with cocoa, coffee, and wood products providing income, foreign exchange, and government revenues. There is little industry. Commerce accounts for about 10% of GNP, and the construction, public works, and service sectors for about 34%. Undeveloped natural resources include titanium, iron ore, manganese, uranium, and alluvial gold. Oil exploration is taking place under concessions offered to U.S., French, and Spanish firms. GNP, $103 million, per capita $293. Real growth rate in a %, 1987. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 6%, 1988 EST. Unemployment rate, in a % budget. Revenues $23 million. Expenditures $31 million, including capital expenditures of NA, 1988. Exports, $30 million. FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, coffee, timber, cocoa beans. Partners, Spain 44%, FRG 19%, Italy 12%, Netherlands 11%. 1987. Imports, $50 million. CF, 1988 EST. Commodities, petroleum, food, beverages, clothing, machinery. Partners, Spain 34%, Italy 16%, France 14%, Netherlands 8%. 1987, external debt, $191 million, December 1988, industrial. Production, growth rate in %, electricity, 23,000 kilowatts capacity, 60 million kilowatt hours produced, 170 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries, fishing, sawmilling, agriculture, cash crops, timber and coffee from Rio Muni, cocoa from Bioko, food crops, rice, yams, cassava, bananas, oil palm nuts, manioc, livestock aid. U.S. commitments, including XIM, FI 81-88, $11 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $100 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $55 million currency. Communauté financière africaine franc, plural, francs, 1 CFA franc, CFAF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Communauté financière africaine francs, CFAF, per 1 U.S. dollar, 287.99, January 1990, 319.01, 1989, 297.85, 1988, 300.54, 1987, 346.30, 1986, 449.26, 1985, fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March, communications highways, Rio Muni, 1,024 kilometers, Bioko, 216 kilometers ports, Malabo, Bata, merchant marine, 2 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 6,413 GRT/6, 699 DWT, includes 1 cargo and 1 passenger cargo civil air, 1 major transport aircraft airports, 4 total, 3 usable, 2 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Poor system with adequate government services. International communications from Bata and Malabo to African and European countries. 2,000 telephones. Stations. 2 AM. No FM. 1 TV. 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, and possibly Air Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 77,363. 39,174 fit for military service defense expenditures, 11% of GNP, FY 81 EST. Country, Ethiopia. Geography, total area, 1,221,900 square kilometers. Land area, 1,101,000 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than twice the size of Texas land boundaries. 5,141 kilometers total. Djibouti 459 kilometers. Kenya 861 kilometers. Somalia 1,600 kilometers. Sudan 2,221 kilometers coastline. 1,094 kilometers maritime claims. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Southern half of the boundary width. Somalia is a provisional administrative line. Possible claim by Somalia based on unification of ethnic Somalis, territorial dispute with Somalia over the Ogaden, separatist movement in Eritrea, anti-government insurgencies in Tigray, and other areas. Climate, tropical monsoon with wide topographic-induced variation, prone to extended droughts. Terrain, high plateau with central mountain range divided by Great Rift Valley natural resources, small reserves of gold, platinum, copper, potash. Land use, 12% arable land, 1% permanent crops, 41% meadows and pastures, 24% forest and woodland, 22% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Geologically active Great Rift Valley, susceptible to earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, deforestation, overgrazing, soil erosion, desertification, Frequent droughts. Famine note. Strategic geopolitical position along world's busiest shipping lanes and close to Arabian oil fields. Major resettlement project ongoing in rural areas will significantly alter population distribution and settlement patterns over the next several decades. People population, 51,666,622, July 1990. Growth rate 3.5%, 1990. Birth rate, 45 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 15 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 5 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 116 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 49 years male, 52 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 7.0 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Ethiopians. Adjective, Ethiopian ethnic divisions. 40% Oromo, 32% Amhara, Integrine, 9% Sidamo, 6% Shankela, 6% Somali, 4% Afar, 2% Garage, 1% Other. Religion, 40 to 45% Muslim, 35 to 40% Ethiopian Orthodox, 15 to 20% Animist, 5% Other language. Amharic official, Tigrinya, Orominga, Arabic, English, major foreign language taught in schools. Literacy, 55.2% labor force, 18 million. 80% agriculture and animal husbandry, 12% government and services, 8% industry and construction. 1985. Organized labor. All Ethiopian trade union formed by the government in January 1977 to represent 273,000 registered trade union members. Government long-form name. People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia type. Communist state capital. Addis Ababa administrative divisions. 14 administrative regions, plural. In A, singular, Kifl Hager. RC, Bale, Eritrea, Gamo Gofa, Gojam, Gondar, Hararge, Ilyababer, Kafah, Shua, Sidamo, Tigray, Welaga, Wello. Note, the administrative structure may be changing to 25 administrative regions. Astadater Akababawak, singular, Astadater Akababi, and 5 autonomous regions asterisk. Rashjas Akababawak, singular, Rashjas Akababi. Addis Ababa, RC, Aseb asterisk, Asosa, Bale, Barina, Dire Dawa asterisk, East Gojam, East Hararge, Eritrea asterisk, Gambela, Gamo Gofa, Ilyababer Kafah, Medical, Nazareth, North Gondar, North Shua, North Wello, Ogaden asterisk, Omo, Sidamo, South Gondar, South Shua, South Wello, Tigray asterisk, Welaga, West Gojam, West Hararge, West Shua, Independence. Oldest independent country in Africa and one of the oldest in the world. At least 2,000 years Constitution. September 12, 1987 Legal system. Complex structure with civil, Islamic, common and customary law influences. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. National Revolution Day, September 12, 1974. Executive branch. President, Vice President, Council of State Prime Minister, 5 Deputy Prime Ministers, Council of Ministers Legislative Branch, Unicameral National Assembly, Shengo, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court Leaders, Chief of State, President Mengistu Haile Mariam, Chairman from September 11, 1977 until becoming President on September 10, 1987. Vice President Fausseya Desta, since September 10, 1987. Head of Government, Prime Minister, Acting and Deputy Prime Minister Hilu Yimenu, since November 7, 1989. Deputy Prime Minister Walchekel, since November 21, 1989. Deputy Prime Minister Alamu Abebe, since September 10, 1987. Deputy Prime Minister Tesfaye Dinka, since September 10, 1987. Deputy Prime Minister Ashager Yiglatu, since November 21, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Only party. Workers' Party of Ethiopia, WP. Mengistu Haile Mariam, Secretary General Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. last held September 10th, 1987, next to be held September 1992. Results: National Assembly elected President Mengistu Haile Mariam. National Assembly, last held June 14th, 1987, next to be held June 1992. Results: WP is the only party. Seats: 835 total. WP 835 other political or pressure groups. Important dissident groups include Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, in Eritrea, Tigrayan Peoples Liberation Front, TPLF, and Ethiopian People's Democratic Movement in Tigray, WELO, and border regions, Oromo Liberation Front in Welaga and Haraj regions member of ACP, FDB, CCC, ECA, FAO, G77, IA, IBRD, ICO, IKO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITU, NEM, OUN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation, Counselor, Charge d'Affaires ad interim Germa Amare, Chancery at 2134, Colorama Road Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-234-2281 or 2282, U.S., Charge d'Affaires Robert G. Hodek, Embassy at Entoto Street, Addis Ababa. Mailing address is P.O. Box 1014, Addis Ababa. Telephone 254-233-4141 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of green, top, yellow, and red. Ethiopia is the oldest independent country in Africa, and the colors of her flag were so often adopted by other African countries upon independence that they became known as the Pan-African colors. Economy overview. Ethiopia is one of the poorest and least developed countries in Africa. Its economy is based on subsistence agriculture, which account for about 45% of GDP, 90% of exports, and 80% of total employment. Coffee generates over 60% of export earnings. The manufacturing sector is heavily dependent on inputs from the agricultural sector. The economy is centrally planned, and over 90% of large-scale industry is state-run. Favorable agricultural weather largely explains the 4.5% growth in output in FY89. GDP, $6.6 billion, per capita, $130, real growth rate 4.5%, FY89 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 9.6%, FY89. Unemployment rate. NA, shortage of skilled manpower budget. Revenues $1.4 billion. Expenditures $1.9 billion, including capital expenditures of $0.7 billion. FY87. Exports, $418 million. FOB, FY88. Commodities. Coffee 60%. Hides, partners. U.S., FRG, Djibouti, Japan, PDRY, France, Italy imports. $1.1 billion. CF, FY88. Commodities, food, fuels, capital goods. Partners, USSR, Italy, FRG, Japan, UK, US, France. External debt, $2.6 billion. 1988, industrial production. Growth rate, 0.2%, FY88 EST. Electricity, 330,000 kilowatts capacity. 700 million kilowatt-hours produced, 14 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989, industries. Cement, textiles, food processing, oil refinery agriculture. Accounts for 45% of GDP and is the most important sector of the economy, even though frequent droughts, poor cultivation practices, and state economic policies keep farm output low. Famines not uncommon. Export crops of coffee and oilseeds grown partly on state farms. Estimated 50% of agricultural production at subsistence level. Principal. Crops and livestock, cereals, pulses, coffee, oilseeds, potatoes, sugarcane, vegetables, hides and skins, cattle, sheep, goats. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, for $171 million. Western, Non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $2.6 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $8 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $2.0 billion currency. Bear plural bear, 1 bear BR equals 100 cents exchange rates. Bear BR per 1 US dollar, 2.0700 fixed rate. Fiscal year, 8 July 7th. July communications railroads, 988 kilometers total. 681 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge. 307 kilometers 0.950 meter gauge. Non-operational. Highways, 44,300 kilometers total. 3,650 kilometers bituminous. 9,650 kilometers gravel. 3,000 kilometers improved earth. 28,000 kilometers unimproved earth ports. ASEB, Mitsuwa Merchant Marine. 14 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 71,837 GRT/92, 067 DWT. Includes 10 cargo, 1 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 1 livestock carrier, 2 petroleum, oils, and lubricants (POL). Tanker civil air, 21 major transport aircraft airports, 152. Total, 111 usable. 9 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,659 m, 10 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 51 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Open wire and radio relay system adequate for government use. Open wire to Sudan and Djibouti. Radio relay to Kenya and Djibouti. Stations. 4 AM, no FM, 1 TV, 45,000 TV sets, 3,300,000 radios, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, Air Defense military manpower, males 15 to 49, 11,438,616, 5,922,555 fit for military service. 589,231 reach military age 18. Annually defense expenditures, 8.5% of GDP, 1988. Country, Europa Island, French possession. Geography, total area, 28 square kilometers. Land area, 28 square kilometers. Comparative area, about 0.2 times the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline. 22.2 kilometers. Maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. Claimed by Madagascar. Climate, tropical terrain. Inane natural resources, negligible land use. NA% arable land. NA% permanent crops. NA% meadows and pastures, NA% forest and woodland, NA% other, heavily wooded environment. Wildlife sanctuary note. Located in the Mozambique Channel 340 kilometers west of Madagascar. People population, uninhabited, government long-form name. None type. French possession administered by Commissioner of the Republic Daniel Constantine. Resident in Reunion. Economy overview. No economic activity. Communications airports. 1 with runway 1,220 to 2,439 imports. None. Offshore anchorage only. Telecommunications. 1 meteorological station. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of France. Country, Falkland Islands. Islas Malvinas. Dependent territory of the UK. Geography, total area. 12,170 square kilometers. Land area, 12,170 square kilometers. Includes the 2 main islands of East and West Falkland and about 200 small islands. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Connecticut land boundaries. None coastline. 1,288 kilometers. Maritime claims. Continental shelf, 100-meter depth. Exclusive fishing zone, 150 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers disputes. Administered by the UK. Claimed by Argentina climate. Cold marine. Strong westerly winds, cloudy, humid, rain. Occurs on more than half of days in year. Occasional snow all year, except in January and February, but does not accumulate terrain. Rocky, hilly, mountainous with some boggy, undulating plains natural resources, fish and wildlife land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 99% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 1% other environment. Poor soil fertility and a short growing season note. Deeply indented coast provides good natural harbors. People population, 1,958, July 1990. Growth rate, 0.5%, 1990. Birth rate, NA births/1, 000 population, 1990. Death rate, NA death/1, 000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, NA migrants/1, 000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, NA deaths/1, 000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, NA years male, NA years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, NA children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Falkland Islanders. Adjective, Falkland Island ethnic divisions. Almost totally British religion, primarily Anglican, Roman. Catholic and United Free Church. Evangelist Church. Jehovah's Witnesses. Lutheran, Seventh-day Adventist language. English literacy. NA% but compulsory education up to age 15 labor force. 1,100 EST. About 95% in agriculture, mostly sheep herding organized labor. Falkland Islands General Employees Union, 400 members. Government long-form name. Colony of the Falkland Islands type. Dependent territory of the UK capital. Stanley Administrative Divisions. None. Dependent territory of the UK. Independence. None. Dependent territory of the UK. Constitution. October 3rd, 1985 legal system. English common law national holiday. Liberation Day, June 14th, 1982 executive branch. British monarch, governor, executive council, legislative branch. Unicameral legislative council, judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II. Since February 6, 1952, head of government, Governor William Hugh Fullerton. Since NA 1988, political parties. NA suffrage. Universal at age 18. Elections, Legislative Council. Last held October 3rd, 1985. Next to be held October 1990. Results, percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 10 total. 8 elected. Number of seats by party NA. Diplomatic representation. None. Dependent territory of the UK flag. Blue with the flag of the UK in the upper hoist side quadrant and the Falkland Island coat of arms in a white disc centered on the outer half of the flag. The coat of arms contains a white ram. Sheep raising is the major economic activity. Above the sailing ship Desire, whose crew discovered the islands, with a scroll at the bottom bearing the motto Desire the Right. Economy overview. The economy is based on sheep farming, which directly or indirectly employs most of the workforce. A few dairy herds are kept to meet domestic consumption of milk and milk products, and crops grown are primarily those for providing winter fodder. Major sources of income are from the export of high-grade wool to the UK and the sale of stamps and coins. Rich stocks of fish in the surrounding waters are not presently exploited by the islanders, but development plans call for the islands to have 6 trawlers by 1989. In 1987, the government began to sell fishing licenses to foreign trawlers operating within the Falklands exclusive fishing zone. These license fees amount to more than $25 million per year. To encourage tourism, the Falkland Islands Development Corporation has built 3 lodges for visitors who are attracted by the abundant wildlife and trout fishing. GNP, $NA, per capita $NA. Real growth rate NA % inflation rate, consumer. Prices NA % unemployment rate. 0% budget. Revenues $11 million. Expenditures $11.8 million. including capital expenditures of $1.2 million. FY87. Exports, at least $14.7 million. Commodities, wool, hides and skins, and other. Partners, UK, Netherlands, Japan, 1987 EST. Imports, at least $13.9 million. Commodities, food, clothing, fuels, and machinery. Partners, UK, Netherlands, Antilles, Curacao, Japan, 1987 EST. External debt, $NA industrial production. Growth rate NA % electricity, 9,200 kilowatts capacity, 17 million kilowatt hours produced, 8,700 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, wool processing, agriculture, predominantly sheep farming, small dairy herds, and fodder crops. Aid. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $102 million currency. Falkland pound, plural pounds, 1 Falkland pound LF equals 100 pence exchange rates. Falkland pound LF per 1 US dollar, 0.6055. January 1990, 0.6099. 1989. 0.5614. 1988, 0.6102. 1987, 0.6817. 1986, 0.7714. 1985. Note, the Falkland pound is at par with the British pound. Fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March. Communications highways, 510 kilometers total, 30 kilometers paved, 80 kilometers gravel, and 400 kilometers unimproved earth ports. Port Stanley Civil Air. No major transport aircraft. Airports, 5 total, 5 usable, 2 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, none with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, government. Operated radio, telephone, and private VHF/CB radio networks provide effective service to almost all points on both islands. 590 telephones, stations, 2 AM, 3 FM, no TV. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth station with links through London to other countries. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the UK. Country, Faroe Islands, part of the Danish realm. Geography, total area, 1,400 square kilometers. Land area, 1,400 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than 8 times the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None. Coastline, 764 kilometers. Maritime claims, contiguous zone, for nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 3 nanometers. Climate, mild winters, cool summers, usually overcast, foggy, windy terrain. Rugged, rocky, some low peaks, cliffs along most of coast. Natural resources. Fish. Land use, 2% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 98% other environment. Precipitous terrain limits habitation to small coastal lowlands. Archipelago of 18 inhabited islands and a few uninhabited islets. Note, strategically located along important sea lanes in northeastern Atlantic, about midway between Iceland and Shetland Islands. People population, 47,715, July 1990. Growth rate, 0.9%. 1990. Birth rate, 17 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 8 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 9 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 74 years male, 81 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.2 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality, noun, Faroese, Sing, PL. Adjective, Faroese ethnic divisions, Homogeneous Scandinavian population religion. Evangelical Lutheran language. Faroese, derived from Old Norse. Danish literacy. 99% labor force. 17,585. Largely engaged in fishing, manufacturing, transportation, and commerce organized. Labor. INA, government long-form name. None type. Part of the Danish realm, self-governing overseas administrative division of Denmark capital. Torshavn administrative divisions. None self-governing overseas administrative division of Denmark. Independence. Part of the Danish realm, self-governing overseas administrative division of Denmark Constitution. Danish legal system. Danish national holiday. Birthday of the Queen, April 16th, 1940. Executive branch. Danish monarch, High Commissioner. Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet. Landstyre, legislative branch. Unicameral parliament, Lagting, judicial. Branch. None leaders. Chief of State. Queen Margrethe II, since January 14, 1972, represented by High Commissioner Bent Clinny, since NA. Head of Government. Prime Minister Jagvan Sundstein, since January 17, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Four-party ruling coalition. People's Party, Jagvan Sundstein. Republican Party, Seinar Hansen. Progressive and Fishing Industry Party combined with the Christian People's Party, CPPPFIP. Home Rule Party, Hilmar Kass. Opposition, Social Democratic Party, Ali P. Dam. Cooperation Coalition Party, Polly Elefson. Progress Party Suffrage. Universal at age 20 elections. Parliament. Last held November 8, 1988. Next to be held November 1992. Results, percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 32 total. Three-party coalition, 21. People's Party, 8. Cooperation Coalition Party, 7. Republican Party, 6. Social Democrats, 7. CPPPFIP, 2. Home Rule, 2 Communists. Insignificant number member of Nordic Council Diplomatic Representation. None, self-governing. Overseas Administrative Division of Denmark, flag. White with a red cross outlined in blue that extends to the edges of the flag. The vertical part of the cross is shifted to the hoist side in the style of the Dannebrog, Danish flag. Economy overview. The Faroese enjoy the high standard of living characteristic of the Danish and other Scandinavian economies. Fishing is the dominant economic activity. It employs over 25% of the labor force, accounts for about 25% of GDP, and contributes over 80% to export revenues. A handicraft industry employs about 20% of the labor force. Because of cool summers, agricultural activities are limited to raising sheep and to potato and vegetable cultivation. There is a labor shortage, and immigrant workers accounted for 5% of the workforce in 1989. Denmark annually subsidizes the economy, perhaps on the order of 15% of GDP. GDP, $662 million, per capita $14,000. Real growth rate 3%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 2%, 1988. Unemployment rate. Labor shortage budget. Revenues $176 million. Expenditures $176 million, including capital expenditures of NA, FY 86. Exports $267 million. FOB 1986. Commodities, fish and fish products 86%. Animal feedstuffs, transport equipment. Partners, Denmark 18%, US 14%, FRG, France, UK, Canada imports. $363 million, CF, 1986. Commodities, machinery and transport equipment 38%, food and livestock 11%, fuels 10%, manufacturers 10%. Chemicals 5%, partners, Denmark 46%, FRG, Norway, Japan, UK, external debt. $NA industrial production. Growth rate NA percent electricity. 80,000 kilowatts capacity. 280 million kilowatt hours produced. 5,910 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Fishing, shipbuilding. Handicrafts, agriculture. Accounts for 27% of GDP and employs 27% of labor force. Principal crops, potatoes and vegetables. Livestock, sheep. Annual fish catch about 360,000 metric tons aid. None currency. Danish krone, plural, kroner, 1 Danish krone. DKR equals 100 or exchange rates. Danish kroner, DKR, per 1 US dollar, 6.560, January 1990, 7.310, 1989, 6.732, 1988, 6.840, 1987, 8.091, 1986, 10.596, 1985, fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March, communications highways, 200 kilometers ports, Torshavn, Tvoroyri, 8 minor merchant marine, 7 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 17,249 GRT/11, 887 DWT, includes 1 short sea passenger, 2 cargo, 2 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 2 refrigerated cargo. Note, a subset of the Danish register airports, 1 with permanent surface runway, 1,220 to 2,439 m telecommunications, good international communications, fair domestic facilities, 27,900 telephones, stations, 1 AM, 3, 10 repeaters, FM, 3, 29 repeaters, TV, 3 coaxial submarine cables. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of Denmark. Country, Fiji. Geography, total area, 18,270 square kilometers. Land area, 18,270 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than New Jersey land boundaries. None coastline, 1,129 kilometers. Maritime claims, measured from claimed archipelagic baselines, continental shelf, 200 meters, or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical marine, only slight seasonal temperature variation. Terrain, mostly mountains of volcanic origin. Natural resources, timber, fish, gold, copper, offshore oil. Potential land use, 8% arable land, 5% permanent crops, 3% meadows and pastures, 65% forest and woodland, 19% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment, subject to hurricanes from November to January, includes 332 islands of which approximately 110 are inhabited. Note, located 2,500 kilometers north of New Zealand in the South Pacific Ocean. People population, 759,567, July 1990. Growth rate 1.5%, 1990. Birth rate, 28 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 6 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 7 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 22 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 66 years male, 70 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Fijians. Adjective, Fijian ethnic divisions, 49% Indian, 46% Fijian, 5% European, other Pacific Islanders, overseas Chinese, and others. Religion, Fijians are mainly Christian. Indians are Hindu with a Muslim minority. Language, English official. Fijian, Hindustani. Literacy, 80% labor force, 176,000, 60% subsistence agriculture, 40% wage earners, 1979. Organized labor, about 45,000 employees belong to some 46 trade unions, which are organized along lines of work and ethnic origin. 1983. Government long-form name, Republic of Fiji. Type, military coup. Leader Major General Sitiveni Rabuka formally declared Fiji a republic on October 6, 1987. Capital, Suva. Administrative divisions, 4 divisions and 1 dependency. Central, Eastern, Northern, Rotuma *, Western Independence. October 10, 1970. From UK, Constitution, October 10, 1970, suspended October 1, 1987, Note: a new constitution was proposed on September 23, 1988 and awaits final approval. Legal system based on British system. National holiday: Independence Day, October 10, 1970. Executive branch: President, Prime Minister, Cabinet. Legislative branch: the bicameral parliament, consisting of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Representatives, was dissolved following the coup of May 14, 1987. The proposed Constitution of NA September 1988 provides for a bicameral parliament. Judicial branch: Supreme Court. Leaders: Chief of State, President Radu Sir Penaya Kanadabada Ganilo, since 5 December 1987. Head of Government: Prime Minister Radu Sir Kamaziz Mara, since December 5, 1987. Note: Radu Sir Kamaziz Mara served as Prime Minister from October 10, 1970 until the 5–11 April 1987 election, after a second coup led by Major General Sidavini Rabuka on September 25, 1987. Radu Mara was reappointed as Prime Minister. Political parties and leaders: Alliance, primarily Fijian, Radu Mara; National Federation, primarily Indian, Sidikoya; Western United Front, Fijian, Ratu Osia; Gaviti, Fiji Labour Party, Adi Kinibavadra; Coalition of the National Federation Party and the Fiji Labour Party, Adi Kinivwakaba Bavadra. Suffrage: none. Elections: none. Communists: some member of ACP, ADB, Colombo Plan, EC, Associate, SCAP, FAO, G77, GATT de facto, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ISO, ITU, SPF, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WIPO, WMO. Diplomatic representation: Counselor Commercial, Vice Consul, Charge d'Affaires ad interim Abdul H. Yusuf. Chancery at Suite 240, 2233, Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20007. Telephone 202-337-8320. There is a Fijian consulate in New York, U.S. Ambassador Leonard ROCHWRGR. Embassy at 31 Loftus Street, Suva. Mailing address is P.O. Box 218, Suva. Telephone 679-314-466 or 314-069. Flag: light blue with the flag of the UK in the upper Hoyside quadrant and the Fijian shield centered on the outer half of the flag. The shield depicts a yellow lion above a white field quartered by the cross of St. George featuring stalks of sugarcane, a palm tree, bananas, and a white dove. Economy overview: Fiji's economy is primarily agricultural, with a large subsistence sector. Sugar exports are a major source of foreign exchange, and sugar processing accounts for 1/3 of industrial output. Industry, including sugar milling, contributes 10% to GDP. Fiji traditionally earned considerable sums of hard currency from the 250,000 tourists who visited each year. In 1987, however, after 2 military coups, the economy went into decline. GDP dropped by 7.8% in 1987 and by another 2.5% in 1988. Political uncertainty created a drop in tourism, and the worst drought of the century caused sugar production to fall sharply. In contrast, sugar and tourism turned in strong performances in 1989, and the economy rebounded vigorously. GDP: $1.32 billion, per capita $1,750. Real growth rate 12.5%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate: consumer prices 11.8%, 1988. Unemployment rate 11%, 1988. Budget: revenues $260 million, expenditures $233 million, including capital expenditures of $47 million, 1988. Exports: $312 million, FOB, 1988. Commodities: sugar 49%, copra, processed fish, lumber. Partners: UK 45%, Australia 21%, US 4.7%. Imports: $454 million, CF, 1988. Commodities: food 15%, petroleum products, machinery, consumer goods, Partners, US 4.8%, NZ, Australia, Japan external debt, $398 million, December 1989. Industrial production, growth rate, 15%, 1988, EST. Electricity, 215,000 kilowatts capacity, 330 million kilowatt hours produced for 140 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, sugar, copra, tourism, gold, silver, fishing, clothing, lumber, small cottage industries, agriculture. Principal cash crop is sugarcane, coconuts, cassava, rice, sweet potatoes, and bananas. Small livestock sector includes cattle, pigs, horses, and goats. Aid. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments. 1980 to 87. $677 million currency. Fijian dollar, plural, dollars. 1 Fijian. Dollar, F dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Fijian dollars, F dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar. 1.4950, January 1990. 1.4833, 1989. 1.4303, 1988. 1.2439, 1987. 1.1329, 1986. 1.1536, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 644 kilometers, 0.610 meter narrow gauge, belonging to the government-owned Fiji Sugar Corporation highways. 3,300 kilometers total, 1984. 390 kilometers paved. 1,200 kilometers bituminous surface treatment. 1,290 kilometers gravel, crushed stone, or stabilized soil surface. 420 unimproved earth inland waterways. 203 kilometers. 122 kilometers navigable by motorized craft and 200 metric ton barges ports. La Mesa, Lautoka, Savusu, Suva Merchant Marine. 9 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 42,872 GRT/49, 795 DWT. Includes 1 cargo, 2 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 2 container, 2 liquefied gas, 1 petroleum, oils and lubricants, POL, tanker, 1 chemical tanker civil air, 1 DC, 3 and 1 light aircraft airports, 26 total, 24 usable, 2 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 2 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, modern local, inter-island, and international, wire/radio integrated, public and special purpose telephone, telegraph, and teleprinter facilities. Regional radio center, important compact cable link between U.S., Canada, and New Zealand, Australia. 53,228 telephones, stations, 7 AM, 1 FM, no TV, 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, integrated ground and naval forces military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 194,433, 107,317 fit for military service, 7,864 reach military age 18. Annually defense expenditures, 2.5% of GDP, 1988. Country, Finland. Geography, total area, 337,030 square kilometers. Land area, 305,470 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Montana land boundaries. 2,578 kilometers total. Norway 729 kilometers, Sweden 536 kilometers, USSR 1,313 kilometers coastline, 1,126 kilometers excluding islands and coastal indentations maritime claims. Contiguous zone 6 nanometers, continental shelf 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone 12 nanometers, territorial sea. For nanometers climate, cold temperate, potentially subarctic, but comparatively mild because of moderating influence of the North Atlantic Current, Baltic Sea, and more than 60,000 lakes terrain, mostly low, flat to rolling plains, interspersed with lakes and low hills and natural resources. Timber, copper, zinc, iron, ore, silver land use. 8% arable land. 0% permanent crops. NEGL% meadows and pastures. 76% forest and woodland. 16% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Permanently wet ground covers about 30% of land. Population concentrated on small southwestern coastal plain node. Long boundary with USSR. Helsinki is northernmost national capital on European continent. People population 4,977,325, July 1990. Growth rate 0.3%. 1990. Birth rate 13 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate 10 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate NEGL migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate 6 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth 71 years male, 80 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate 1.7 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun Finns. Adjective Finnish ethnic divisions Finn, Swede, Lap, Gypsy, Tatar religion 97% Evangelical Lutheran, 1.2% Eastern Orthodox, 1.8% other language, 93.5% Finnish, 6.3% Swedish, both official, small Lap, and Russian-speaking minorities literacy, almost 100% labor force, 2,556,000, 33.1% services, 22.9% mining and manufacturing, 13.8% commerce, 10.3% agriculture, forestry, and fishing, 7.2% construction, 7.1% transportation and communications. 1989 EST. Organized labor. 80% of labor force. Government long-form name. Republic of Finland type. Republic capital. Helsinki administrative divisions. 12 provinces Lanit, singular, Lani. Ahvenanmaa, Heim, Keski-Suomi, Kuopio, Kymi, Lappi, Mikkeli, Oulu, Pohjois-Karjala, Turku-Pori, Uusimaa, Vaasa, independence. December 6, 1917 from Soviet Union. Constitution. July 17, 1919 legal system. Civil law system based on Swedish law. Supreme Court may request legislation interpreting or modifying laws. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. With reservations national holiday. Independence Day, December 6, 1917, Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Council of State, Valtioneuvosto, Legislative Branch. Unicameral Parliament, Eduskunta, Judicial Branch. Supreme Court, Korkein Oikeus. Leaders. Chief of State, President Mauno Koivisto. Since January 27, 1982. Head of Government, Prime Minister Harry Hokari. Since April 30, 1987. Deputy Prime Minister Pertti Pasio. Since NA January 1989. Political parties and leaders. Social Democratic Party, Pertti Pasio. Center Party, Paavo Väyrynen. People's Democratic League, Majority Communist Front, Reijo Kakela. National Coalition, Conservative Party, Ilkka Suominen. Liberal People's Party, Kyösti Lulukka. Swedish People's Party, Christopher Taxell. Rural Party, leader in A suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held 31 January 1st February and February 15th, 1988. Next to be held January 1994. Results. Mauno Koivisto 48%. Paavo Väyrynen 20%. Harry Hokari 18%. Parliament. Last held 15 to 16 March 1987. Next to be held March 1991. Results. Social Democratic 24.3%. National Coalition, Conservative, 23.9%. Center Liberal People's 18.6%. People's Democratic League, 9.4%. Rural 6.3%. Swedish People's 5.3%. Democratic Alternative 4.3%. Green League 4%. Finnish Christian League 2.6%, Finnish Pensioners 1.2%, Constitutional Right is 0.1%, seats 200 total, Social Democratic 56, National Coalition Conservative 53, Center Liberal People's 40, People's Democratic League 16, Swedish People's 13, Rural 9, Finnish Christian League 5, Democratic Alternative 4, Green League 4 Communists, 28,000 registered members, an additional 45,000 persons. Belong to People's Democratic League, other political or pressure groups. Finnish Communist Party, Majority Communist Faction, Jarmo Wallström. Finnish Communist Party Unity, Minority Faction, Eski Juhani Tenala. Democratic Alternative, Minority Communist Front, Kristina Halkola. Finnish Christian League, Esko Almgren. Constitutional Rightist Party, Finnish Pensioners Party, Green League, Heidi Hautala. Communist Workers' Party, Timo Ladenmaki, member of ADB, CCC, CIMA, Special Cooperation Agreement, DAC, EC, Free Trade Agreement, EFTA, ESA, Associate, FAO, GATT, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICES, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, IHOLO, LZSG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITU, IW, International Wheat Council, Nordic Council, OECD, YIN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Yuka Valtasari. Chancery at 3216, New Mexico Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20016. Telephone 202-363-2430. There are Finnish consulates general in Los Angeles and New York, and consulates in Chicago and Houston, U.S. Ambassador John G. Weinman. Embassy at Attain Puistiti 14 ASF 00140. Helsinki. Mailing address is APO New York 09664. Telephone 358-0171931 flag. White with a blue cross that extends to the edges of the flag. The vertical part of the cross is shifted to the hoist side in the style of the Dannebrog, Danish flag. Economy overview. Finland has a highly industrialized, largely free market economy, with per capita output nearly 3/4 the U.S. figure. Its main economic force is the manufacturing sector, principally the wood, metals, and engineering industries. Trade is important, with the export of goods representing about 25% of GNP. Except for timber and several minerals, Finland depends on imported raw materials, energy, and some components of manufactured goods. Because of the climate, agricultural development is limited to maintaining self-sufficiency in basic commodities. Economic prospects are generally bright, the main shadow being the increasing pressures on wages and prices. GDP, $74.4 billion, per capita $15,000. Real growth rate 4.6%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 6.5%, 1989. Unemployment rate 3.4%, 1989. Budget, revenues $28.3 billion, expenditures $28.1 billion, including capital expenditures of $8 billion, 1988 EST. Exports, $22.2 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, timber, paper and pulp, ships, machinery, clothing, and footwear. Partners, EC 44.2%, UK 13%, FRG 10.8%, USSR 14.9%, Sweden 14.1%, US 5.8% imports, $22.0 billion. CF, 1988. Commodities, foodstuffs, petroleum and petroleum products, chemicals, transport equipment, iron and steel, machinery, textile yarn and fabrics, fodder grains. Partners, EC 43.5%, FRG 16.9%, UK 6.8%, Sweden 13.3%, USSR 12.1%, US 6.3%, external debt, $5.3 billion. 1989, industrial production, growth rate 4.3%, 1989, electricity, 13,324,000 kilowatts capacity. 49,330 million kilowatt hours produced, 9,940 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries: metal manufacturing and shipbuilding, forestry and wood processing, pulp, paper, copper refining, foodstuffs, textiles, clothing. Agriculture accounts for 8% of GNP, including forestry. Livestock production, especially dairy cattle, predominates. Forestry is an important export earner and a secondary occupation for the rural population. Main crops: cereals, sugar beets, potatoes. 85% self-sufficient but short of food and fodder grains. Annual fish catch about 160,000 metric tons aid. Donor: ODA and OOF commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.7 billion currency. Marka, plural, marka, 1 marka. FMK, or Finmark equals 100 penny exchange rates. Marka, FMK, per 1 US dollar, 4.0022, January 1990. For 0.2912, 1989. For 0.1828, 1988. For 0.3956, 1987. 5.0695, 1986. 6.1979, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 5,924 kilometers total. Finnish State Railways, VR, operate a total of 5,863 kilometers 1.524 meter gauge, of which 480 kilometers are multiple track and 1,445 kilometers are electrified highways. About 103,000 kilometers total, including 35,000 kilometers paved, bituminous, concrete, bituminous treated surface, and 38,000 kilometers unpaved, stabilized gravel, gravel earth. Additional 30,000 kilometers of private state-subsidized roads, inland waterways, 6,675 kilometers total, including Saimaa Canal. 3,700 kilometers suitable for steamers, pipelines. Natural gas, 580 kilometers ports. Helsinki, Oulu, Pori, Rauma, Turku. 6 secondary, numerous minor ports, merchant marine. 82 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 737,811 JRT/764, 695 DWT. Includes 1 passenger, 11 short sea passenger, 18 cargo, 1 refrigerated cargo, 24 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 12 petroleum, oils and lubricants, POL, tanker, 5 chemical tanker, 2 liquefied gas, 7 bulk, 1 combination bulk civil air, 39 major transport airports, 160 total, 157 usable, 56 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 23 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 22 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Good service from cable and radio relay network. 3,140,000 telephones, stations. For AM, 42, 101 relays. FM, 79, 195 relays. TV, 2 submarine cables. Satellite service via Swedish Earth stations. Satellite Earth stations. 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat and 1 Eutelsat. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 1,312,941. 1,091,416 fit for military service. 32,288 reach military age. 17. Annually defense expenditures. 1.5% of GDP. 1989 EST. Country, France. Geography, total area. 547,030 square kilometers. Land area, 545,630 square kilometers. Includes Corsica and the rest of metropolitan France, but excludes the overseas administrative division's comparative area. Slightly more than twice the size of Colorado land boundaries. 2,892.4 kilometers total. Andorra 60 kilometers. Belgium 620 kilometers. FRG 451 kilometers, Italy 488 kilometers, Luxembourg 73 kilometers, Monaco 4.4 kilometers, Spain 623 kilometers, Switzerland 573 kilometers coastline, 3,427 kilometers, includes Corsica 644 kilometers, maritime claims, contiguous zone, 12 to 24 nanometers, extended economic zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers disputes, maritime boundary dispute with Canada, St. Pierre, and Miquelon. Madagascar claims Bases de India, Europa Island, Glorioso Islands, Wanda Nova Island, and Tromelin Island. Comoros claims Mayotte. Mauritius claims Tromelin Island. Seychelles claims Tromelin Island. Suriname claims part of French Guiana. Territorial claim in Antarctica, Adélie Land. Climate, generally cool winters and mild summers, but mild winters and hot summers along the Mediterranean terrain. Mostly flat plains or gently rolling hills in north and west. Remainder is mountainous, especially Pyrenees in south, Alps in east. Natural resources: coal, iron ore, bauxite, fish, timber, zinc, potash. Land use: 32% arable land, 2% permanent crops, 23% meadows and pastures, 27% forest and woodland, 16% other, includes 2% irrigated environment. Most of large urban areas and industrial centers in Rhône, Garonne, Seine, or Loire river basins. Occasional warm tropical wind, known as Mistral note. Largest West European nation. People population, 56,358,331, July 1990. Growth rate 0.4%, 1990. Birth rate, 14 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 9 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 6 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 73 years male, 82 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.8 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Frenchman, men, Frenchwoman, women. Adjective, French ethnic divisions: Celtic and Latin with Teutonic, Slavic, North African, Indo-Chinese, and Basque minorities. Religion: 90% Roman Catholic, 2% Protestant, 1% Jewish, 1% Muslim. North African workers, 6% unaffiliated. Language: French, 100% of population. Rapidly declining regional dialects: Provençal, Breton, Alsatian, Corsican, Catalan, Basque, Flemish. Literacy: 99% labor force, 24,170,000, 61.5% services, 31.3% industry, 7.3% agriculture. 1987. Organized labor, 20% of labor force. EST. Government long form name. French Republic type. Republic capital, Paris. Administrative divisions: Metropolitan France, 22 regions. Région, singular région: Alsace, Aquitaine, Auvergne, Basse-Normandie, Bourgogne, Bretagne, Centre, Champagne-Ardenne, Corse, Franche-Comté, Haute-Normandie, Île-de-France, Languedoc-Roussillon, Limousin, Lorraine, Midi-Pyrénées, Nord-Pas-de-Calais, Pays de la Loire, Picardie, Poitou-Charentes, Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, Rhône-Alpes. Note: the 22 régions are subdivided into 96 départements, si séparate entre 4 et overseas départements: French Guiana, Guadeloupe, Martinique, Réunion. And the territorial collectivities: Mayotte, St. Pierre, and Miquelon. Dependent areas: Bases de India, Clipperton Island, Europa Island, French Polynesia, French Southern and Antarctic lands, Glorioso Islands, Wanda Nova Island, New Caledonia, Tromelin Island, Wallis and Futuna Independence. Unified by Clovis in 486, First Republic proclaimed in 1792 Constitution, September 28, 1958. Amended concerning election of president in 1962. Legal system: civil law system with indigenous concepts. Review of administrative but not legislative acts. National holiday: Taking of the Bastille, July 14, 1789, Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch. Bicameral Parliament. Parliament consists of an upper house or Senate, and a lower house or National Assembly. Assembly Nationale, Judicial Branch. Court of Cassation, Leaders. Chief of State. President François Mitterrand, since May 21, 1981. Head of Government. Prime Minister Michel Rocard, since March 10, 1988. Political parties and leaders. Rally for the Republic, RPR, formerly UDR. Jacques Chirac. Union for French Democracy, UDF, Federation of PR, CDS, and RAD. Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. Republicans, PR, François Léotard. Center for Social Democrats, CDS, Pierre Mahénery. Radical, RAD, Yves Gallard. Socialist Party, PS, Pierre Marois. Left Radical Movement, MRG, Yves Collin. Communist Party, PCF, Georges Marchais. National Front, FN, Jean-Marie Le Pen. Suffrage. Universal at age 18. Elections, President. Last held May 8, 1988. Next to be held May 1995. Results, second ballot François Mitterrand 54%, Jacques Chirac 46%. Senate. Last held September 24, 1989. Next to be held September 1992. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 321 total. 296 metropolitan France, 13 for overseas departments and territories, and 12 for French nationals abroad. RPR 93, UDF 143, PR 53, CDS 65, RAD 25, PS 64, PCF 16, Independence 2, Unknown 3. National Assembly. Last held 5 and 12. June 1988. Next to be held June 1993. Results. Second ballot PSMRG 48.7%, RPR 23.1%, UDF 21%, PCF 3.4%, other 3.8%, seats, 577 total, PS 275, RPR 132, UDF 90, UDC 40, PCF 25, Independents 15 Communists, 700,000 claimed, but probably closer to 150,000. Communist voters, 2.8 million in 1988 election. Other political or pressure groups. Communist-controlled labor union. Confédération Générale du Travail. Nearly 2.4 million members claimed. Socialist-leaning labor union, Confederation. Française Démocratique du Travail or CFDT. About 800,000 members EST. Independent labor union, Force Ouvrière. About 1 million members EST. Independent white-collar union, Confédération Générale des Cadres. 340,000 members claimed. National Council of French Employers, Conseil National du Patronat Français, CNPF or Patronat, member of ADB, CCC, Council of Europe, DAC, EC, EIB, EMS, ESA, ESCAP, FAO, GATT, ITP, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICES, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, ILZG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ICOC, IPU, IRC, ISO, ITC, ITU, IWC, International Whaling Commission, NATO signatory, OAS observer, OECD, SPC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG, WDO diplomatic representation, Ambassador Jacques Andriani, Chancery at 4101, Reservoir Road Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20007, telephone 202-944-6000. There are French consulates general in Boston, Chicago, Detroit, Houston, Los Angeles, New Orleans, Miami, New York, San Francisco, and San Juan, Puerto Rico, U.S. Ambassador Walter J.P. Curley, Embassy at 2 Avenue Gabriel, 75382 Paris, CDEC 08. Mailing address is APO New York 09777. Telephone 33 1 42-96-12-02 or 42-61-80-75. There are U.S. consulates general in Bordeaux, Lyon, Marseille and Strasbourg flag. 3 equal vertical bands of blue, hoist side, white and red, known as the French tricolor. The design and colors have been the basis for a number of other flags, including those of Belgium, Chad, Ireland, Ivory Coast, and Luxembourg, the official flag for all French dependent areas. Economy. Overview. One of the world's most developed economies, France has substantial agricultural resources and a highly diversified modern industrial sector. Large tracts of fertile land. The application of modern technology and subsidies have combined to make it the leading agricultural producer in Western Europe. France is largely self-sufficient in agricultural products and is a major exporter of wheat and dairy products. The industrial sector generates about 1/3 of GDP and employs about 1/3 of the workforce. During the period 1982 to 86, economic growth was sluggish, averaging only 1.4% annually. This trend was reversed by late 1987, however, with a strong expansion of consumer demand, followed by a surge in investment. The economy has had difficulty generating enough jobs for new entrants into the labor force, resulting in a high unemployment rate, but the upward trend in growth recently pushed the jobless rate below 10%. The steadily advancing economic integration within the European community is a major force affecting the fortunes of the various economic sectors. GDP, $819.6 billion, per capita $14,600. Real growth rate 3.4%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 3.5%, 1989 EST. Une emploi mohat 9.7%, 1989. Budget. Revenues $197.0 billion. Expenditures $213.4 billion, including capital expenditures of $1 1989 EST. Exports $183.1 billion. FOB 1989 EST. Commodities, machinery and transportation equipment, chemicals, foodstuffs, agricultural products, iron and steel products, textiles, and clothing. Partners, FRG 15.8%, Italy 12.2%, UK 9.8%, Belgium Luxembourg 8.9%, Netherlands 8.7%, US 6.7%, Spain 5.6%, Japan 1.8%, USSR 1.3%, 1989 EST. Imports $194.5 billion, CF 1989 EST. Commodities, crude oil, machinery and equipment, agricultural products, chemicals, iron and steel products. Partners, FRG 19.4%, Italy 11.5%, Belgium Luxembourg 9.2%, US 7.7%, UK 7.2%, Netherlands 5.2%, Spain 4.4%, Japan 4.1%, USSR 2.1%, 1989 EST. External debt $59.3 billion, December 1987. Industrial production, growth rate 4.4%, 1989 EST. Electricity, 109,972,000 kilowatts capacity, 403,570 million kilowatt hours produced, 7,210 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, steel, machinery, chemicals, automobiles, metallurgy, aircraft, electronics, mining, textiles, food processing, and tourism agriculture. Accounts for 4% of GNP, including fishing and forestry. One of the world's top 5 wheat producers. Other principal products, beef, dairy products, cereals, sugar beets, potatoes, wine, grapes, self-sufficient for most temperate zone foods. Shortages include fats and oils and tropical produce, but overall net exporter of farm products. Fish catch of 850,000 metric tons ranks among world's top 20 countries and is all used domestically. Aid. Donor, ODA and OOF commitments, 1970 to 87. $59.8 billion currency. French franc, plural, francs, 1 French franc, F, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. French francs, F, per 1 US dollar. 5.7598, January 1990. 6.3801, 1989. 5.9569, 1988, 6.0107, 1987, 6.9261, 1986, 8.9852, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year. Communications railroads. French National Railways, SNCF, operates 34,568 kilometers, 1.435 meter standard gauge, 11,674 kilometers electrified, 15,132 kilometers double or multiple track, 2,138 kilometers of various gauges, 1.000 meter to 1.440 meter, privately owned and operated highways, 1,551,400 kilometers total, 33,400 kilometers national highway, 347,000 kilometers departmental highway, 421,000 kilometers community roads, 750,000 kilometers rural roads, 5,401 kilometers of controlled access divided autoroutes, about 803,000 kilometers paved inland waterways, 14,932 kilometers, 6,969 kilometers heavily traveled pipelines, crude oil, 3,059 kilometers, refined products, 4,487 kilometers, natural gas, 24,746 kilometers ports, maritime, Bordeaux, Boulogne, Brest, Cherbourg, Dunkirk, Fos-sur-Mer, Le Havre, Marseille, Nantes, Rouen, Toulon, inland, 42 merchant marine, 153 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 3,671,645 JRT/5, 950, 785 DWT, includes 10 short sea passenger, 19 cargo, 19 container, 1 multifunction large load carrier, 30 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 37 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, PUL, tanker, 9 chemical tanker, 6 liquefied gas, for specialized tanker, 17 bulk, 1 combination bulk. Note, France also maintains a captive register for French-owned ships in the Kerguelen Islands, French Southern and Antarctic lands, and French Polynesia Civil Air. 355 major transport aircraft, 1982, airports, 470 total, 460 usable, 204 with permanent surface runways, 3 with runways over 3,659 m, 34 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 133 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, highly developed. System provides satisfactory telephone, telegraph, radio, and TV broadcast services, 39,110,000 telephones, stations, 42 AM, 138, 777 relays, FM, 215 TV, 8,900 relays, 25 submarine coaxial cables, communication satellite earth stations operating in Intelsat, 3 Atlantic Ocean and 2 Indian Ocean, Eutelsat, Marisat, and domestic systems, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, National Gendarmerie military manpower, males 15 to 49, 14,285,904, 12,042,731 fit for military service, 409,544. Reach military age 18. Annually defense expenditures, 3.8% of GDP, or $31.1 billion, 1989 EST. Country, French Guiana, Overseas Department of France, geography total area, 91,000 square kilometers, land area, 89,150 square kilometers comparative area, slightly smaller than Indiana land boundaries, 1,183 kilometers total, Brazil 673 kilometers, Suriname 510 kilometers coastline, 378 kilometers maritime claims, extended economic zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers disputes, Suriname claims area. Between Rivière Litani and Rivière Marouini, both headwaters of the Lawa, climate, tropical, hot, humid, little seasonal temperature variation terrain, Low-lying coastal plains rising to hills and small mountains and natural resources. Bauxite, timber, gold, widely scattered. Cinnabar, kaolin, fish land use. NEGL% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops. NEGL% meadows and pastures. 82% forest and woodland. 18% other environment. Mostly an unsettled wilderness. People population, 97,781, July 1990. Growth rate 3.4%, 1990. Birth rate, 29 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 10 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 19 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 68 years male, 76 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.8 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, French Guianese, Sing, PL. Adjective, French Guiana, ethnic divisions, 66% black or mulatto, 12% Caucasian, 12% East Indian, Chinese, Amerindian, 10% other religion, predominantly Roman Catholic language, French literacy, 73% labor force, 23,265, 60.6% services, government, and commerce, 21.2% industry, 18.2% agriculture, 1980, organized labor, 7% of labor force. Government long-form name, Department of Guyana type, Overseas Department of France capital, Guyana administrative divisions, none, Overseas Department of France, independence, none, Overseas Department of France, Constitution, September 28, 1958, French. Constitution, legal system, French legal system, national holiday. Taking of the Bastille, July 14, 1789, executive branch. French president, commissioner of the Republic legislative branch, unicameral general council, and a unicameral regional council judicial branch. Highest local court is the Court of Appeals based in Martinique with jurisdiction over Martinique, Guadeloupe. In French Guiana leaders. Chief of State, President François Mitterrand, since May 21, 1981, head of government. Commissioner of the Republic Jean-Pierre Lacroix, since N.A. August 1988, political parties and leaders. Guianese Socialist Party, PSG, Gerard Holder, Rally for the Republic, RPR, Paulin Brune, Guyanese Democratic Action, EDG, André Lecani, Union for French Democracy, UDF, Claude Hohe-Chuck, National Front, Guy Malin, Popular and National Party of Guyana, PMPG, Claude Robo, National Anti-Colonist Guyanese Party, Ponga, Michel Capel Suffrage, Universal at age 18 elections, Regional Council. Last held March 16, 1986, next to be held March 1991. Results, PSG 43%, RPR 27.7%, EDG 12.2%, UDF 8.9%, FN 3.7%, PMPG 1.4%, others 3.1%, seats 31 total, PSG 15, RPR 9, EDG 4, UDF 3, French Senate. Last held September 24, 1989, next to be held September 1992. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 1 total, PSG 1, French National Assembly. Last held September 24, 1989, next to be held September 1992. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 2 total, PSG 1, RPR 1 Communists. Communist Party membership, negligible member of. WFDU diplomatic representation. As an overseas department of France, the interests of French Guiana are represented in the U.S. by France flag. The flag of France is used. Economy overview. The economy is tied closely to that of France through subsidies and imports. Besides the French Space Center at Kourou, fishing and forestry are the most important economic activities, with exports of fish and fish products, mostly shrimp, accounting for about 2/3 of total revenue in 1985. The large reserves of tropical hardwoods, not fully exploited, support an expanding sawmill industry that provides sawn logs for export. Cultivation of crops, rice, cassava, bananas, and sugarcane, are limited to the coastal area, where the population is largely concentrated. French Guiana is heavily dependent on imports of food and energy. Unemployment is a serious problem, particularly among younger workers, with an unemployment rate of 15%. GDP, $210 million. Per capita, $3,230. Real growth rate in A%, 1982. Inflation rate. Consumer prices, 4.1%, 1987. Unemployment rate, 15%, 1987. Budget. Revenues, $735 million. Expenditures, $735 million, including capital expenditures of NA, 1987. Exports, $37.0 million. FOB, 1986. Commodities, shrimp, timber, rum, rosewood essence. Partners, U.S. 41%, Japan 18%, France 9%. 1984. Imports, $297.7 million. CF, 1986. Commodities, food, grains, processed meat, other consumer goods, producer. Goods, petroleum. Partners, France 55%, Trinidad and Tobago 13%, U.S. 3%. 1984. External debt, $1.2 billion. 1988. Industrial production. Growth rate NA % electricity, 92,000 kilowatts capacity, 185 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,950 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, construction, shrimp processing, forestry products, rum, gold mining, agriculture, some vegetables for local consumption, rice, corn, manioc, cocoa, bananas, sugar aid, Western non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.10. Billion currency, French franc, plural, francs, 1 French franc, F, equals 100 centimes. Exchange rates, French francs, F, per 1 U.S. dollar, 5.7598, January 1990, 6.3801, 1989, 5.9569, 1988, 6.0107, 1987, 6.9261, 1986, 8.9852, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 680 kilometers total, 510 kilometers paved, 170 kilometers improved and unimproved earth inland waterways, 460 kilometers, navigable by small ocean-going vessels and river and coastal steamers, 3,300 kilometers possibly navigable by native craft ports. Kian. Civil air, no major transport aircraft airports, 11 total, 11 usable, 5 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Fair open wire and radio relay system. 18,100 telephones, stations, 5 AM, 7 FM, 9 TV, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces 1 military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 27,866. 18,430 fit for military service note. Defense is the responsibility of France. Country, French Polynesia, overseas territory of France. Geography, total area, 3,941 square kilometers. Land area, 3,660 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than 1/3 the size of Connecticut land boundaries. None coastline, 2,525 kilometers. Maritime claims. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical but moderate terrain. Mixture of rugged high islands and low islands with reefs and natural resources. Timber, fish, cobalt. Land use, 1% arable land, 19%. Permanent crops, 5% meadows and pastures, 31% forest and woodland, 44% other. Environment. Occasional cyclonic storm in January. Includes 5 archipelagos. Note. Makatea is one of 3 great phosphate rock islands in the Pacific. Others are Banaba or Ocean Island in Kiribati and Nauru. People population 190,181, July 1990. Growth rate 2.5%, 1990. Birth rate 31 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 6 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 23 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 66 years male, 71 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 3.9 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, French Polynesians. Adjective, French Polynesian ethnic divisions. 78% Polynesian, 12% Chinese, 6% local French, 4% metropolitan French religion, mainly Christian. 55% Protestant, 32% Roman Catholic language. French official, Tahitian literacy. An A% labor force. 57,863 employed, 1983, organized labor. NA, government long form name. Territory of French Polynesia type. Overseas territory of France capital. Papete, administrative divisions. None, overseas territory of France, independence. None, overseas territory of France, Constitution. September 28, 1958, French Constitution, legal system. Based on French system, national holiday. Taking of the Bastille, July 14, 1789, executive branch. French President. High Commissioner of the Republic. President of the Council of Ministers. Vice President of the Council of Ministers. Council of Ministers legislative branch. Unicameral Territorial Assembly judicial branch. Court of Appeal leaders. Chief of State. President François Mitterrand. Since May 21, 1981. High Commissioner of the Republic Jean Montpezat. Since November 1987. Head of Government. President of the Council of Ministers Alexander Elionifef. Since December 9, 1987. Vice President of the Council of Ministers Georges Kelly. Since December 9, 1987. Political parties and leaders. Tahira Huiratura, Gaullist, Gaston Floss. Pupu Hiraia. Jean Juventin. Front de Liberation, Oscar Temeru. API, Emile Vernauden. Imana Nuna, Jacques Drolet. Pupu Taina, Michel Law. Toatira Polynesia, Arthur Chung. API, Francis Sanford Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. Territorial Assembly. Last held March 16, 1986. Next to be held March 1991. Results. Percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 41 total. Tahira Huiratura 24. Emu Tahira Mo Polynesia 6. Pupu Hiraia 4. Imana 3. Front de Liberation 2. Other 2. French. Senate. Last held September 24, 1989. Next to be held September 1992. Results. Percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 1 total. Democrats for Progress 1. French National Assembly last held the 5th and the 12th of June 1988. Next to be held June 1993. Results. Percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 2 total. Rally for the Republic 1. API 1 diplomatic representation. As an overseas territory of France, French Polynesian interests are represented in the U.S. by France flag. The flag of France is used. Economy overview. Since 1962, when France stationed military personnel in the region, French Polynesia has changed from a subsistence economy to one in which a high proportion of the workforce is either employed by the military or supports the tourist industry. Tourism accounts for about 20% of GDP and is a primary source of hard currency earnings. GDP, $2.24 billion. Per capita is $6,400. Real growth rate in a percent, 1986. Inflation rate, consumer prices 1.2%, 1987. Unemployment rate, 8%, 1986 EST. Budget, revenues $431. Expenditures $418, including capital expenditures of $1. 1986. Exports $75 million. FOB 1987. Commodities: coconut products 79%, mother of pearl 14%, vanilla, shark meat. Partners: France 44%, US 21% imports. $767 million. CF 1986. Commodities: fuels, foodstuffs, equipment. Partners: France 50%, US 16%, New Zealand 6%. External debt. $NA industrial production. Growth rate NA percent electricity. 72,000 kilowatts capacity. 265 million kilowatt hours produced. 1,350 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries: tourism, pearls, agricultural processing, handicrafts, agriculture, coconut and vanilla plantations, vegetables and fruit, poultry, beef, dairy products. Aid. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $3.6 billion currency. Comptoirs Français du Pacifique franc, plural, francs. 1 CFP franc, CFPF, equals 100 centimes. Exchange rates. Comptoirs Français du Pacifique francs, CFPF, per 1 U.S. dollar, 104.71, January 1990, 115.99, 1989, 108.30, 1988, 109.27, 1987, 125.92, 1986, 163.35, 1985. Note: linked at the rate of 18.18 to the French franc fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications highways. 600 kilometers, 1982. Ports: Papeete, Bora Bora, Merchant Marine. 2 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 2,732 GRT/4, 191 DWT. Includes 1 cargo, 1 refrigerated cargo. Note: a subset of the French Register Civil Air. About 6 major transport aircraft airports. 43 total. 41 usable. 23 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 2 with runways. 2,440 to 3,659 m. 12 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. 33,200 telephones. 84,000 radio receivers. 26,400 TV sets, stations. 5 AM, 2 FM, 6 TV. 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat, Earth Station. Defense Forces. Note: defense is responsibility of France. Country: French southern and Antarctic lands, overseas territory of France. Geography: total area, 7,781 square kilometers. Land area, 7,781 square kilometers. Includes Al Amsterdam, Al St. Paul, Als Kerguelen, and Isles Crozet. Excludes claim not recognized by the U.S. of about 500,000 square kilometers in Antarctica, known as Terra Adeli Comparative Area. Slightly less than 1.5 times the size of Delaware land boundaries. None coastline. 1,232 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploration. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. Claim in Antarctica, Terra Adeli. Not recognized by the U.S. Climate. Antarctic terrain, volcanic natural resources. Fish, crayfish. Land use, 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 100% other environment. Al Amsterdam and Al St. Paul are extinct volcanoes. Note: located in the southern Indian Ocean about equidistant between Africa, Antarctica, and Australia. People population, 210. July 1990. Growth rate, 0%. 1990. Mostly researchers. Government long-form name. Territory of the French Southern and Antarctic lands type. Overseas territory of France. Governed by High Administrator Claude Courbet. Since an A 1988 flag. The flag of France is used. Economy overview. Economic activity is limited to servicing meteorological and geophysical research stations and French and other fishing fleets. The fishing catches landed on Isles Kerguelen by foreign ships are exported to France and Reunion. Communications ports, none. Offshore anchorage, only merchant marine. 10 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 217,203 GRT/348, 632 to WT. Includes 2 cargo, 3 refrigerated cargo, 1 petroleum, oils and lubricants, POL, tanker, 2 liquefied gas, 2 bulk, note. A subset of the French Register Telecommunications. NA, Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of France. Country, Gabon, geography total area, 267,670 square kilometers. Land area, 257,670 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Colorado land boundaries, 2,551 kilometers total. Cameroon, 298 kilometers. Congo, 1,903 kilometers. Equatorial Guinea, 350 kilometers coastline. 885 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers disputes. Maritime boundary with Equatorial Guinea climate. Tropical, always hot, humid terrain. Narrow coastal plain. Hilly interior. Savanna and east and south natural resources. Crude oil, manganese, uranium, gold, timber, iron or land use. 1%. Arable land. 1% permanent crops. 18% meadows and pastures. 78% forest and woodland. 2% other environment. Deforestation, people population. 1,068,240, July 1990. Growth rate 0.8%, 1990. Birth rate 28 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 15 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate 6 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 106 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 50 years male, 56 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 4.0 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Gabonese Sing, PL. Adjective, Gabonese ethnic divisions, about 40 Banda tribes, including 4 major tribal groupings, Fong, Ishura, Bapunu, Batik, about 100,000 expatriate Africans and Europeans, including 27,000 French religion, 55 to 75% Christian, less than 1% Muslim. Remainder animist language, French, official, Fong, Mayin, Batik, Bapunu/Ishura, Banjabi literacy, 61.6% labor force, 120,000 salaried, 65% agriculture, 30% industry and commerce, 2.5% services, 2.5% government, 58% of population of working age, 1983, organized labor. There are 38,000 members of the National Trade Union, the Gabonese Trade Union Confederation, COSIGA, government long-form name, Gabonese Republic type, Republic, one-party presidential regime since 1964 capital. Libreville administrative divisions, 9 provinces, Estuaire Otago, Moyenagu, Ngauni, Nianga, Aguavindo, Agalolo, Aga Maritime, Wolentem Independence. August 17, 1960, from France, Constitution. February 21, 1961, revised April 15, 1975 legal system. Based on French civil law system and customary law. Judicial review of legislative acts and constitutional chamber of the Supreme Court. Compulsory ICJ, jurisdiction, not accepted national holiday. Renovation Day. Gabonese Democratic Party established. March 12, 1968, executive branch. President, Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral National Assembly, Assemblée Nationale, Judicial Branch. Supreme Court, Cour Supreme. Leaders. Chief of State. President El-Hajj Omar Bongo, since December 2, 1967. Head of Government. Prime Minister Leon Mbiame, since April 16, 1975. Political parties and leaders. Only party. Gabonese Social Democratic Rally, RSDG. El-Hajj Omar Bongo, President. Formerly Gabonese Democratic Party, PDG, which was dissolved in February 1990. Suffrage. Universal at age 21 elections. President. Last held on November 9, 1986. Next to be held November 1993. Results. President Omar Bongo was re-elected without opposition. National Assembly. Last held on February 17, 1985. Next to be held by February 1992. Results. PDG was the only party. Seats, 120 total, 111 elected. PDG won 11 communists. No organized party. Probably some communist sympathizers member of ACP, AFDB, CCC, Conference of East and Central African States, EMA, EIB, Associate, FAOG, 77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, ICCO, ICO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITU, NEM, OU, OIC, OPEC, UDIAC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Jean Robert Odziga. Chancery at 2034, 20th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20009. Telephone 202-797-1000. U.S. Ambassador Keith L. Wauchope. Embassy at Boulevard de la Mer, Libreville. Mailing address is B.P. 4000, Libreville. Telephone 760-2003 or 762-004, 761-337, 721-348, 740-248 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of green, top, yellow, and blue. Economy overview. The economy, dependent on timber and manganese until the early 1970s, is now dominated by the oil sector. During the period 1981 to 85, oil accounted for about 46% of GDP, 83% of export earnings, and 65% of government revenues on average. The high oil prices of the early 1980s contributed to a substantial increase in per capita income, stimulated domestic demand, reinforced migration from rural to urban areas, and raised the level of real wages to among the highest in sub-Saharan Africa. The 3-year slide of Gabon's economy, which began with falling oil prices in 1985, stabilized in 1989 because of a near doubling of oil prices over their 1988 lows. The agricultural and industrial sectors are relatively underdeveloped, accounting for only 8% and 10%, respectively, of GDP in 1986. GDP, $3.2 billion, per capita, $3,200. Real growth rate 0%, 1989. Inflation rate, consumer prices 3%, 1989. Unemployment rate, an 8% budget. Revenues $927 million. Expenditures $1.2 billion, including capital expenditures of $33 million, 1988. Exports, $1.14 billion, FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities: crude oil 70%, manganese 11%, wood 12%, uranium 6%. Partners: France 53%, US 22%, FRG, Japan imports $0.76 billion, CF, 1989. Commodities: foodstuffs, chemical products, petroleum products, construction materials, manufacturers, machinery. Partners: France 48%, US 2.6%, FRG, Japan, UK. External debt, $2.0 billion, October 1989. Industrial production, growth rate 1.7%, 1986. Electricity, 310,000 kilowatts capacity, 980 million kilowatt hours produced, 920 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries: sawmills, petroleum, food and beverages, mining of increasing importance, especially manganese and uranium, Agriculture accounts for 8% of GDP, including fishing and forestry. Cash crops, cocoa, coffee, palm oil. Livestock not developed. Importer of food. Small fishing operations provide a catch of about 20,000 metric tons. Okame, a tropical softwood, is the most important timber product aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $64 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $1.7 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $27 million currency. Communauté financière africaine franc, plural, francs, 1 CFA franc, CFAF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Communauté financière africaine francs, CFAF, per 1 U.S. dollar, 287.99, January 1990, 319.01, 1989, 297.85, 1988, 300.54, 1987, 346.30, 1986, 449.26, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 649 kilometers, 1.437 meter, standard gauge, single track, Trans-Gabonese Railroad. Highways, 7,500 kilometers total, 560 kilometers paved, 960 kilometers laterite, 5,980 kilometers earth inland waterways, 1,600 kilometers perennially navigable pipelines, crude oil, 270 kilometers, refined products, 14 kilometers ports, Owindo, Port Johnny, Libreville, Merchant Marine. 2 cargo ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 18,563 GRT/25, 330 WT Civil Air. 11 major transport aircraft airports, 79 total, 68 usable, 10 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 2 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 21 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Adequate system of open wire, radio relay, tropospheric scatter links, and radio communication stations. 13,800 telephones, stations, 6 AM, 6 FM, 8 TV, satellite Earth stations, 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, and 12 domestic satellite, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, paramilitary gendarmerie military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 266,110, 133,158 fit for military service. 9,282 reach military age. 20. Annually, defense expenditures, 3.2% of GDP, or $102 million. 1990 EST. Country, the Gambia. Geography, total area, 11,300 square kilometers. Land area, 10,000 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than twice the size of Delaware land boundary, 740 kilometers with Senegal. Coastline, 80 kilometers. Maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 18 nanometers. Continental shelf, not specific. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. Short section of boundary with Senegal is indefinite climate. Tropical, hot, rainy season, June to November. Cooler, dry season, November to May. Terrain, floodplain of the Gambia. River flanked by some low hills. Natural resources. Fish land use, 16% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 9% meadows and pastures, 20% forest and woodland, 55% other, includes 3% irrigated environment. Deforestation note. Almost an enclave of Senegal, smallest country on the continent of Africa. People population, 848,147, July 1990. Growth rate 3.1%, 1990. Birth rate, 48 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 18 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990, infant mortality rate, 140 deaths / 1,000 live births. 1990, life expectancy at birth, 46 years male, 50 years female. 1990, total fertility rate, 6.5 children born / woman. 1990, nationality, noun, Gambians, adjective, Gambian ethnic divisions, 99% African, 42% Mandinka, 18% Fula, 16% Wolof, 10% Jola, 9% Saraholi, 4% other, 1% non-Gambian religion, 90% Muslim, 9% Christian, 1% indigenous beliefs language, English official, Mandinka, Wolof, Fula, other indigenous vernaculars literacy. 25.1% labor force, 400,000, 1986 EST, 75% agriculture, 18.9% industry, commerce, and services, 6.1% government, 55% population of working age, 1983, organized labor, 25 to 30% of wage labor force, government long-form name, Republic of the Gambia type. Republic capital, Banjul administrative divisions, 5 divisions and 1 city *, Banjul *, Lower River, McCarthy Island, North Bank, Upper River, Western Independence. February 18, 1965 from UK. The Gambia and Senegal signed an agreement on 12 December 1981, effective February 1, 1982, that called for the creation of a loose confederation to be known as Senegambia, but the agreement was dissolved on September 30, 1989 Constitution. April 24, 1970 Legal system. Based on a composite of English common law, Quranic law, and customary law, accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. With reservations national holiday. Independence Day, February 18, 1965, Executive Branch. President, Vice President, Cabinet Legislative Branch, Unicameral House of Representatives, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. President Alhaji Sir Dawda Kairaba Jawara, since April 24, 1970. Vice President Bakary Bunja Darboe, since May 12, 1982. Political parties and leaders. People's Progressive Party, PPP, Dawda K. Jawara, Secretary General, National Convention Party, NCP. Sheriff Dibba, Gambian People's Party, GPP. Hassan Musa Kamara, United Party, UP, People's Democratic Organization of Independence and Socialism. PDOS, suffrage. Universal at age 21 elections. President, last held on March 11, 1987. Next to be held March 1992. Results, Sir Dawda Jawara, PPP, 61.1%. Sharif Mustafa Dibba, NCP, 25.2%. Hassan Musa Kamara, GPP, 13.7%. House of Representatives. Last held on March 11, 1987. Next to be held by March 1992. Results, PPP 56.6%, NCP 27.6%, GPP 14.7%, PDOS 1%. Seats, 43 total, 36 elected. PPP 31, NCP 5 Communists. No Communist Party member of ACP, AFDB, APC, Commonwealth, ECA, ECOWAS, FAOG. 77, GATT, IBRD, IKO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, IMF, IMO, IRC, ITU, NEM, OIC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFTU, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Ousmane A. Salah, Chancery at Suite 720, 1030, 15th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20005. Telephone 202-842-1356 or 842-1359. U.S. Ambassador vacant. Embassy at Pipeline Road, Kairaba Avenue, Fajara, Banjul. Mailing address is PMB. Number 19, Banjul. Telephone Serekunda 220 92856 or 92858 91970 91971 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of red, top, blue with white edges, and green. Economy overview. The Gambia has no important mineral or other natural resources and has a limited agricultural base. It is one of the world's poorest countries with a per capita income of about $250. About 75% of the population is engaged in crop production and livestock raising, which contributes about 30% to GDP. Small-scale manufacturing activity, processing peanuts, fish, and hides, account for less than 10% of GDP. Tourism is a growing industry. The Gambia imports about 33% of its food, fuel, and most manufactured goods. Exports are concentrated on peanut products, over 75% of total value. GDP, $195 million. Per capita, $250. Real growth rate, 4.6%. FY89 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 8%. FY89 EST. Unemployment rate, an 8% budget. Revenues, $75 million. Expenditures, $67 million, including capital expenditures of $21 million. FY89. Exports, $133 million. FOB. FY89. Commodities, peanuts and peanut products, fish, cotton lint, palm kernels. Partners, Ghana 49%, Europe 27%, Japan 12%, US 1%. 1986. Imports, $105 million. CF. FY89. Commodities, foodstuffs, manufacturers, raw materials, fuel, machinery, and transport equipment. Partners, Europe 55%, EC 39%, other 16%, Asia 20%, US 11%. Senegal 4%, 1986. External debt, $330 million. December 1989 EST. Industrial production. Growth rate 7.3%. FY88. Electricity. 29,000 kilowatts capacity. 64 million kilowatt hours produced. 80 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Peanut processing, tourism, beverages, agricultural machinery assembly, woodworking, metalworking, clothing, agriculture. Accounts for 30% of GDP and employs about 75% of the population. Imports 1/3 of food requirements. Major export crop is peanuts. The principal crops: millet, sorghum, rice, corn, cassava, palm kernels. Livestock, cattle, sheep, and goats. Forestry and fishing resources not fully exploited. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88. $84 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $422 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $39 million currency. Dalasi, plural, Dalasi, 1 Dalasi, D, equals 100 Batuts exchange rates. Dalasi, D, per 1 U.S. dollar, 8.3232. December 1989, 7.5846, 1989, 6.7086, 1988, 7.0744, 1987, 6.9380, 1986, 3.8939, 1985, fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June. Communications. Highways, 3,083 kilometers total. 431 kilometers paved, 501 kilometers gravel/laterite, and 2,151 kilometers unimproved earth inland waterways. 400 kilometers ports. Banjul Civil Air. 2 major transport aircraft airports. 1 with permanent surface runway, 2,440 to 3,659 m. Telecommunications. Adequate network of radio relay and wire. 3,500 telephones. Stations, 3 AM, 2 FM, 1 TV, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Army, paramilitary gendarmerie military manpower, males 15 to 49, 182,308, 92,001 fit for military. Service defense expenditures. NA. Country. Gaza Strip note. The war between Israel and the Arab states in June 1967 ended with Israel in control of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, the Sinai, and the Golan Heights. As stated in the 1978 Camp David Accords and reaffirmed by President Reagan's September 1, 1982 peace initiative, the final status of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, their relationship with their neighbors, and a peace treaty between Israel and Jordan are to be negotiated among the concerned parties. Camp David further specifies that these negotiations will resolve the respective boundaries. Pending the completion of this process, it is U.S. policy that the final status of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip has yet to be determined. In the view of the U.S., the term West Bank describes all of the area west of the Jordan under Jordanian administration before the 1967 Arab-Israeli War. With respect to negotiations envisaged in the Framework Agreement, however, it is U.S. policy that a distinction must be made between Jerusalem and the rest of the West Bank because of the city's special status and circumstances. Therefore, a negotiated solution for the final status of Jerusalem could be different in character from that of the rest of the West Bank. Geography: total area, 380 square kilometers. Land area, 380 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than twice the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries, 62 kilometers total. Egypt 11 kilometers, Israel 51 kilometers coastline, 40 kilometers maritime claims. Israeli occupied with status to be determined disputes. Israeli occupied with status to be determined climate. Temperate, mild winters, dry and warm to hot summers. Terrain, flat to rolling, sand and dune-covered coastal plain. Natural resources, negligible land use, 13% arable land, 32%. Permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 55% other environment. Desertification note: there are 18 Jewish settlements in the Gaza Strip. People population, 615,575, July 1990. Growth rate 3.2%, 1990. In addition, there are 2,500 Jewish settlers in the Gaza Strip. Birth rate, 47 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 7 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 55 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 63 years male, 66 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 7.0 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: NA ethnic divisions, 99.8% Palestinian Arab and other, 0.2% Jewish religion, 99% Muslim, predominantly Sunni, 0.7% Christian, 0.3% Jewish language. Arabic: Israeli settlers speak Hebrew. English: widely understood literacy. An 8% labor force, excluding Israeli Jewish settlers. 32% small industry, commerce and business. 24.4% construction, 25.5% service and other, and 18.1% agriculture. 1984. Organized labor. In a government long-form name. None note: the Gaza Strip is currently governed by Israeli military authorities and Israeli civil administration. It is U.S. policy that the final status of the Gaza Strip will be determined by negotiations among the concerned parties. These negotiations will determine how this area is to be governed. Economy overview: nearly half of the labor force of the Gaza Strip is employed across the border by Israeli industrial, construction, and agricultural enterprises, with worker transfer funds accounting for 40% of GNP in 1989. The once dominant agricultural sector now contributes only 13% to GNP, about the same as that of the construction sector, and industry account for 7%. Gaza depends upon Israel for 90% of its imports and as a market for 80% of its exports. Unrest in the territory in 1988 to 89, Intifada, has raised unemployment and substantially lowered the incomes of the population. GNP: $380 million, per capita $650. Real growth rate in 8%. 1988, inflation rate Consumer prices in %, unemployment rate. In % budget. Revenues $36.6 million. Expenditures $32.0 million, including capital expenditures of NA, 1986, exports, $88 million. Commodities, citrus. Partners, Israel, Egypt, 1989 EST. Imports, $260 million. Commodities, food, consumer goods, construction materials. Partners, Israel, Egypt, 1989 EST. External debt. $NA, industrial production. Growth rate NA % electricity. Power supplied by Israel Industries. Generally small family businesses that produce cement, textiles, soap, olive wood carvings, and mother-of-pearl souvenirs. The Israelis have established some small-scale modern industries in an industrial center agriculture. Olives, citrus, and other fruits, vegetables, beef, dairy products aid. None currency. New Israeli shekel, plural, shekels. 1 new Israeli shekel. NIS equals 100 new. Agorot exchange rates. New Israeli shekels, NIS, per 1 US dollar. 1.9450, January 1990. 1.9164, 1989. 1.5989, 1988. 1.5946, 1987. 1.4878, 1986. 1.1788, 1985. Fiscal year. 1 April-March 31. Communications railroads. 1 line, abandoned and in disrepair, but trackage remains highways. Small, poorly developed indigenous road network ports. Facilities for small boats to service Gaza airports. 1 with permanent surface runway, less than 1,220 m telecommunications. Stations. No AM, no FM, no TV. Defense Forces branches. NA military manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA country, German. Democratic Republic, East Germany. Geography, total area. 108,330 square kilometers. Land area. 105,980 square kilometers comparative area. Slightly smaller than Tennessee land boundaries. 2,296 kilometers total. Czechoslovakia, 459 kilometers. Poland, 456 kilometers. FRG, 1,381 kilometers coastline. 901 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. It is U.S. policy that the final borders of Germany have not been established. The U.S. is seeking to settle the property claims of U.S. nationals against the GDR climate. Temperate, cloudy, cold winters with frequent rain and snow. Cool, wet summers terrain. Mostly flat plain with hills and mountains and south natural resources. Lignite, potash, uranium, copper, natural gas, salt, nickel land use. 45% arable land. 3% permanent crops. 12% meadows and pastures. 28% forest and woodland. 12% other. Includes 2% irrigated environment. Significant deforestation in mountains caused by air pollution and acid rain. Note: strategic location on North European plain and near the entrance to the Baltic Sea. West Berlin is an enclave, about 116 kilometers by air or 176 kilometers by road from FRG. People population: 16,307,170, July 1990. Growth rate: 0.6%, 1990. Birth rate: 12 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate: 12 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate: 6 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate: 7 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 71 years male, 77 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate: 1.7 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality: noun, Germans. Adjective: German ethnic divisions. 99.7% German, 0.3% Slavic and other religion. 47% Protestant, 7% Roman Catholic, 46% unaffiliated or other. Less than 5% of Protestants and about 25% of Roman Catholics active participants. Language. German literacy. 99% labor force. 8,960,000. 37.5% industry. 21.1% services. 10.8% agriculture and forestry. 10.3% commerce. 7.4% transport and communications. 6.6%. Construction. 3.1% handicrafts, 3.2% other. 1987, organized labor. 87.7% of labor force. Government long-form name. German Democratic Republic. Abbreviated GDR type. Communist state capital. East Berlin, not officially recognized by France, UK, and US, which together with the USSR have special rights and responsibilities in Berlin. Administrative divisions. 14 districts. Bezirk, singular, Bezirk, Cottbus, Dresden, Erfurt, Frankfurt, Gera, Halle, Karl-Marx-Stadt, Leipzig, Magdeburg, Neubrandenburg, Potsdam, Rostock, Schwerin, Suhl. Independence. Self-government proclaimed October 7, 1949, with permission of the Soviet authorities. Constitution. April 9, 1968, amended October 7, 1974. Legal system. Civil law system modified by communist legal theory. No judicial review of legislative acts. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. Foundation of the German Democratic Republic, October 7, 1949, Executive Branch. Council of State abolished on April 5, 1990, post of President to be created. Chairman of the Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch. Unicameral People's Chamber, Volkskammer, Judicial Branch. Supreme Court Leaders. Chief of State. Acting President of the People's Chamber Sabine Bergmann-Pohl, since April 5, 1990. Head of Government. Chairman of the Council of Ministers Lothar de Maizière, since April 12, 1990. Deputy Chairman Peter Michael Diestel, since April 16, 1990. Political parties and leaders. Alliance. For Germany, Christian Democratic Union, CDU. Lothar de Maizière, Chairman. German Social Union, DSU. Hans Wilhelm Ebeling, Chairman. And Democratic Awakening, DIA. Rainer Eppelmann, Chairman. Social Democratic Party of Germany, SPD. Markus Meckel, Acting Chairman. Party for Democratic Socialism, PDS, former communist. Gregor Gysi, Chairman. League of Free Democrats, BFD. Liberals, Rainer Ortleb, Chairman, Free Democratic Party, FDP. Bruno Menzel, Chairman, and German Forum Party, DFP. Jürgen Schmeider, Chairman. Alliance 90, New Forum, Berbel Bali, Jens Reich, Sebastian Pflugbeil. Spokespersons, Democracy Now!, Konrad Weiss, spokesperson. And United Left, Herbert Mislitz, spokesperson. Greens Party, GP, Vera Wallenberger, spokesperson. Democratic Peasants Party, DVD, Gunter Maluda, Chairman. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. People's Chamber. Last held on March 18, 1990. Next to be held March and Results. Alliance for Germany. CDU 40.9%, DSU 6.3%, DA 0.9%, SPD 21.8%, BFD 5.3%, SPD 21.8%, PDS 16.3%, Alliance 92.9%, DBD 2.2%, GP 2%, and EPD 0.4%, others 1%. Seats, 400 total, including 66 from East Berlin. Alliance for Germany, CDU 164, DSU 25, DA 4, SPD 87, BFD 21, PDS 65, Alliance 9012, DBD 9, GP 8, NDPD 2, others 3 communists, 500,000 to 700,000 party members, 1990, member of CIMA, IEA, IBEC, ISIS, ILO, IMO, IPU, ITU, UN, UNESCO, UPU, Warsaw Pact, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Dr. Gerhard Herder. Chancery at 1717, Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20036. Telephone 202-232-3134. U.S. Ambassador Richard C. Barkley, Embassy at 1080 Berlin, Neustädtische Kirchstrasse 4-5, East Berlin. Mailing address is Box E. APO New York 09742. Telephone 37-2-220-2741. Flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of black, top, red and yellow with the coat of arms centered. The coat of arms contains, in yellow, a hammer and compass encircled by a wreath of grain with a black, red, and gold ribbon at the bottom. Similar to the flag of the FRG, which does not have a coat of arms. Economy overview. The GDR is moving rapidly away from its centrally planned economy. As the 1990s begin, economic integration with West Germany appears inevitable, beginning with the establishment of a common currency. The opening of the border with the FRG in late 1989 and the continuing immigration of hundreds of thousands of skilled workers had brought growth to a standstill by year-end 1989. Features of the old economic regime that will quickly change. The collectivization of 95% of East German farms. B. State ownership of nearly all transportation facilities, industrial plants, foreign trade organizations, and financial institutions. C. The 65% share in trade of the USSR and other CIMA countries. And D. The detailed control over economic details exercised by party and state. Once integrated into the thriving West German economy, the area will have to stem the outflow of workers and renovate the obsolescent industrial base. After an initial readjustment period, living standards and quality of output will steadily rise toward West German levels. GNP, $159.5 billion. Per capita, $9,679. Real growth rate, 1.2%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, NA, unemployment rate. NA percent budget. Revenues, $123.5 billion. Expenditures, $123.2 billion, including capital expenditures of $33 billion. 1986, exports, $30.7 billion. FOB, 1988, commodities. Machinery and transport equipment, 47%. Fuels and metals, 16%. Consumer goods, 16%. Chemical products and building materials, 13%. Semi-manufactured goods and processed foodstuffs, 8%. Partners: USSR, Czechoslovakia, Poland, FRG, Hungary, Bulgaria, Switzerland, Romania. Imports: $31.0 billion. FOB, 1988. Commodities, fuels and metals, 40%. Machinery and transport equipment, 29%. Chemical products and building materials, 9%. Partners: CIMA countries, 65%. Non-communist, 33%. Other 2% external debt, $20.6 billion, 1989. Industrial production. Growth rate, 2.7%, 1989 EST. Electricity, including East Berlin, 24,585,000 kilowatts capacity, 122,500 million kilowatt hours produced, 7,390 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries: metal fabrication, chemicals, brown coal, shipbuilding, machine building, food and beverages, textiles, petroleum, agriculture. Account for about 10% of GNP, including fishing and forestry. Principal crops: wheat, rye, barley, potatoes, sugar beets, fruit. Livestock products include pork, beef, chicken, milk, hides, and skins. Net importer of food: fish catch of 193,600 metric tons in 1987 aid. Donor: $4.0 billion extended bilaterally to non-communist, less developed countries. 1956 to 88. Currency: GDR mark, plural. Marks: 1 GDR mark, M, equals 100 Pfennige exchange rates. GDR marks, M, per 1 US dollar, 3.01, 1988, 3.00, 1987, 3.30, 1986, 3.70, 1985, 3.64, 1984, fiscal year, calendar year communications railroads. 14,005 kilometers total. 13,730 kilometers 1.435 meter standard gauge. 275 kilometers 1.000 meter or other narrow gauge. 3,830 EST. KM 1.435 meter double track standard gauge. 2,754 kilometers overhead electrified. 1986. Highways. 124,615 kilometers total. 47,214 kilometers concrete. Asphalt, stone block, of which 1,913 kilometers are Autobahn and limited access roads. 11,261 are trunk roads and 34,040 are regional roads. 77,401 municipal roads. 1985. Inland waterways. 2,319 kilometers. 1986. Pipelines. Crude oil. 1,301 kilometers. Refined products. 500 kilometers. Natural gas. 2,150 kilometers. 1988. Ports. Rostock, Wismar, Stralsund, Sassnitz. River ports are East Berlin, Riesa, Magdeburg, and Eisenhüttenstadt on the Elbe or Oder rivers and connecting canals. Merchant marine. 145 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 1,349,537 GRT/1. 733,089 DWT. Includes 1 passenger, 89. Cargo, 10 refrigerated cargo, 6 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 16 container, 1 multifunction large load carrier, 2 railcar carrier, 1 petroleum, oils, and lubricants (POL) tanker, 2 chemical tanker, 1 liquefied gas tanker, 16 bulk civil air, 45 major transport aircraft airports, 190 total, 190 usable, 70 with permanent surface runways, 1 with runway over 3,659 m, 45 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 40 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications stations, 23 AM, 17 FM, 21 TV, 15 Soviet TV relays, 6,181,860 TV sets, 6,700,000 radio receivers, at least 1 satellite earth station, Defense Forces branches, National People's Army, Border Troops, Air and Air Defense Command, People's Navy military manpower. Eligible 15 to 49, 7,944,305. Of the 4,045,396 males 15 to 49, 3,243,970 are fit for military service. 91,579 reach military age, 18, annually. Of the 3,898,909 females 15 to 49, 3,117,847 are fit for military service. 85,892 reach military age, 18, annually. Defense expenditures, 16.2 billion marks, 5.4% of total budget, 1989. Note, conversion of the military budget into U.S. dollars using the official administratively set exchange rate would produce misleading results. Country, Germany, Federal Republic of West Germany. Geography, total area, 248,580 square kilometers. Land area, 244,280 square kilometers. Includes West Berlin comparative area, slightly smaller than Oregon land boundaries, 4,256 kilometers total. Austria 784 kilometers. Belgium 167 kilometers. Czechoslovakia 356 kilometers. Denmark 68 kilometers. France 451 kilometers. GDR 1,381 kilometers. Luxembourg 138 kilometers. Netherlands 577 kilometers. Switzerland 334 kilometers coastline. 1,488 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 3 nanometers extends at one point to 16 nanometers in the Helgoland. Booked disputes. It is U.S. policy that the final borders of Germany have not been established. Climate: temperate and marine, cool, cloudy, wet winters and summers, occasional warm, tropical fane. Wind: high relative humidity terrain, lowlands in north, uplands in center, Bavarian Alps in south. Natural resources: iron, ore, coal, potash, timberland use. 30% arable land, 1% permanent crops, 19% meadows and pastures, 30% forest and woodland, 20% other, includes 1% irrigated environment. Air and water pollution. Note: West Berlin is an exclave, about 116 kilometers by air or 176 kilometers by road from FRG. People population: 62,168,200, July 1990. Growth rate 0.5%. 1990. Birth rate: 11 births/1,000. Population: 1990. Death rate: 11 deaths/1,000. Population: 1990. Net migration rate: 5 migrants/1,000. Population: 1990. Infant mortality rate: 6 deaths/1,000. Live births: 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 73 years male, 81 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate: 1.4 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality: noun, Germans. Adjective, German ethnic divisions, primarily German. Danish minority religion: 45% Roman Catholic, 44% Protestant, 11% other language. German literacy: 99% labor force. 27,790,000, 41.6% industry, 35.4% services, and other, 18.2%. Trade and transport: 4.8% agriculture. 1987, organized labor: 9,300,000 total. 7,760,000 in German Trade Union Federation, DGB. Union membership constitutes about 40% of union-eligible labor force, 34% of total labor force, and 35% of wage and salary earners. 1986, government long-form name: Federal Republic of Germany, abbreviated FRG type, Federal Republic capital. Bonn administrative divisions: 10 states, Länder singular land, Baden-Württemberg, Bayern, Bremen, Hamburg, Hessen, Niedersachsen, Nordrhein-Westfalen, Rhineland-Pfalz, Saarland, Schleswig-Holstein. Constitution: May 23, 1949, provisional constitution known as Basic Law Legal System. Civil law system with indigenous concepts. Judicial review of legislative acts in the Federal Constitutional Court. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. NA Executive Branch. President, Chancellor, Cabinet. Legislative Branch. Bicameral Parliament. Parliament consists of an upper chamber or Federal Assembly, Bundesrat, and a lower chamber or National Assembly, Bundestag. Judicial Branch. Federal Constitutional Court, Bundesverfassungsgericht. Leaders: Chief of State, President Dr. Richard von Weizsäcker, since July 1, 1984. Head of Government: Chancellor Dr. Helmut Kohl, since October 4, 1982. Political parties and leaders: Christian Democratic Union, CDU, Helmut Kohl. Christian Social Union, CSU, Theo Weigel. Free Democratic Party, FDP, Otto Lambsdorff. Social Democratic Party, SPD, Hans Johann Vogel. National Democratic Party, NPD, Martin Musnug. Republikaner, Franz Huber. Communist Party, DKP, Herbert Mies. Green Party, Relos Faction, Joschka Fischer. Green Party, Fundus Faction, Jutta Ditfurth. Suffrage: universal at age 18. Elections: National Assembly, last held January 25, 1987, next to be held by January 18, 1991. Results: SPD 37%, CDU 34.5%, CSU 9.8%, FDP 9.1%, Green Party 8.2%, others 1.4%. Seats: 497 total, 22 are elected by the West Berlin House of Representatives and have limited voting rights. SPD 186, CDU 174, CSU 49, FDP 46, Green Party 42 Communists. About 40,000 members and supporters other political or pressure groups. Expellee, refugee, and veterans groups member of ADB, CCC, Council of Europe, DAC, EC, EIB, EMS, ESA, FAO, GATT, IEA, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICES, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFA, DIA, IFC, ICHO, ILO, ILZSG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITC, ITU, NATO, OAS Observer, OECDN, UNESCO, UPU, WU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG, WDO, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Jurgen Rufus, Chancery at 4645 Reservoir Road Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20007, telephone 202-298-4000. There are FRG consulates general in Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, Detroit, Houston, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, and New York, and consulates in Miami and New Orleans. U.S. Ambassador to Vernon Walters. Embassy at Deichman's Avenue, 5300 Bond 2. Mailing address is APO New York 09080. Telephone 49-228-3391. There are U.S. consulates general in Frankfurt, Hamburg, Munich, and Stuttgart. Flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of black, top, red, and yellow. Similar to the flag of the GDR, which has a coat of arms in the center. Economy overview. West Germany, a major economic power and a leading exporter, has a highly urbanized and skilled population that enjoys excellent living standards and comprehensive social welfare benefits. The FRG is poor in natural resources, coal being the most important mineral. The FRG's comparative advantage lies in the technologically advanced production stages. Thus, manufacturing and services dominate economic activity, and raw materials and semi-manufacturers constitute a large proportion of imports. In 1988, manufacturing accounted for 35% of GDP, with other sectors contributing lesser amounts. The major economic problem in 1989 is persistent unemployment of over 8%. The FRG is well poised to take advantage of the increasing economic integration of the European community. The dramatic opening of the boundary with East Germany in late 1989 poses new economic challenges that could tax even this powerful economy. GDP, $945.7 billion. Per capita, $15,300. Real growth rate, 4.3%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 3%. 1989. Unemployment rate, 8.4%. 1989 budget, revenues $539 billion, expenditures $563 billion, including capital expenditures of $11.5 billion. 1988 exports, $323.4 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, manufactures 86.6%, including machines and machine tools, chemicals, motor vehicles, iron and steel products, agricultural products 4.9%, raw materials 2.3%, fuels 1.3%. Partners, EC 52.7%, France 12%, Netherlands 9%, Italy 9%, UK 9%, Belgium Luxembourg 7%, Other West Europe 18%, US 10%, Eastern Europe 4%, OPEC 3%. 1987. Imports, $250.6 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, manufactures 68.5%, agricultural products 12%, fuels 9.7%, raw materials 7.1%. Partners, EC 52.7%, France 12%, Netherlands 11%, Italy 10%, UK 7%, Belgium Luxembourg 7%, Other West Europe 15%, US 6%, Japan 6%, Eastern Europe 5%, OPEC 3%. 1987. External debt, $500 million. June 1988. Industrial production. Growth rate 3.3%. 1988. Electricity, including West Berlin, 110,075,000 kilowatts capacity, 452,390 million kilowatt-hours produced, 7,420 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Among world's largest producers of iron, steel, coal, cement, chemicals, machinery, ships, vehicles and machine tools, electronics, food and beverages agriculture. Accounts for about 2% of GDP, including fishing and forestry. Diversified crop and livestock farming. Principal crops and livestock include potatoes, wheat, barley, sugar beets, fruit, cabbage, cattle, pigs, poultry. Net importer of food. Fish catch of 200 metric tons in 1987. Aid. Donor. ODA and OOF commitments. 1970 to 87. $60.0 billion currency. Deutsche Mark, plural, marks, 1 Deutsche Mark, DM, equals 100 Pfennige exchange rates. Deutsche Marks, DM, per 1 US dollar. 1.6918, January 1990. 1.8800, 1989. 1.7562, 1988. 1.7974, 1987. 2.1715, 1986. 2.9440, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 31,443 kilometers total. 27,421 kilometers government-owned. 1.435 meter standard gauge. 12,491 kilometers double track. 11,501 kilometers electrified. 4,022 kilometers non-government-owned, including 3,598 kilometers 1.435 meter standard gauge, 214 kilometers electrified, and 424 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge, 186 kilometers electrified. Highways. 466,305 kilometers total. 169,568 kilometers primary. Includes 6,435 kilometers Autobahn, 32,460 kilometers national highways, Bundesstraßen, 65,425 kilometers state highways, Landesstraßen, 65,248 kilometers county roads, Kreisstraßen, 296,737 kilometers of secondary communal roads, Gemeindestraßen, inland waterways, 5,222 kilometers, of which almost 70% are usable by craft of 1,000 metric ton capacity or larger. Major rivers include the Rhine and Elbe. Kiel Canal is an important connection between the Baltic Sea and the North Sea pipelines. Crude oil, 2,343 kilometers. Refined products, 3,446 kilometers. Natural gas, 95,414 kilometers. Ports. Maritime, Bremerhaven, Brunsbüttel, Cuxhaven, Emden, Bremen, Hamburg, Kiel, Lübeck, Wilhelmshaven. Inland, 27 major merchant marine, 422 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 3,436,568 GRT/4, 297, 520 DWT. Includes 2 passenger, 7 short sea passenger, 218 cargo, 4 refrigerated cargo, 95 container, 20 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 2 railcar carrier, 7 barge carrier, 2 multifunction large load carrier, 12 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, PWL, tanker, 21 chemical tanker, 15 liquefied gas, 5 combination or/oil, 13 combination bulk civil air, 194 major transport aircraft airports, 466 total, 457 usable, 240 with permanent surface runways, 3 with runways over 3,659 m, 41 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 55 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Highly developed. Modern telecommunication service to all parts of the country. Fully adequate in all respects. 40,300,000 telephones. Stations. 87 AM. 205. 376 relays. FM. 306,400 relays. TV. 6 submarine. Coaxial cables. Satellite Earth stations operating in Intelsat. 12 Atlantic Ocean, 2 Indian Ocean. Eutelsat and domestic systems, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 16,006,352, 13,883,536 fit for military service. 326,666 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures, 2.9% of GDP, 1989 EST. Country, Ghana, geography, total area, 238,540 square kilometers. Land area, 230,020 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Oregon land boundaries, 2,093 kilometers total. Burkina, 548 kilometers. Ivory Coast, 668 kilometers. Togo, 877 kilometers coastline, 539 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 nanometers. Exclusive economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical, warm and comparatively dry along southeast coast, hot and humid in southwest, hot and dry in north terrain. Mostly low plains with dissected plateau in south-central area. Natural resources, gold, timber, industrial diamonds, bauxite, manganese, fish, rubber. Land use, 5% arable land, 7% permanent crops, 15% meadows and pastures, 37% forest and woodland, 36% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Recent drought in north severely affecting marginal agricultural activities, deforestation, overgrazing, soil erosion, dry, northeasterly harmattan wind, January to March. Note: Lake Volta is world's largest artificial lake. People population, 15,165,243, July 1990. Growth rate 3.2%, 1990. Birth rate, 46 births/1,000. Population, 1990. Death rate, 13 deaths/1,000. Population, 1990. Net migration rate, 1 migrant/1,000. Population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 89 deaths/1,000. Live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 52 years male, 56 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.4 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Ghanaians. Adjective, Ghanaian. Ethnic divisions, 99.8% Black African. Major tribes, 44% Akan, 16% Moshigamba, 13% U, 8% GA, 0.2% European and other religion, 38% indigenous. Beliefs, 30% Muslim, 24% Christian, 8% other language. English official. African languages include Akan, Moshigamba, U, and GA. Literacy, 53.2% labor force, 3,700,000. 54.7% agriculture and fishing, 18.7% industry, 15.2% sales and clerical, 7.7% services, transportation, and communications, 3.7% professional, 48% of population of working age, 1983, organized labor, 467,000, about 13% of labor force. Government long-form name, Republic of Ghana type. Military capital, Accra. Administrative divisions, 10 regions, Ashanti, Brong-Ahafo, Central, Eastern, Greater Accra, Northern, Upper East, Upper West, Volta, Western Independence. March 6, 1957, from UK, formerly Gold Coast. Constitution, September 24, 1979, suspended December 31, 1981. Legal system, based on English common law and customary law, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday, Independence Day, March 6, 1957. Executive branch, Chairman of the Provisional National Defense Council, PNDC. PNDC, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral National Assembly dissolved after December 31, 1981 coup, and legislative powers were assumed by the Provisional National Defense Council Judicial Branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. Chairman of the Provisional National Defense Council FLT Light, Ret. Jerry John Rawlings since December 31st, 1981. Political parties and leaders. None. Political parties outlawed after December 31st, 1981 coup suffrage. None elections. None. Communists. A small number of communists and sympathizers member of ACP, FDB, CCC, Commonwealth, ECA, ECOWAS, FAO, G77, GATT, IBA, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IRC, ISO, ITUM, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WCL, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Eric K. ODO, Chancery at 2460 16th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20009. Telephone 202-462-0761. There is a Ghanaian Consulate General in New York, U.S., Ambassador Raymond C. Ewing, Embassy. At Ring Road East, east of Danquist Circle, Accra. Mailing address is P.O. Box 194, Accra. Telephone 775-347 through 775-349. Flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of red, top, yellow, and green with a large black 5-pointed star centered in the gold band. Uses the popular Pan-African colors of Ethiopia, similar to the flag of Bolivia, which is a coat of arms centered in the yellow band. Economy overview. Supported by substantial international assistance, Ghana has been implementing a steady economic rebuilding program since 1983. Good Harvest in 1988 featured the 6% growth in GNP. Moves toward privatization and relaxation of government controls continued in 1988 to 89, although at a slower than expected pace. In 1988, service on the $2.8 billion debt was equivalent to 75% of export earnings. As Ghana obtains concessional loans and pays off high-interest debt, however, debt service is expected to fall below 30% of export earnings in the early 1990s. The economic rebuilding program has both helped and harmed the manufacturing sector, for example, by improving the supply of raw materials and by increasing competition from imports. The long-term outlook is favorable provided that the political structure can endure the slow pace at which living standards are improving and can manage the problems stemming from excessive population growth. GNP, $5.2 billion, per capita $400, real growth rate 6%, 1988, inflation rate, consumer prices 32.7%, 1988, unemployment rate 26%, April 1987, budget, revenues $769 million, expenditures $749 million, including capital expenditures of $179 million, 1988 EST. Exports, $977 million, FOB, 1987. Commodities, cocoa 60%, timber, gold, tuna, bauxite, and aluminum. Partners, U.S. 23%, UK, other EC imports, $988 million, CF, 1987. Commodities, petroleum 16%, consumer goods, foods, intermediate goods. Capital equipment, partners, U.S. 10%, UK, FRG, France, Japan, South Korea, GDR external debt, $3.0 billion, December 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 0.5% in manufacturing, 1987, electricity, 1,172,000 kilowatts capacity, 4,110 million kilowatt hours produced, 280 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, mining, lumbering, light manufacturing, fishing, aluminum, food processing, agriculture. Accounts for more than 50% of GDP, including fishing and forestry. The major cash crop is cocoa. Other principal crops, rice, coffee, cassava, peanuts, corn, shea nuts, timber. Normally self-sufficient in food. Illicit drugs. Illicit producer of cannabis for the International Drug Trade Aid. U.S. commitments, including ex-IM, FI 70-88, $424 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.9 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $78 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $84 million currency. SADI, plural SADIs, 1 SADI, C, equals 100 pesewas exchange rates. SADI C, per 1 U.S. dollar, 301.68, December 1989, 270.00, 1989, 202.35, 1988, 153.73, 1987, 89.20, 1986, 54.37, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year. Communications railroads, 953 kilometers, all 1.067 meter gauge, 32 kilometers double track. Railroads undergoing major renovation highways, 28,300 kilometers total, 6,000 kilometers concrete or bituminous surface, 22,300 kilometers gravel, laterite, and improved earth surfaces inland waterways. Volta, Ankabra, and Tano rivers provide 155 kilometers of perennial navigation for launches and lighters. Lake Volta provides 1,125 kilometers of arterial and feeder waterways pipelines. None ports, Tima, Takoradi Merchant Marine, for cargo ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 52,016 GRT/66, 627 GWT Civil Air, 6 major transport aircraft airports, 10 total, 9 usable, 5 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 7 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Port of fair system of open wire and cable, radio relay links, 38,000 telephones, stations, 6 AM, no FM, 9 TV, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, Paramilitary Palace Guard, Paramilitary. People's Militia, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 3,437,300. 1,927,817 fit for military service. 167,778 reach military age, 18, annually defense. Expenditures, 0.9% of GNP, 1987. Country, Gibraltar, dependent territory of the UK. Geography, total area, 6.5 square kilometers. Land area, 6.5 square kilometers. Comparative area, about 11 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. Land boundaries, 1.2 kilometers with Spain coastline, 12 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone, 3 nanometers. Territorial sea, 3 nanometers. Disputes, source of occasional friction between Spain and the UK. Climate, Mediterranean with mild winters and warm summers. Terrain, a narrow coastal lowland borders the rock. Natural resources, negligible land use, 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 100% other environment. Natural freshwater sources are meager, so large water catchments. Concrete or natural rock. Collect rainwater. Note, strategic location on Strait of Gibraltar that links the North Atlantic Ocean and Mediterranean Sea. People. Population, 29,572, July 1990. Growth rate, 0.1%, 1990. Birth rate, 18 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 8 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 8 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 6 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 72 years male, 78 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.4 children born/woman. 1990, nationality. Noun, Gibraltarian. Adjective, Gibraltar ethnic divisions. Mostly Italian, English, Maltese, Portuguese, and Spanish descent religion. 75% Roman Catholic, 8% Church of England, 2.25% Jewish language. English and Spanish are primary languages. Italian, Portuguese, and Russian also spoken. English used in the schools and for official purposes literacy. 99% EST, labor force. About 14,800, including non-Gibraltar laborers. UK military establishments and civil government employ nearly 50% of the labor force. Organized labor. Over 6,000, government long-form name. None type, dependent territory of. The UK capital, Gibraltar administrative divisions. None colony of the UK, independence. None colony of the UK, Constitution, May 30th, 1969 legal system. English law national holiday. Commonwealth Day, second Monday of March. March 12th, 1990 executive branch. British monarch, governor, chief minister, Gibraltar Council, Council of Ministers, cabinet. Legislative branch. Unicameral House of Assembly, judicial branch. Supreme Court, Court of Appeal leaders. Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II. Since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor and Commander-in-Chief Air Chief Marshal Sir Peter Terry. Since NA 1985, Head of Government. Chief Minister Joe Bassano. Since NA March 1988, political parties and leaders. Socialist Labour Party, SL, Joe Bassano. Gibraltar Labour Party / Association for the Advancement of Civil Rights. GCL/ACR. Adolfo Canepa. Independent Democratic Party. Joe Pitaluga's suffrage. Universal at age 18, plus other UK subjects resident 6 months or more elections. House of Assembly. Last held on March 24, 1988. Next to be held March 1992. Results, percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 18 total, 15 elected. SL 8, GCL/ACR 7 communists. Negligible other political or pressure groups. Housewives Association, Chamber of Commerce. Gibraltar Representatives Organization, diplomatic representation. None, colony of the UK, flag. 2 horizontal bands of white, top, double width, and red with a 3-towered red castle in the center of the white band. Hanging from. The castle gate is a gold key centered in the red band. Economy overview. The economy depends heavily on British defense expenditures, revenue from tourists, fees for services to shipping, and revenues from banking and finance activities. Because more than 70% of the economy is in the public sector, changes in government spending have a major impact on the level of employment. Construction workers are particularly affected when government expenditures are cut. GNP, $129 million. Per capita, $4,450. Real growth rate in %, FY 85. Inflation rate. Consumer prices 4.4%, 1986. Unemployment rate. In % budget. Revenues $105 million. Expenditures $104 million, including capital expenditures of NA. FY 87. Exports $62.2 million, 1985. Commodities, principally re-exports, petroleum 75%, beverages and tobacco 12%, manufactured goods 8%. Partners, UK, Morocco, Portugal, Netherlands, Spain, US, FRG imports, $147 million, 1985. Commodities, manufactured goods, fuels, and foodstuffs. Partners, UK, Morocco, Portugal, Netherlands, Spain, US, FRG external debt. Dollar in A industrial production. Growth rate in A % electricity. 46,000 kilowatts capacity. 200 million kilowatt hours produced. 6,770 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Tourism, banking and finance. Construction, commerce. Support to large UK naval and air bases. Transit trade and supply depot in the port. Light manufacturing of tobacco, roasted coffee, ice, mineral waters, candy, beer, and canned fish agriculture. And aid. U.S. commitments, including XIM, FI 70-87, $0.8 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $162.5 million currency. Gibraltar pound, plural, pounds. 1 Gibraltar pound LG equals 100 pence exchange rates. Gibraltar pounds LG per 1 US dollar, 0.6055, January 1990, 0.6099, 1989, 0.5614, 1988, 0.6102, 1987, 0.6817, 1986, 0.7714, 1985. Note: the Gibraltar pound is at par with the British pound fiscal year. July 1st, 30 June, communications railroads, 1.000 meter. Gauge system and dockyard area only highways, 50 kilometers, mostly good bitumen and concrete ports. Gibraltar Merchant Marine, 45 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 2,126,060 GRT/4, 189, 948 DWT. Includes 10 cargo, 2 refrigerated cargo, 1 container, 16 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 1 chemical tanker, 1 combination oil/or, 1 liquefied gas, 13 bulk. Note: a flag of convenience registry civil air. 1 major transport aircraft airports. 1 with permanent surface runway 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Adequate international radio communication facilities. Automatic telephone system with 10,500 telephones. Stations. 1 AM, 6 FM for TV. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces note: defense is the responsibility of the UK. Country: Glorioso Islands, French possession. Geography: total area, 5 square kilometers. Land area: 5 square kilometers. Includes Al Glorious, Aldulis, Vert Rocks, Rec Rock, and South Rock comparative area. About 8.5 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline, 35.2 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes, claimed by Madagascar. Climate, tropical terrain. Undetermined natural resources, guano, coconuts. Land use, 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 100% other, lush vegetation and coconut palms. Environment, subject to periodic cyclones. Note: located in the Indian Ocean just north of the Mozambique Channel between Africa and Madagascar. People population, uninhabited. Government long-form name, none. Type, French possession administered by Commissioner of the Republic Daniel Constantine, resident in Reunion. Economy overview. No economic activity. Communications airports. 1 with runway 1,220 to 2,439 imports. None. Offshore anchorage only. Defense Forces note: defense is the responsibility of France. Country: Greece. Geography: total area, 131,940 square kilometers. Land area, 130,800 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Alabama land boundaries, 1,228 kilometers total. Albania, 282 kilometers. Bulgaria, 494 kilometers. Turkey, 206 kilometers. Yugoslavia, 246 kilometers. Coastline, 13,676 kilometers. Maritime claims. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Territorial sea, 6 nanometers. Disputes, complex maritime and air, but not territorial. Disputes with Turkey in Aegean Sea. Cyprus question, Macedonia question with Bulgaria and Yugoslavia. Northern Epirus question with Albania. Climate, temperate, mild, wet winters, hot, dry summers. Terrain, Mostly mountains with ranges extending into sea as peninsulas or chains of islands. Natural resources: bauxite, lignite, magnesite, crude oil, marble. Land use: 23% arable land, 8% permanent crops, 40% meadows and pastures, 20% forest and woodland, 9% other. Includes 7% irrigated environment. Subject to severe earthquakes, air pollution. Archipelago of 2,000 islands. Note: strategic location dominating the Aegean Sea and southern approach to Turkish Straits. People population: 10,028,171, July 1990. Growth rate 0.2%, 1990. Birth rate: 11 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate: 9 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate: 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate: 10 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 75 years male, 80 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate: 1.5 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Greeks. Adjective, Greek. Ethnic divisions: Greek 98%, others 2%. Note: the Greek government states there are no ethnic divisions in Greece. Religion: 98% Greek Orthodox, 1.3% Muslim, 0.7% other. Language: Greek official. English and French widely understood. Literacy: 95% labor force, 3,860,000, 43% services, 27% agriculture, 20% manufacturing and mining, 7% construction. 1985, organized labor: 10 to 15% of total labor force, 20 to 25% of urban labor force. Government long-form name: Hellenic Republic. Type: presidential parliamentary government. Monarchy rejected by referendum December 8, 1974. Capital: Athens. Administrative divisions: 51 departments. Nomoi, singular, nomos. Aetolia, Achaia, Carnania, Achaia. Argolis, Arcadia, Arta. Atiki, Dodekanesos. Drama: Evrytania, Evros, Evia, Florina. Phokis, Thyotis, Gravina, Ilia, Emathia, Ioannina, Iraklion, Karditsa, Castoria, Kavala, Kephalinia, Kerkera, Chalkidiki. Cania, Chios, Kyklades, Kilkis, Corinthia, Kozani, Laconia, Larissa, Lassithai, Lesvos, Levkas, Magnesia, Messenia, Pella, Pieria, Previsa, Rethymni, Rodhopi, Samos, Sarai, Thesprotia, Thessaloniki, Trikala, Boeotia, Xanthi, Zakynthos. Independence: 1827 from the Ottoman Empire. Constitution: June 11, 1975. Legal system: a national holiday. Independence Day, proclamation of the War of Independence. March 25, 1821. Executive branch: President, Prime Minister, Cabinet. Legislative branch: Unicameral Parliament, Vuli. Judicial branch: Supreme Court. Leaders: Chief of State, President Christos Sartanis, since March 30, 1985. Head of Government, Prime Minister Konstantin Mitsotakis, since April 11, 1990. Political parties and leaders: New Democracy, ND, Conservative, Konstantin Mitsotakis. Pan-Hellenic Socialist Movement, PASIC, Andreas Papandreou. Democratic Renewal, DAR, Konstantin Stephanopoulos. Communist Party, KK, Gregorios Farakos. Greek Left Party, ER, Leonidas. Kirkos, KK and ER have joined in the Left Alliance. Harilaos Florakis. President's suffrage: universal and compulsory at age 18 elections. President: last held March 30th, 1985. Next to be held April 29th, 1990. Results: Christos Artsatakis was elected by Parliament. Last held on April 8th, 1990. Next to be held April 1994. Results: New Democracy 46.89%. Pan-Hellenic Socialist Movement 38.62%. Left Alliance 10.27%. PASIC Left Alliance Cooperation 1.02%. Ecologist Alternative 0.77%. Democratic Renewal 0.67%. Muslim 0.5%. Seats 300 total. New Democracy 150. Pan-Hellenic Socialist Movement 123. Left Alliance 19. PASIC Left Alliance Cooperation 4. Muslim Independent 2. Democratic Renewal 1. Ecologist Alternative 1. Communists. An estimated 60,000 members and sympathizers member of CCC, EC, EIB, Associate, FAO, GADI, IBRD, IKO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IVOC, ITU, IW, International Wheat Council, NATO, OECD, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WIPO, WMO, WSG, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Christos Zacharakis. Chancery at 2221 Massachusetts. Avenue NW, Washington, D.C. 20008. Telephone 202-667-3168. There are Greek consulates general in Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, and San Francisco, and a consulate in New Orleans. U.S. Ambassador Michael G. Sotiros. Embassy at 91 Vasilissus Sophias Boulevard, 10160 Athens. Mailing address is APO New York 09253. Telephone 31-721-2951 or 721-8401. There is a U.S. Consulate General in Thessaloniki. Flag. 9 equal horizontal stripes of blue, top and bottom, alternating with white. There is a blue square in the upper hoist side corner bearing a white cross. The cross symbolizes Christianity, the established religion of the country. Economy overview. Greece has a mixed capitalistic economy with a basic entrepreneurial system overlaid in 1981 to 89 by a socialist left government that enlarged the public sector and became the nation's largest employer. Like many other Western economies, Greece suffered severely from the global oil price hikes of the 1970s, annual GDP growth plunging from 8% to 2% in the 1980s, and inflation, unemployment, and budget deficits rising sharply. The fall of the socialist government in 1989 and the inability of the conservative opposition to muster a clear majority have led to business uncertainty and the continued prospects for lackluster economic performance. Once the political situation is sorted out, Greece will have to face the challenges posed by the steadily increasing integration of the European community, including the progressive lowering of tariff barriers. Tourism continues as a major industry, providing a vital offset to the sizable commodity trade deficit. GDP, $56.3 billion. Per capita, $5,605. Real growth rate, 2.3%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 14.8%, December 1989. Unemployment rate, 7.7%, 1988. Budget, revenues $15.5 billion. Expenditures $23.9 billion, including capital expenditures of $2.5 billion. 1988. Exports, $5.9 billion. FOB, 1988. Commodities, manufactured goods, food and live animals, fuels and lubricants, raw materials. Partners, FRG 24%, Italy 14%, non-oil developing countries 11.8%, France 9.5%, US 7.1%, UK 6.8% imports, $13.5 billion, CF, 1988, commodities, machinery and transport equipment, light manufactures, fuels and lubricants, foodstuffs, chemicals. Partners, FRG 22%, non-oil developing countries 14%, oil exporting countries 13%, Italy 12%, France 8%, US 3.2% external debt, $20.0 billion, December 1988, industrial production. Growth rate 1.6%, 1989 EST. Electricity, 10,500,000 kilowatts capacity, 36,420 million kilowatt hours produced, 3,630 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, food and tobacco processing, textiles, chemicals, metal products, tourism, mining, petroleum, agriculture. including fishing and forestry, accounts for 14% of GNP and 27% of the labor force. Principal products: wheat, corn, barley, sugar beets, olives, tomatoes, wine, tobacco, potatoes, beef, mutton, pork, dairy products, self-sufficient in food. Fish catch of 135,000 metric tons in 1987. Aid. U.S. commitments, including ex-IM, FI 70-81, $525 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $1.3 billion currency. Drachma, plural, drachmas, 1 drachma, DR, equals 100 lepta exchange rates. Drachma, DR, per 1 U.S. dollar. 158.03, January 1990. 162.42, 1989. 141.86, 1988. 135.43, 1987. 139.98, 1986. 138.12, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year communications railroads. 2,479 kilometers total. 1,565 kilometers 1.435 meter standard gauge, of which 36 kilometers electrified and 100 kilometers double track. 892 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge. 22 kilometers 0.750 meter narrow gauge. All government-owned highways. 38,938 kilometers total. 16,090 kilometers paved. 13,676 kilometers crushed stone and gravel. 5,632 kilometers improved earth. 3,540 kilometers unimproved earth inland waterways. 80 kilometers. System consists of 3 coastal canals and 3 unconnected rivers pipelines. Crude oil, 26 kilometers. Refined products, 547 kilometers. Ports. Piraeus, Thessaloniki Merchant Marine, 954 ships. 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 20,544,516 GRT, /36, 858, 545 DWT, includes 15. Passenger, 58 short sea passenger, 2 passenger cargo, 164 cargo, 18 container, 20 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 27 refrigerated cargo, 182 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 10 chemical tanker, 10 liquefied gas, 20 combination or /oil, 6 specialized tanker, 407 bulk, 15 specialized bulk. Note: ethnic Greeks also own large numbers of ships under the registry of Liberia, Panama, Cyprus, and Lebanon Civil Air. 39 major transport aircraft airports. 79 total, 77 usable, 60 with permanent. Surface. Runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 20 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 22 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Adequate. Modern networks reach all areas for 1,079,000 telephones. Stations, 30 AM, 17. 20 repeaters, FM, 39. 560 repeaters, TV. 8 submarine cables. Satellite Earth stations operating in Intelsat. 1 Atlantic Ocean and 1 Indian Ocean. Eutelsat and Marisat systems. Defense Forces branches. Hellenic Army, Hellenic Navy, Hellenic Air Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49. 2,418,754. 1,861,141 fit for military service. About 73,809 reach military age. 21. Annually defense expenditures. 6% of GDP, or $3.4 billion. 1989 EST. Country. Greenland, part of the Danish realm. Geography, total area. 2,175,600 square kilometers. Land area, 341,700 square kilometers. Ice-free. Comparative area, slightly more than 3 times the size of Texas land boundaries. None coastline, 44,087 kilometers maritime claims. contiguous zone, 4 nanometers, continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation, exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 3 nanometers disputes. Denmark has challenged Norway's maritime claims between Greenland and Jan-Man climate. Arctic to subarctic, cool summers, cold winters terrain. Flat to gradually sloping ice cap covers all but a narrow, mountainous, barren, rocky coast. Natural resources, zinc, lead, iron or coal, molybdenum, cryolite, uranium, fish. Land use, 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 1% meadows and pastures, NEGL%. Forest and woodland, 99% other environment. Sparse population confined to small settlements along coast. Continuous permafrost over northern 2/3 of the island note. Dominates North Atlantic Ocean between North America and Europe. People population, 56,078, July 1990. Growth rate 1.2%, 1990. Birth rate, 20 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 8 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 28 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 62 years male, 68 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.2 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Greenlanders. Adjective, Greenlandic ethnic divisions, 86% Greenlander, Eskimos and Greenland-born Caucasians, 14% Danish religion, Evangelical Lutheran language, Eskimo dialects, Danish literacy, 99% labor force, 22,800, largely engaged in fishing, hunting, sheep breeding, organized labor. A government long-form name, none type, part of the Danish. Realm, self-governing overseas administrative division capital. Nuuk, Godthab, administrative divisions. 3 municipalities, communer, singular, common. Nord-Grønland, Østgrønland, Vestgrønland independence. Part of the Danish realm, self-governing overseas administrative division constitution. Danish legal system. Danish national holiday. Birthday of the Queen, April 16th. 1940, executive branch. Danish monarch, high commissioner, home rule chairman, prime minister, cabinet, landstyre. Legislative branch. Unicameral parliament. Landsting, judicial branch. High court, landsret. Leaders, chief of state, Queen Margrethe II, since January 14, 1972, represented by High Commissioner Bent Clinny, Cincinnati, head of government. Home Rule Chairman Jonathan Motzfeldt, Cincinnati, May 1979. Political parties, Summit, moderate socialist. Advocates more distinct Greenlandic identity and greater autonomy from Denmark. Addisup Party, more conservative, favors continuing close relations with Denmark. Inuit Ataqatigiit, Marxist-Leninist party that favors complete independence from Denmark rather than home rule. Polar Party, conservative Greenland nationalist, suffrage, universal at age 18 elections. Parliament, last held on May 27, 1987, next to be held by May 27, 1991. Results, Summit 39.8%, Addisup Party 40.1%, Inuit Ataqatigiit 15.3%, Polar Party 4.5%, seats 27 total, Summit 11, Addisup Party 11, Inuit Ataqatigiit 4, Polar Party 1. Danish Parliament, last held on May 10th. 1988, next to be held by May 10th, 1992. Greenland elects 2 representatives to the Danish Parliament. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 2 total, number of seats by party NA, diplomatic representation, none, self-governing overseas administrative division of Denmark flag. The flag of Denmark is used, economy overview. Over the past 25 years, the economy has changed from one based on subsistence whaling, hunting, and fishing to one dependent on foreign trade. Fishing is still the most important industry, accounting for over 2/3 of exports and about 25% of the population's income. Exploitation of mineral resources is limited to lead and zinc. Maintenance of a social welfare system similar to Denmark's has given the public sector a dominant role in the economy. Greenland is heavily dependent on an annual subsidy of about $400 million from the Danish government. GNP, $500 million, per capita $9,000. Real growth rate 5%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices 2.9%, 1987. Unemployment rate, 10% budget. Revenues $380 million. Expenditures $380 million, including capital expenditures of $1. 1985. Exports $386.2 million. FOB 1988. Commodities, fish and fish products, metallic ores and concentrates. Partners, Denmark 76%, FRG 7%, Sweden 5% imports. $445.6 million. CF 1988. Commodities, petroleum and petroleum products, machinery and transport equipment, food products. Partners, Denmark 66%, Norway 5%, Sweden 4%, FRG 4%, Japan 4%, US 3%. External debt, $445 million. 1988. Industrial production. Growth rate NA percent. Electricity, 84,000 kilowatts capacity. 176 million kilowatt hours produced. 3,180 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, fish processing, lead and zinc mining, handicrafts, agriculture. Sector dominated by fishing and sheep raising. Crops limited to forage and small garden vegetables. 1987. Fish catch of 101,000 metric tons. Aid. None currency. Danish krone, plural, kroner. 1 Danish krone, DKR, equals 100 or exchange rates. Danish kroner, DKR, per 1 US dollar. 6.560, January 1990. 7.310, 1989. 6.732, 1988. 6.840, 1987. 8.091, 1986. 10.596, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways. 80 kilometers ports. Kangerloarsresek, Feringshavn, Pamiet, Frederikshavn, Nuuk, Godthab, Sisimiut, Holsteinsborg, Julianhab, Marmarillik, North Star Bay, and at least 10 minor ports. Merchant marine. 1 refrigerated cargo, 1,000 GRT or over. Totaling 1,021 GRT/1. 778 DWT. Note: operates under the Registry of Denmark Civil Air. 2 major transport aircraft airports. 11 total, 8 usable. 5 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 2 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 2 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Adequate domestic and international service provided by cables and radio relay. 17,900 telephones. Stations. 5 AM, 7, 35 relays. FM, 4, 9 relays. TV. 2 coaxial submarine cables. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, Earth. Station, Defense Forces. Note: defense is responsibility of Denmark. Country, Grenada. Geography, total area, 340 square kilometers. Land area, 340 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than twice the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline, 121 kilometers. Maritime claims. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical, tempered by northeast trade winds. Terrain, volcanic in origin with central mountains. Natural resources. Timber, tropical fruit, deep water harbors. Land use, 15% arable land, 26% permanent crops, 3% meadows and pastures, 9% forest and woodland, 47% other environment. Lies on edge of hurricane belt. Hurricane season lasts from June to November. Note: islands of the Grenadines group are divided politically with St. Vincent and the Grenadines. People population, 84,135, July 1990. Growth rate, 0.4%. 1990. Birth rate, 36 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000 population. 1990 net. Migration rate, 33 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 30 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 69 years male, 74 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 4.9 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Grenadians. Adjective, Grenadian ethnic divisions, mainly of black African descent. Religion, largely Roman Catholic, Anglican. Other Protestant sects. Language, English official, some French. Patois. Literacy, 85% labor force, 36,000, 31% services, 24% agriculture, 8% construction, 5% manufacturing, 32% other. 1985. Organized labor, 20% of labor force. Government long form name, none type. Parliamentary democracy. Capital, St. George's. Administrative divisions, 6 parishes and 1 dependency. Carriacou and Little Martinique. St. Andrew, St. David, St. George, St. John, St. Mark, St. Patrick. Independence, February 7, 1974 from UK. Constitution, December 19, 1973. Legal system, based on English common law and national holiday. Independence Day, February 7, 1974. Executive branch, British monarch, Governor-General, Prime Minister, Ministers of Government, Cabinet. Legislative branch, bicameral parliament. Consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Representatives. Judicial branch, Supreme Court. Leaders, Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor-General Sir Paul Sion, since September 30, 1978. Head of Government, Prime Minister Nicholas Brathwaite, since March 13, 1990. Political parties and leaders, National Democratic Congress, NDC, Nicholas Brathwaite. Grenada United Labour Party, Gulp, Sir Eric Gairy. The National Party, TNP, Ben Jones. New National Party, NNP, Keith Mitchell. Maurice Bishop Patriotic Movement, MBPM, Terence Mary Show. New Jewel Movement, and Jim Bernard Cord. Suffrage, universal at age 18. Elections, House of Representatives, last held on March 13, 1990, next to be held by March 1996. Results, percent of vote by party. NA, seats, 15 total, NDC 8, Gulp 3, TNP 2, NNP 2. Communists, about 450 members of the New Jewel Movement, pro-Soviet, and the Maurice Bishop Patriotic Movement, pro-Cuban. Member of ACP, CARICOM, FAO, G77, GATT de facto, IBRDIKO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IDUM, OAS, OECS, PEHO, SILA, UN, UNESCO, UPU, diplomatic representation, Ambassador Albert O. Xavier, Chancery at 1701, New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20009. Telephone 202-265-2561. There is a Grenadian Consulate General in New York, U.S. Charge d'Affaires James F. Cooper. Embassy at Ross Point Inn, St. George's. Mailing address is P.O. Box 54, St. George's. Telephone 440-1731 or 1734. Flag. A rectangle divided diagonally into yellow triangles, top and bottom, and green triangles, hoist side and outer side, with a red border around the flag. There are 7 yellow 5-pointed stars with 3 centered in the top red border, 3 centered in the bottom red border, and 1 on a red disc superimposed at the center of the flag. There is also a symbolic nutmeg pod on the hoist side triangle. Grenada is the world's second largest producer of nutmeg, after Indonesia. The 7 stars represent the 7 administrative divisions. Economy overview. The economy is essentially agricultural and centers on the traditional production of spices and tropical plants. Agriculture accounts for about 20% of GDP and 90% of exports. and employs 24% of the labor force. Tourism is the leading foreign exchange earner, followed by agricultural exports. Manufacturing remains relatively undeveloped, but with a more favorable private investment climate since 1983, it is expected to grow. Despite an impressive average annual growth rate for the economy of 5.5% during the period 1984 to 88, unemployment remains high at about 26%. GDP, $129.7 million. Per capita, $1,535. Real growth rate 5%. 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices 5%. 1989 EST. Unemployment rate, 26%. 1988. Budget. Revenues, $74.2 million. Expenditures, $82.3 million, including capital expenditures of $27.8 million. 1989 EST. Exports, $31.8 million. FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, nutmeg 35%, cocoa beans 15%, bananas 13%, maize 7%, textiles, partners, US 4%, UK, FRG, Netherlands, Trinidad and Tobago. Imports, $92.6 million, CF, 1988 EST. Commodities, machinery 24%, food 22%, manufactured goods 19%, petroleum 8%, partners, US 32%, UK, Trinidad and Tobago, Japan, Canada external debt, $108 million, 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 5.8%, 1989 EST. Electricity, 11,400 kilowatts capacity, 24 million kilowatt hours produced, 280 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, food and beverage, textile, light assembly operations, tourism, construction agriculture, accounts for 20% of GDP and 90% of exports. Bananas, cocoa, nutmeg, and maize account for 2/3 of total crop production. World's second largest producer and fourth largest exporter of nutmeg and mace. Small-size farms predominate, growing a variety of citrus fruits, avocados, root crops, sugarcane, corn, and vegetables. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 84-88, $60 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $61 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $32 million currency. East Caribbean dollar, plural, dollars, 1 EC dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. East Caribbean dollars, EC dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar, 2.70, fixed rate since 1976. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 1,000 kilometers total, 600 kilometers paved, 300 kilometers otherwise improved, 100 kilometers unimproved. Ports, St. George's Civil Air, no major transport aircraft airports, 3 total, 3 usable, 2 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Automatic. Island-wide telephone system with 5,650 telephones. New SHF links to Trinidad and Tobago and St. Vincent. VHF and UHF links to Trinidad and Carriacou. Stations. 1 AM, no FM, 1 TV. Defense Forces branches. Royal Grenada Police Force military manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA country. Guadeloupe. Overseas Department of France. Geography total area. 1,780 square kilometers. Land area. 1,760 square kilometers comparative area. 10 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 306 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of. Exploitation. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Subtropical tempered by trade winds. Relatively high humidity terrain. Basse-Terre is volcanic in origin with interior mountains. Grande Terre is low limestone formation natural resources. Cultivable land, beaches, and climate that foster tourism land use. 18% arable land. 5% permanent crops. 13% meadows and pastures. 40% forest and woodland. 24% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment. Subject to hurricanes. June 2. October. La Soufriere is an active volcano node, located 500 kilometers southeast of Puerto Rico in the Caribbean Sea. People population, 342,175, July 1990. Growth rate 0.8%, 1990. Birth rate, 20 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 6 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 17 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 70 years male, 77 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.1 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Guadeloupeans. Adjective, Guadeloupe ethnic divisions. 90% black or mulatto, 5% white, less than 5% East Indian, Lebanese, Chinese religion, 95% Roman Catholic, 5% Hindu and pagan African language, French, Creole Patois literacy, over 70% labor force, 120,000, 53% services, government and commerce, 25.8% industry, 21.2% agriculture organized labor, 11% of labor force, government long-form name, Department of Guadeloupe type, Overseas Department of France capital. Basse-Terre administrative divisions, none. Overseas Department of France, independence, none. Overseas Department of France, Constitution, September 28, 1958, French Constitution, legal system, French legal system national holiday, taking of the Bastille, July 14, 1789, executive branch, government commissioner legislative branch, unicameral general council and unicameral regional council judicial branch, court of appeal, Cour d'appel, with jurisdiction over Guadeloupe, French Guiana, and Martinique leaders, chief of state, President François Mitterrand, since May 21, 1981, head of government, Commissioner of the Republic Jean-Paul Proust, since November 1989, political parties and leaders, Rally for the Republic, RPR, Marlene Captain, Communist Party of Guadeloupe, PSG, Christian Médecins Celeste, Socialist Party, PSG, Dominique Larifla, Independent Republicans, Union for French Democracy, UDF, Union for a New Majority, UNM, Suffrage, Universal at age 18 elections, General Council, last held in a 1986, next to be held by NA 1992. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 42 total, number of seats by party NA. Regional Council, last held on March 16, 1986, next to be held by March 16, 1992. Results, RPR 33.1%, PS 28.7%, PCG 23.8%, UDF 10.7%, others 3.8%, seats, 41 total, RPR 15, PS 12, PCG 10, UDF 4, French Senate. Last held on the 5th and the 12th of June 1988, next to be held June 1994. Guadeloupe elects 2 representatives. Results, percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 2 total, PSG 1, PS 1. French National Assembly. Last held on the 5th and the 12th of June 1988, next to be held June 1994. Guadeloupe elects 4 representatives. Results, percent of vote by party NA. Seats, for total, PS 2 seats, RPR 1 seat, PCG 1 seat Communists, 3,000 EST. Other political or pressure groups. Popular Union for the Liberation of Guadeloupe, UPLG, Popular Movement for Independent Guadeloupe, MPGI, General Union of Guadeloupe Workers, UGDG, General Federation of Guadeloupe Workers, CGDG, Christian Movement for the Liberation of Guadeloupe, KLPG, member of WFDU Diplomatic Representation. As an overseas department of France, the interests of Guadeloupe are represented in the U.S. by France flag. The flag of France is used. Economy overview. The economy depends on agriculture, tourism, light industry, and services. It is also dependent upon France for large subsidies and income and social transfers. Tourism is a key industry, with most tourists from the U.S. In addition, an increasingly large number of cruise ships visit the islands. The traditionally important sugarcane crop is slowly being replaced by other crops, such as bananas, which now supply about 50% of export earnings, eggplant, and flowers. Other vegetables and root crops are cultivated for local consumption, although Guadeloupe is still dependent on imported food, which comes mainly from France. Light industry consists mostly of sugar and rum production. Most manufactured goods and fuel are imported. Unemployment is especially high among the young. GDP, $1.1 billion, per capita, $3,300. Real growth rate in A%, 1987. Inflation rate, consumer prices 3%, 1987. Unemployment rate, 25%, 1983. Budget, revenues $251 million, expenditures $251 million, including capital expenditures of NA, 1985, exports, $109 million, FOB, 1986, commodities, bananas, sugar, rum, partners, France 72%, Martinique 16%, 1984, imports, $792 million, CF, 1986, commodities, vehicles, foodstuffs, clothing, and other consumer goods, construction materials, petroleum products, partners, France 59%, 1984, external debt, $NA industrial production, growth rate NA percent electricity, 103,000 kilowatts capacity, 315 million kilowatt hours produced, 920 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989, industries, construction, cement, rum, sugar, tourism, agriculture, cash crops, bananas and sugarcane. Other products include tropical fruits and vegetables, livestock, cattle, pigs, and goats, not self-sufficient in food aid. U.S. commitments, including ex-IM, FI 70-87, for $1 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $7.7 billion currency. French franc, plural, francs, 1 French franc, F, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. French francs, F, per 1 U.S. dollar, 5.7598, January 1990, 6.3801, 1989, 5.9569, 1988, 6.0107, 1987, 6.9261, 1986, 8.9852, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, privately owned, narrow-gauge plantation lines highways, 1,940 kilometers total, 1,600 kilometers paved, 340 kilometers gravel and earth ports, Pointe-à-Pitre, Basse-Terre Civil Air, 2 major transport aircraft airports, 9 total, 9 usable, 8 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, domestic facilities inadequate, 57,300 telephones, inter-island radio relay to Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, and Martinique, stations, 2 AM, 8 FM, 30 private stations licensed to broadcast FM, 9 TV, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat ground station. Defense Forces note. Defense is responsibility of France, country, Guam, territory of the U.S., geography, total area, 541 square kilometers, land area, 541 square kilometers comparative area, slightly more than 3 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries, none coastline, 125.5 kilometers maritime claims, contiguous zone, 12 nanometers, continental shelf, 200 m, extended economic zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers climate, tropical marine, generally warm and humid, moderated by northeast trade winds, dry season from January to June, rainy season from July to December, little seasonal temperature variation terrain, volcanic origin, surrounded by coral reefs, relatively flat coralline limestone plateau, source of most fresh water, with steep coastal cliffs and narrow coastal plains in north, low-rising hills in center, mountains in south. Natural resources, fishing, largely undeveloped, tourism, especially from Japan, land use, 11% arable land, 11% permanent crops, 15% meadows and pastures, 18% forest and woodland, 45% other. Environment, frequent squalls during rainy season, subject to relatively rare but potentially very destructive typhoons, especially in August. Note, largest and southernmost island in the Mariana Islands archipelago. Strategic location in western North Pacific Ocean, 5,955 kilometers west-southwest of Honolulu, about three-quarters of the way between Hawaii and the Philippines. People population, 141,039, July 1990. Growth rate 2.8%, 1990. Birth rate 26 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 4 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate 5 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 12 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 70 years male, 75 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 3.0 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Guamanians. Adjective, Guamanian ethnic divisions, 47% Chamorro, 25% Filipino, 10% Caucasian, 18% Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and other religion, 98% Roman Catholic, 2% other language, English and Chamorro most. Residents bilingual. Japanese also widely spoken literacy. 90% labor force, 54,000. 42% government, 58% private. 1988, organized labor, 13% of labor force. Government long-form name. Territory of Guam type. Organized, unincorporated territory of a U.S. capital. Agana administrative divisions. None. Territory of the U.S. Independence. None. Territory of the U.S. Constitution. Organic Act of August 1, 1950 legal system. Inane national holiday. Guam Discovery Day, first Monday in March. March 6, 1989. Executive branch. U.S. President, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral Legislature Judicial Branch. Superior Court of Guam, Federal District Court. Leaders. Chief of State, President George Bush, since January 20, 1989. Head of Government, Governor Joseph A.D.A., since N.A. November 1986. Political parties and leaders. Democratic Party controls the legislature. Republican Party, Party of the Governor, suffrage. Universal at age 18. U.S. citizens but do not vote. In U.S. presidential elections. Governor. Last held on N.A. November 1986. Next to be held November 1990. Legislature. Last held on November 8, 1988. Next to be held November 1990. Results. Percent of vote by party N.A. Seats, 21 total. Democratic 13, Republican 8. U.S. House of Representatives. Last held November 8, 1988. Next to be held November 1990. Guam elects one non-voting delegate. Results. Percent of vote by party N.A. Seats, 1 total. Republican 1 Communists. None note. Relations between Guam and the U.S. are under the jurisdiction of the Office of Territorial and International Affairs, U.S. Department of the Interior Diplomatic Representation. None. Territory of the U.S. Flag. Dark blue with a narrow red border on all 4 sides. Centered is a red-bordered, pointed, vertical ellipse containing a beach scene, outrigger canoe with sail. and a palm tree with the word Guam superimposed in bold red letters. Economy overview. The economy is based on U.S. military spending and on revenues from tourism. Over the past 20 years, the tourist industry has grown rapidly, creating a construction boom for new hotels and the expansion of older ones. Visitors numbered about 800,000 in 1989. The small manufacturing sector includes textile and clothing, beverage, food, and watch production. About 58% of the labor force works for the private sector and the rest for government. Most food and industrial goods are imported, with about 75% from the U.S. In 1989, the unemployment rate was about 3%, down from 10% in 1983. GNP, $1.0 billion. Per capita, $7,675. Real growth rate, 20%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 5.9%, 1988. Unemployment rate, 3%, 1989 EST. Budget, revenues, $208.0 million. Expenditures, $175 million, including capital expenditures of $17 million, 1987 EST. Exports, $39 million, FOB, 1983. Commodities, mostly transshipments of refined petroleum products, copra, fish, partners. U.S. 25%, others 75% imports. $611 million, CF, 1983. Commodities, mostly crude petroleum and petroleum products, food, manufactured goods. Partners, U.S. 77%, others 23% external debt. $NA industrial production. Growth rate NA percent electricity. 500,000 kilowatts capacity. 2,300 million kilowatt-hours produced, 16,660 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries. U.S. military, tourism, petroleum refining, construction, concrete products, printing and publishing, food processing, textiles, agriculture. Relatively undeveloped with most food imported. Fruits, vegetables, eggs, pork, poultry, beef, copper aid. NA currency. U.S. currency is used exchange rates. U.S. currency is used fiscal year. October 1st, 30 September. Communications highways. 674 kilometers all-weather roads ports. Opera Harbor airports. 5 total for usable. 3 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 3 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. None with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. 26,317 telephones, 1989. Stations 3 AM, 3 FM, 3 TV, 2 Pacific Ocean Intelsat ground stations. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the U.S. Country, Guatemala. Geography, total area. 108,890 square kilometers. Land area. 108,430 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly smaller than Tennessee land boundaries. 1,687 kilometers total. Belize 266 kilometers. El Salvador 203 kilometers. Honduras 256 kilometers. Mexico 962 kilometers coastline. 400 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. Not specific. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Claims Belize, but boundary negotiations are underway. Climate. Tropical. Hot. Humid in lowlands. Cooler in highlands terrain. Mostly. Mountains with narrow coastal plains and rolling limestone plateau. Pettin. Natural resources. Crude oil. Nickel. Rare woods, fish, chicle land use. 12% arable land. 4% permanent crops. 12% meadows and pastures. 40% forest and woodland. 32% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment. Numerous volcanoes and mountains, with frequent violent earthquakes. Caribbean coast subject to hurricanes and other tropical storms. Deforestation, soil erosion, water pollution note. Known natural harbors on west coast. People population, 9,097,636, July 1990. Growth rate 2.6%, 1990. Birth rate 37 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 9 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate 3 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 61 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 60 years male, 65 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 5.1 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality noun Guatemalans. Adjective Guatemalan ethnic divisions 56% Ladino, Mestizo, Mixed Indian, and European ancestry. 44% Indian religion, predominantly Roman Catholic, also Protestant, traditional Mayan language, Spanish, but over 40% of the population speaks an Indian language as a primary tongue. 18 Indian dialects, including Quiche, Kaqchikel, Kekchi. Literacy 50% labor force, 2,500,000. 57% agriculture, 14% manufacturing, 13% services, 7% commerce, 4% construction, 3% transport, 0.8% utilities, 0.4% mining. 1985, organized labor, 8% of labor force, 1988 EST. Government long-form name, Republic of Guatemala type, Republic capital. Guatemala administrative divisions, 22 departments, departamentos singular departamento, Alta Verapaz, Baja Verapaz, Camaltenango, Chiquimula, El Progreso, Escuintla, Guatemala, Huetenango, Izabal, Jalapa, Jutiapa, Petén, Quesaltanga, Quiche, Redolhuli, Zacatepeques, San Marcos, Santa Rosa, Solola, Sucatepeques, Totonicapan, Zacapa Independence. September 15, 1821, from Spain, Constitution, May 31, 1985. Effective January 14, 1986 Legal system, Civil law system, Judicial review of legislative acts, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, September 15, 1821, Executive Branch, President, Vice President, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch, Unicameral National Congress, Congreso Nacional, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court of Justice, Corte Suprema de Justicia, Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President Mario Vinicio Cerezo Arevalo. Since January 14, 1986, Vice President Roberto Carpio Nicole. Since January 14, 1986, political parties and leaders, Christian Democratic Party, DCG, Marco Vinicio Cerezo Arevalo, National Centrist Union, UCN, Jorge Carpio Nicole, National Liberation Movement, MLN, Mario Sandoval Alarcón, Social Action Movement, MAS, Jorge Serrano Elias, Revolutionary Party, PR, in coalition with National Renewal Party, PNR, Alejandro Maldonado Aguirre, Social Democratic Party, PSD, Mario Solorzano Martinez, National Authentic Center, CAN, Mario, David Garcia, United Anti-Communist Party, PUA, Leonel Cisniega, Emerging Movement for Harmony, MEC, Luis Gordillo, Democratic Party of National Cooperation, PDCN, Adon Fleets, Democratic Institutional Party, PID, Oscar Rivas, Nationalist United Front, FUN, Gabriel Giron Suffrage, Universal at age 18, compulsory for literates, voluntary for illiterates elections, President, last held on December 3, 1985, next to be held November 3, 1990. Results, Mario Vinicio Cerezo Arevalo, DCG, 38.7%. Jorge Carpio Nicole, UCN, 20.2%. Jorge Serrano Elias, PDCN/PR, 14.8%. National Congress, last held on November 3, 1985, next to be held November 3, 1990. Results, DCG 38.7%, UCN 20.2%, PDCN/PR 13.8%, MLN/PID 12.6%, can 6.3%, PSD 3.4%, PNR 3.2%, PUA/Fund/MEC 1.9%, seats, 100 total, DCG 51, UCN 22, MLN 12, PDCN/PR 11, PSD 2, PNR 1, CAN 1 Communists. Guatemalan Labor Party, PGT. Main radical left guerrilla groups. Guerrilla Army of the Poor, EGP, Revolutionary Organization of the People in Arms, ORPA, Rebel Armed Forces, FAR, and PGT dissidents, other political or pressure groups. Federated Chambers of Commerce and Industry, CASIF. Mutual Support Group, GM, Unity for Popular and Labor Action, UASB. Agrarian Owners Group, UNAGRO. Committee for Campesino Unity, CUC. Member of CISM, CCC, FAO, G77, IDBA, IBRD, ICAC, IKO, ICO, IDAID, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IRC, ISO, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, OAS, ODECA, PEHO, SILA, UN, UNESCO, UPB, UPU, WFDU, WHO WMO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Rodolfo Rormoser v. Chancery at 2220 R Street in W. Washington, D.C. 20008. Telephone 202-745-4952 through 4954. There are Guatemalan consulates general in Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, Miami, New Orleans, New York, and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador Thomas F. SDROOCK. Embassy at 7-01 Avenida de la Reforma, Zone 10, Guatemala City. Mailing address is APO Miami 34024. Telephone 502-231-15-41. Flag. 3 equal vertical bands of light blue, hoist side, white, and light blue with the coat of arms centered in the white band. The coat of arms includes a green and red quetzal, the national bird, and a scroll bearing the inscription Libertad, 15 de Septiembre de 1821, the original date of independence from Spain, all superimposed on a pair of crossed rifles and a pair of cross swords and framed by a wreath. Economy overview. The economy is based on agriculture, which accounts for 25% of GDP, employs about 60% of the labor force, and supplies 2/3 of exports. Industry accounts for about 20% of GDP and 15% of the labor force. The economy has re-entered a slow growth phase, but is hampered by political uncertainty. In 1988, the economy grew by 3.7%, the third consecutive year of mild growth. Government economic reforms introduced since 1986 have stabilized exchange rates and have helped to stem inflationary pressures. The inflation rate has dropped from 36.9% in 1986 to 15% in 1989. GDP, $10.8 billion. Per capita, $1,185. Real growth rate, 1.3%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 15%. 1989. Unemployment rate, 13%, with 30 to 40% underemployment. 1988 EST. Budget. Revenues, $771 million. Expenditures, $957 million, including capital expenditures of $188 million. 1988. Exports. $1.02 billion. FOB. 1988. Commodities. Coffee, 38%. Bananas, 7%. Sugar, 7%. Cardamom, 4%. Partners. U.S. 29%. El Salvador, FRG, Costa Rica, Italy imports. $1.5 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, fuel and petroleum products, machinery, grain, fertilizers, motor vehicles. Partners, U.S. 38%, Mexico, FRG, Japan, El Salvador. External debt, $3.0 billion, December 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate, 3.5%, 1988 EST. Electricity, 807,000 kilowatts capacity, 2,540 million kilowatt-hours produced, 280 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries: sugar, textiles and clothing, furniture, chemicals, petroleum, metals, rubber, tourism, agriculture. Accounts for 25% of GDP. Most important sector of economy and contributes 2/3 to export earnings. Principal crops: sugarcane, corn, bananas, coffee, beans, cardamom. Livestock: cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens. Food importer: illicit drugs. Illicit producer of opium poppy and cannabis for the international drug trade. The government has engaged in aerial eradication of opium poppy. Transit country for cocaine shipments aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $869 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $7.7 billion currency. Quetzal, plural, quetzales. 1 quetzal, Q, equals 100 centavos exchange rates. Free market quetzales, Q, per $1 US, 3.3913, January 1990. 2.8261, 1989. 2.6196, 1988. 2.500, 1987. 1.875, 1986. 1.000, 1985. Note: black market rate 2.800, Ming 1989. Fiscal year, calendar year. Communications railroads: 870 kilometers, 0.914 meter gauge, single track. 780 kilometers government owned, 90 kilometers privately owned highways. 26,429 kilometers total. 2,868 kilometers paved. 11,421 kilometers gravel, and 12,140 unimproved inland waterways. 260 kilometers navigable year-round. Additional 730 kilometers navigable during high-water season pipelines. Crude oil: 275 kilometers ports. Puerto Barrios, Puerto Quetzal, Santo Tomas de Castilla, merchant marine. 1 cargo ship, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 4,129 GRT/6 for 50 DWT civil air. 10 major transport aircraft airports, 451 total, 391 usable. 11 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 3 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 19 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Fairly modern network centered in Guatemala City. 97,670 telephones, stations, 91 AM, no FM, 25 TV, 15 shortwave, connection in a Central American microwave system. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches: Army, Navy, Air Force, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 2,028,875. 1,327,374 fit for military service. 107,251 reach military age. 18. Annually defense expenditures: 1% of GDP, or $115 million, 1990 EST. Country: Guernsey, British Crown dependency. Geography: total area, 194 square kilometers. Land area, 194 square kilometers. Includes Alderney, Guernsey, Herm, Sark, and some other smaller islands. Comparative area: slightly larger than Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 50 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 3 nanometers climate. Temperate with mild winters and cool summers. About 50% of days are overcast terrain. Mostly level with low hills and southwest natural resources. Cropland land use: NA% arable land. NA% permanent crops. NA% meadows and pastures. NA% forest and woodland. NA% other. About 50% cultivated environment. Large, deep-water harbor at St. Peter Port. Note: 52 kilometers. West of France. People population: 57,227, July 1990. Growth rate 0.7%, 1990. Birth rate 12 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 11 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate 6 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 6 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 72 years male, 78 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 1.6 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality noun Channel Islanders. Adjective Channel Islander ethnic divisions. UK and Norman French descent religion. Anglican, Roman Catholic, Presbyterian, Baptist, Congregational, Methodist language. English, French. Norman French dialect spoken in country districts literacy. NA%, but universal education labor force. NA organized labor. NA government long form name. Bailiwick of. Guernsey type, British Crown dependency capital. St. Peter Port administrative divisions. None, British Crown dependency, independence. None, British Crown dependency, constitution. Unwritten, partly statutes, partly common law and practice legal system. English law and local statute. Justice is administered by the Royal Court national holiday. Liberation Day, May 9, 1945. Executive branch. British monarch, lieutenant governor, bailiff, deputy bailiff legislative branch. States of deliberation. Judicial branch. Royal court leaders. Chief of state. Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952. Head of government. Lieutenant governor, lieutenant general Sir Alexander Boswell, since 1985. Bailiff Sir Charles Froissart, since 1982. Political parties and leaders. None. All independent suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. States of deliberation. Last held NA. Next to be held NA. Results. Percent of vote NA. Seats. 60 total. 33 elected. All independents communists. None diplomatic. Representation. None. British Crown dependency. Flag. White with the red cross of St. George, patron saint of England, extending to the edges of the flag. Economy overview. Tourism is a major source of revenue. Other economic activity includes financial services, breeding the world-famous Guernsey cattle, and growing tomatoes and flowers for export. GDP. $NA. Per capita $NA. Real growth rate 9%. 1987. Inflation rate. Consumer prices 7%. 1988. Unemployment rate. NA percent budget. Revenues $145.0 million. Expenditures $117.2 million, including capital expenditures of NA. 1985. Exports. $NA. Commodities. Tomatoes, flowers and ferns, sweet peppers, eggplant, other vegetables. Partners. UK, regarded as internal trade. Imports. $NA. Commodities, coal, gasoline, and oil. Partners. UK, regarded as internal trade. External debt. $NA. Industrial. Production. Growth rate NA percent electricity. 173,000 kilowatts capacity. 525 million kilowatt hours produced. 9,340 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Tourism, banking, agriculture. Tomatoes, flowers, mostly grown in greenhouses, sweet peppers, eggplant, other vegetables and fruit. Guernsey cattle aid. None currency. Guernsey pound, plural, pounds. 1 Guernsey, LG, pound equals 100 pence exchange rates. Guernsey pounds, LG, per 1 US dollar, 0.6055, January 1990, 0.6099, 1989, 0.5614, 1988, 0.6102, 1987, 0.6817, 1986, 0.7714, 1985. Note, the Guernsey pound is at par with the British pound fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications ports. St. Peter Port, St. Sampson Airport. One with permanent surface runway 1,220 to 2,439 m. La Villiers, telecommunications, stations, 1 AM, no FM, 1 TV, 41,900 telephones, 1 submarine cable. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the UK. Country. Guinea geography, total area, 245,860 square kilometers. Land area, 245,860 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Oregon land boundaries, 3,399 kilometers total. Guinea-Bissau, 386 kilometers. Ivory Coast, 610 kilometers. Liberia, 563 kilometers. Mali, 858 kilometers. Senegal, 330 kilometers. Sierra Leone, 652 kilometers coastline. 320 kilometers maritime claims. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Generally hot and humid. Monsoonal type rainy season, June to November, with southwesterly winds. Dry season, December to May, with northeasterly harmattan winds. Terrain, generally flat coastal plain, hilly too. Mountainous interior. Natural resources. Bauxite, iron ore, diamonds, gold, uranium, hydropower, fish. Land use, 6% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops, 12% meadows and pastures, 42% forest. In woodland, 40% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Hot, dry, dusty harmattan haze may reduce visibility during dry season. Deforestation. People population, 7,269,240, July 1990. Growth rate 2.6%, 1990. Birth rate, 47 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 22 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 147 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 40 years male, 44 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.1 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Guineans. Adjective, Guinean ethnic divisions. Fulani, Malinki, Soso. 15 smaller tribes. Religion, 85% Muslim, 5% indigenous beliefs, 1.5% Christian. Language, French official. Each tribe has its own language. Literacy, 20% in French, 48% in local languages. Labor force, 2,400,000, 1983. 82% agriculture, 11% industry and commerce, 5.4% services, 88,112 civil servants, 1987. 52% of population of working age, 1985. Organized labor, virtually 100% of wage earners loosely affiliated with the National Confederation of Guinean Workers. Government long form name, Republic of Guinea. Type, Republic. Capital, Conakry. Administrative divisions, 29 administrative regions. Regions administratives, singular. Region administrative, Bela, Bafa, Bok, Conakry, Dabola, Dalaba, Dingwere, Dabrika, Farana, Forcaraya, Fria, Jewel, Gekadu, Kankan, Karawane, Kindia, Kisanu, Koundara, Karusa, Lade Macenta, Mali, Mamu, Nzerkor, Pita, Sagairi, Telemil, Tug, Yom. Independence, October 2nd, 1958 from France, formerly French Guinea. Constitution, May 14th, 1982, suspended after coup of April 3rd, 1984. Legal system, based on French civil law system, customary law, and decree. Legal codes currently being revised. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. Anniversary of the Second Republic, April 3rd, 1984. Executive branch. President, Military Committee for National Recovery, Comite. Militaire de Redressement National, or CMRN. Council of Ministers, Cabinet. Legislative branch. People's National Assembly, Assemblée Nationale Populaire, was dissolved after the April 3rd, 1984 coup judicial branch. Court of Appeal, Cour d'appel. Leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. General Lansana Connie. Since April 5, 1984, political parties and leaders. None. Following the April 3, 1984 coup, all political activity was banned. Suffrage. None elections. None communists. No Communist Party. Although there are some sympathizers member of ACP, FDB, ECA, ECOWAS, FAOG, 77, IBA, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IDD, Islamic Development Bank, IFADILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, Mano River Union, Niger River Commission, NEM, OU, OIC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WMO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Kikura Kamara. Chancery at 2112. Leroy Place Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-483-9420. U.S. Ambassador Samuel E. Lupo. Embassy at 2nd Boulevard and 9th Avenue. Conakry, mailing. Address is B. P. 603, Conakry. Telephone 44-15-20-24 flag. 3 equal vertical bands of red, hoist side, yellow, and green. Uses the popular Pan-African colors of Ethiopia, similar to the flag of Rwanda, which has a large black letter, are centered in the yellow band. Economy overview. Although possessing many natural resources and considerable potential for agricultural development, Guinea is one of the poorest countries in the world. The agricultural sector contributes about 40% to GDP and employs more than 80% of the workforce, while industry accounts for about 25% of GDP. Guinea possesses over 25% of the world's bauxite reserves. Exports of bauxite and alumina accounted for more than 80% of total exports in 1986. GDP, $2.5 billion, per capita, $350. Real growth rate 5%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices 27%, 1988. Unemployment rate, an 8% budget. Revenues $357 million. Expenditures $480 million, including capital expenditures of $229 million, 1988 EST. Export, $553 millions de dollars, FOB, 1988. Commodity alumina, bauxite, diamonds, coffee, peanut, banana. Palm kernels, partners, US 33%, EC 33%, USSR and Eastern Europe 20%, Canada imports. $509 million, CF, 1988 EST. Commodities, petroleum products, metals, machinery, transport equipment, foodstuffs, textiles, and other grain. Partners, US 16%, France, Brazil, external debt. $1.6 billion, December 1988, industrial production. Growth rate in % electricity. 113,000 kilowatts capacity. 300 million kilowatt hours produced, 40 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries. Bauxite mining, alumina, diamond mining, light. Manufacturing and agricultural processing industries. Agriculture account for 40% of GDP, includes fishing and forestry, mostly subsistence farming. Principal products, rice, coffee, pineapples, palm kernels, cassava, bananas, sweet potatoes, timber. Livestock, cattle, sheep and goats, not self-sufficient in food grains aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88. $203 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments. 1970 to 87, $882 million. OPEC bilateral aid. 1979 to 89, $120 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $446 million currency. Guinean franc, plural, francs, 1 Guinean franc, FG, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Guinean francs, FG, per 1 U.S. dollar. 505.00, October 1988. 440.00, January 1988. 440.00, 1987. 235.63, 1986. 22.47, 1985. Fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications railroads. 1,045 kilometers. 806 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge. 239 kilometers 1.435 meters standard gauge highways. 30,100 kilometers total. 1,145 kilometers paved. 12,955 kilometers gravel or laterite, of which barely 4,500 kilometers are currently all-weather roads. 16,000 kilometers unimproved earth. 1987. Inland waterways. 1,295 kilometers navigable by shallow draft native craft ports. Conakry, Kamsar Civil Air. 2 major transport aircraft airports. 16 total, 16 usable. 5 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 3 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 9 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Fair system of open wire lines, small radio communication stations, and new radio relay system. 10,000 telephones. Stations 3 AM, 1 FM, 1 TV, 12,000 TV sets, 125,000 radio receivers. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. Army, Ground Forces, Navy acts primarily as a Coast Guard, Air Force, paramilitary, National Gendarmerie, military manpower. Males 15 to 49. 1,657,787. 834,777 fit for military service defense expenditures. 3.1% of GDP. 1984. Country, Guinea-Bissau. Geography, total area. 36,120 square kilometers. Land area, 28,000 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than 3 times the size of Connecticut land boundaries. 724 kilometers total. Guinea 386, Senegal 338 kilometers coastline. 350 kilometers maritime claims. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers, territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, has rendered its decision on the Guinea-Bissau/Senegal maritime boundary in favor of Senegal. That decision has been rejected by Guinea-Bissau. Climate. Tropical, generally hot and humid. Monsoon-type rainy season, June to November, with southwesterly winds. Dry season, December to May, with northeasterly harmattan winds. Terrain. Mostly low coastal plain, rising to savanna in east. Natural resources. Unexploited deposits of petroleum, bauxite, phosphates, fish, timberland use. 11% arable land. 1% permanent crops. 43% meadows and pastures. 38% forest and woodland. 7% other environment. Hot, dry, dusty harmattan haze may reduce visibility during dry season. People population, 998,963, July 1990. Growth rate, 2.5%. 1990. Birth rate, 43 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 19 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 127 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 44 years male, 48 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 5.9 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Guinea-Bissauans. Adjective, Guinea-Bissauan ethnic divisions, about 99% African, 30% Balana, 20% Fula, 14% Manjaka, 13% Mandinga, 7% Papal. Less than 1% European and mulatto religion, 65%. Indigenous beliefs, 30% Muslim, 5% Christian language. Portuguese official, Criollo and numerous African languages literacy, 34%. 1986 labor force, 403,000 EST, 90% agriculture, 5% industry, services, and commerce, 5% government. 53% of population of working age, 1983. Organized labor, only one trade union. The National Union of Workers of Guinea-Bissau, UNTG. Government long-form name, Republic of Guinea-Bissau type. Republic, highly centralized one-party regime since September 1974. Capital, Bissau administrative divisions. 9 regions, regios, singular, regio, Bafada, Biombo, Bissau, Balama, Kishu, Gabu, Oio, Quinera, Tambali independence. September 24, 1973, from Portugal. Formerly Portuguese Guinea. Constitution, May 16, 1984 legal system. Inane national holiday. Independence Day, September 24, 1973, executive branch. President of the Council of State, Vice President of the Council of State, Council of State, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch, Unicameral. National People's Assembly, Asamblea Nacional Popular, Judicial Branch. None. There's a Ministry of Justice in the Council of Ministers Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. President of the Council of State, Brig General João Bernardo Vieira, assumed power November 14, 1980, and elected President of Council of State on May 16, 1984. First Vice President, Colonel Yafai Kamara, since November 7, 1985. Second Vice President, Vasco Cabral, since June 21, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Only party, African Party for the Independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, PAIG, President João Bernardo Vieira. Leader, the party decided to retain the binational title despite its formal break with Cape Verde suffrage. Universal at age 15 elections. President of Council of State. Last held June 19, 1989. Next to be held June 19, 1994. Results. Brig General João Bernardo Vieira was re-elected without opposition by the National People's Assembly. National People's Assembly. Last held 15. June 1989. Next to be held June 15, 1994. Results. PAIG is the only party. Seats, 150 total. PAIG 150, appointed by regional councils. Regional councils. Last held June 1, 1989. Next to be held June 1, 1994. Results. PAIG is the only party. Seats, 473 total. PAIG 473. By public plebiscite communists. A few communists, some sympathizers member of ACPFV, ECOWAS FAO G77, GATT de facto, IBRD ICAO, IDA IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD IFC ILO IMF, IMO IRC ITU, OAU, OIC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO WMO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Alfredo Lopez Cabral. Chancery, temporary, at the Guinea-Bissauan Permanent Mission to the UN, Suite 604, 211, East 43rd Street, New York, New York, 10017. Telephone 212-661-3977. U.S. Ambassador William L. Jacobson. Embassy at 17 Avenida Domingos Ramos, Bissau. Mailing address is C.P. 297, Bissau. Telephone 245-212-816, 21817, 213674 flag. 2 equal horizontal bands of yellow, top, and green with a vertical red band. On the hoist side, there is a black 5-pointed star centered in the red band. Uses the popular Pan-African colors of Ethiopia, similar to the flag of Cape Verde, which has the black star raised above the center of the red band and is framed by 2 corn stalks and a yellow clam shell. Economy overview. Guinea-Bissau ranks among the poorest countries in the world, with a per capita GDP below $200. Agriculture and fishing are the main economic activities, with cashew nuts, peanuts, and palm kernels the primary exports. Exploitation of known mineral deposits is unlikely at present because of a weak infrastructure and the high cost of development. The government's 4-year plan, 1988 to 91, has targeted agricultural development as the top priority. GDP, $152 million, per capita $160, 1988, real growth rate 5.6%, 1987. Inflation rate, consumer prices in %, unemployment rate, in % budget. Revenues $20 million, expenditures $25 million, including capital expenditures of $. 1987. Exports $15 million, FOB, 1987. Commodities, cashews, fish, peanuts, palm kernels. Partners, Portugal, Spain, Switzerland, Cape Verde. China imports $49 million, FOB, 1987. Commodities, capital equipment, consumer goods, semi-processed goods, foods. Petroleum, partners, Portugal, USSR, EC countries, other Europe, Senegal, U.S. external debt, $465 million, December 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate, 1.7%, 1986 EST. Electricity, 22,000 kilowatts capacity, 28 million kilowatt hours produced, 30 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, agricultural processing, beer, soft drinks, agriculture, account for over 50% of GDP, nearly 100% of exports, and 80% of employment. Rice is the staple food. Other crops include corn, beans, cassava, cashew nuts, peanuts, palm kernels, and cotton. Not self-sufficient in food. Fishing and forestry potential not fully exploited aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $46 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $519 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $41 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $68 million currency. Guinea-Bissauan peso, plural, pesos, 1 Guinea-Bissauan peso, PG, equals 100 centavos exchange rates. Guinea-Bissauan pesos, PG, per 1 US dollar, 650 pesos, December 1989, NA, 1988, 851.65, 1987, 238.98, 1986, 173.61, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 3,218 kilometers, 2,698 kilometers bituminous, remainder earth inland. Waterways, scattered stretches are important to coastal commerce ports. Bissau Civil Air, 2 major transport aircraft airports, 37 total, 18 usable. 5 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 5 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Poor system of radio relay, open wire lines, and radio communications. 3,000 telephones, stations, 1 AM, 2 FM, 1 TV. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, People's Revolutionary Armed Force, FARP, Army, Navy, and Air Force are separate components military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 215,552, 122,824 fit for military service defense expenditures. 3.2% of GDP, 1987. Country, Guyana. Geography, total area, 214,970 square kilometers. Land area, 196,850 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Idaho land boundaries, 2,462 kilometers total. Brazil, 1,119 kilometers. Suriname, 600 kilometers. Venezuela, 743 kilometers coastline. 459 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. Outer edge of continental margin or 200 nanometers. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Essequibo area claimed by Venezuela. Suriname claims area between New, Upper Corentyne, and Corentyne/Qatari rivers. All headwaters of the Corentyne. Climate. Tropical. Hot. Humid. Moderated by northeast trade winds. 2 rainy seasons, May to mid-August, mid-November to mid-January. Terrain, mostly rolling highlands. low coastal plain, savanna and south natural resources, bauxite, gold, diamonds, hardwood timber, shrimp, fish land use, 3% arable land, NEGL% permanent crops, 6% meadows and pastures, 83% forest and woodland, 8% other, includes 1% irrigated environment, flash floods a constant threat during rainy seasons, water pollution, people population, 764,649, July 1990, growth rate, 0.1%, 1990, birth rate, 24 births per 1,000 population, 1990, death rate, 6 deaths/1,000 population, 1990, net migration rate, 19 migrants/1,000 population, 1990, infant mortality rate, 40, deaths/1,000 live births, 1990, life expectancy at birth, 65 years male, 70 years female, 1990, total fertility rate, 2.7 children born/woman, 1990, nationality, noun, Guyanese, Sing, PL, adjective, Guyanese ethnic divisions, 51% East Indian, 43% Black and mixed for percent Amerindian, 2% European and Chinese religion, 57% Christian, 33% Hindu, 9% Muslim, 1%. Other language, English, Amerindian dialects literacy, 85% labor force, 268,000, 44.5% industry and commerce, 33.8% agriculture, 21.7% services. Public sector employment amounts to 60 to 80% of the total labor force. 1985, organized labor, 34% of labor force. Government long-form name, Cooperative Republic of Guyana type. Republic capital, Georgetown. Administrative divisions, 10 regions, Barimaweni, Cuyuni-Mazuni, Demerara-Maheka, East Berbice-Corentyne, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Maheka-Berbice, Pomeroon-Sapinum, Potoro-Siparuni, Upper Demerara-Berbice, Upper Teto, Upper Essequibo Independence. May 26, 1966, from UK, formerly British Guiana. Constitution, October 6, 1980. Legal system, based on English common law with certain admixtures of Roman Dutch law, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday, Republic Day, February 23, 1970. Executive branch, Executive President, First Vice President, Prime Minister, First Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet. Legislative branch, Unicameral National Assembly. Judicial branch, Supreme Court of Judicature. Leaders, Chief of State, President Hugh Desmond, HOYT, since August 6, 1985. First Vice President Hamilton Green, since August 6, 1985. Head of Government, Prime Minister Hamilton Green, since August 6, 1985. Political parties and leaders, People's National Congress, PNC, Hugh Desmond Hoyt. People's Progressive Party, PPP, Chetty Juggin. Working People's Alliance, WPA, UC Quayana, Rupert. Rupnarine, Moses Bugvaughn. Democratic Labor Movement, DLM, Paul, Tennessee. People's Democratic Movement, PDM, Llewellyn John. National Democratic Front, NDF, Joseph Backus. United Force, UF, Marcellus Filden Singh. Vanguard for Liberation and Democracy, VLD, also known as Liberator Party, Gunraj Kumar, JK. Makepeace Richmond Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. Executive President. Last held on December 9, 1985, next to be held late 1990. Hugh Desmond Hoyt was elected president. The leader of the party with the most votes in the National Assembly elections, PNC 78%. National Assembly. Last held on December 9, 1985, next to be held by December 9, 1990. Results, PNC 78%, PPP 16%, UF 4%, WPA 2%. Seats, 65 total, 53 elected. PNC 42, PPP 8, UF 2, WPA 1. Communists, 100 EST. Hardcore within PPP. Top echelons of PPP and PYO. Progressive Youth Organization, militant wing of the PPP. include many communists, small but unknown number of orthodox Marxist-Leninists within. PNC, some of whom formerly belonged to the PPP, other political or pressure groups. Trades Union Congress, TUC, Guyana Council of Indian Organizations, GCIO, Civil Liberties Action Committee, CLAC. The latter two organizations are small and active but not well-organized member of ACP, CARICOM, CCC, CDB, FAO, G77, GATT-IDB, IBA, IBRD, ICAO, ICJ, IDEA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Interpol, IRC, ISO, ITU, and MOAS Observer, PEHO-SILA, and UNESCO, UPU, WFTU, WHO, WMO Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Dr. Cedric Hilburn Grant, Chancery at 2490, Tracy Place Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-265-6900. There's a Guyanese Consulate General in New York, U.S., Ambassador Teresa A. Toll, Embassy at 31 Main Street, Georgetown. Telephone 592-02, 54900 through 54909 flag. Green with a red isosceles triangle, based on the hoist side, superimposed on a long yellow arrowhead. There's a narrow black border between the red and yellow, and a narrow white border between the yellow and the green. Economy overview. After growing on average at less than 1% a year in 1984 to 87, GDP dropped by 3% in 1988, the result of bad weather, labor trouble in the cane fields, and flooding and equipment problems in the bauxite industry. Consumer prices rose about 35%, and the current account deficit widened substantially as sugar and bauxite exports fell. Moreover, electric power is in short supply and constitutes a major barrier to future gains in national output. The government, in association with international financial agencies, seeks to reduce its payment arrears and to raise new funds. The Government Stabilization Program, aimed at establishing realistic exchange rates, reasonable price stability, and a resumption of growth, requires considerable public administrative abilities and continued patience by consumers during a long incubation period. GDP, $323 million. Per capita, $420. Real growth rate, 3%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 35%, 1988 EST. Unemployment rate, NA percent budget. Revenues $173 million. Expenditures $414 million, including capital expenditures of $75 million, 1988 EST. Exports, $215 million, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, bauxite, sugar, rice, shrimp, gold, molasses, timber, rum. Partners, UK 37%, US 12%, Canada 10.6%, CARICOM 4.8%, 1986. Imports, $216 million, CF, 1988 EST. Commodities, manufacturers, machinery, food, petroleum. Partners, CARICOM 41%, US 18%, UK 9%, Canada 3%. 1984. External debt, $1.8 billion, including arrears, December 1988. Industrial production, growth rate, 5%, 1988 EST. Electricity, 221,000 kilowatts capacity, 583 million kilowatt hours produced, 760 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, bauxite mining, sugar, rice milling, timber, fishing, shrimp, textiles, gold mining, agriculture. Most important sector, accounting for 25% of GDP and over 50% of exports. Sugar and rice are key crops. Development potential exists for fishing and forestry. Not self-sufficient in food, especially wheat, vegetable oils, and animal products aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $109 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $234 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $242 million currency. Guyanese dollar, plural, dollars. 1 Guyanese dollar, G dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Guyanese dollars, G dollar, per 1 US dollar. 33.0000, January 1990. 27.159, 1989. 10.000, 1988. 9.756, 1987. For .272, 1986. For .252, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 187 kilometers total. All single-track 0.914-meter gauge highways. 7,665 kilometers total. 550 kilometers paved. 5,000 kilometers gravel. 1,525 kilometers earth. 590 kilometers unimproved inland waterways. 6,000 kilometers total of navigable waterways. Berbice, Demerara, and Essequibo rivers are navigable by ocean-going vessels for 150 kilometers, 100 kilometers, and 80 kilometers, respectively ports. Georgetown Civil Air. 5 major transport aircraft airports. 66 total, 63 usable. 5 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 2,439 m. 12 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Fare system with radio relay network. Over 27,000 telephones. Tropospheric scatter link to Trinidad. Stations. 4 AM, 3 FM, no TV, 1 shortwave. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. Guyana Defense Force, including Maritime Corps and Air Corps. Guyana Police Force. Guyana People's Militia. Guyana National Service military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 201,104. 150,958 fit for military service defense expenditures. 4.3% of GDP, or $13.8 million. 1988 EST. Country. Haiti. Geography. Total area. 27,750 square kilometers. Land area. 27,560 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly larger than Maryland land boundary. 275 kilometers with the Dominican Republic coastline. 1,771 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone. 24 nanometers. Continental shelf. To depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Claims U.S.-administered Navassa island climate. Tropical, semi-arid where mountains and east cut off trade winds terrain. Mostly rough and mountainous natural resources. Bauxite land use. 20% arable land. 13% permanent crops. 18% meadows and pastures. 4% forest and woodland. 45% other. Includes 3% irrigated environment. Lies in the middle of the hurricane belt and subject to severe storms from June to October. Occasional flooding and earthquakes. Deforestation note. Shares island of Hispaniola with Dominican Republic. People population, 6,142,141, July 1990. Growth rate 2.3%, 1990. Birth rate, 45 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 16 deaths/1,000 population, 1990 net. Migration rate, 6 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 107 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 52 years male, 55 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.4 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Haitians. Adjective, Haitian ethnic divisions. 95% black, 5% mulatto, and European religion. 75 to 80% Roman Catholic, of which an overwhelming majority also practice voodoo. 10% Protestant language. French, official, spoken by only 10% of population. All speak. Creole literacy. 23% labor force. 2,300,000. 66% agriculture, 25% services, 9% industry. Shortage of skilled labor, unskilled labor abundant. 1982, organized labor. In government long-form name, Republic of Haiti type, Republic capital, Port-au-Prince administrative divisions, 9 departments, singular department, Artibonite, Center, Gratas, Nord, Nord-Est, Nord-West, West, Sud-Est independence. January 1st, 1804, from France, Constitution. August 27, 1983, suspended. February 1986, draft Constitution approved March 1987, suspended June 1988, most articles reinstated March 1989 legal system, based on Roman civil law system, accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, January 1st, 1804, executive branch, President, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, legislative branch, bicameral National Assembly, Assembly Nationale, consisted of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Representatives, but was dissolved on June 20th, 1988. After the coup of June 19th, 1988, there was a subsequent coup on September 18th, 1988, after naming a civilian as provisional president on March 13th, 1990, it was announced that a Council of State was being formed judicial branch, Court of Appeal, Court of Cassation, leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, Provisional President the Pascal Trilliot, since March 13th, 1990, political parties and leaders. Haitian Christian Democratic Party, PDCH, Silvio Claude, Haitian Social Christian Party, PSCH, Gregoire Eugene, Movement for the Installation of Democracy in Haiti, MIDH, Marc Bazin, National Alliance Front, FNC, Gerard Gourg, National Agricultural and Industrial Party, Payne, Louis DeJoy, Congress of Democratic Movements, CONACOM, Victor Bono, National Progressive Revolutionary Party, PAMPRA, Serge Gillis, National Patriotic Movement of November 28th, MNP, 28, Dejan Belizaire, Movement for the Organization of the Country, MOP, Gessner Camo, Mobilization for National Development, MDN, Hubert de Ronceray Suffrage, None elections, President, last held January 17, 1988, next to be held by mid-June 1990. On March 13, 1990, the Pascal Trilliot became provisional president after the resignation of President-Lieutenant Jean Prosper Avril, legislature, last held January 17, 1988, but dissolved on June 20, 1988. The government has promised an election by mid-June 1990. Communists, United Party of Haitian Communists, PUCH, René Theodore, roughly 2,000 members, other political or pressure groups, Democratic Unity Confederation, KID, Roman Catholic Church, Confederation of Haitian Workers, CTH, Federation of Workers Trade Unions, FOS, Autonomous Haitian Workers, CAF, National Popular Assembly, APN, member of CCC, FAO, G77, GATT, IDB, IBA, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IRC, ITOS, PEHO, SILA, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WMO, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador, Vacant, Chargé d'Affaires Fritz VOUGY, Chancery at 2311, Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-332-4090 through 4092. There are Haitian consulates general in Boston, Chicago, Miami, New York, and San Juan, Puerto Rico, U.S. Ambassador Alvin Adams. Embassy at Harry Truman Boulevard, Port-au-Prince. Mailing address is P.O. Box 1761, Port-au-Prince. Telephone 509 1-20354 or 20368 20200 20612. Flag. 2 equal horizontal bands of blue, top, and red with a centered white rectangle bearing the coat of arms, which contains a palm tree flanked by flags and 2 cannons above a scroll bearing the motto L'Union Fate LA Force. Union makes strength. Economy overview. About 85% of the population live in absolute poverty. Agriculture is mainly small-scale subsistence farming and employs 65% of the workforce. The majority of the population does not have ready access to safe drinking water, adequate medical care, or sufficient food. Few social assistance programs exist, and the lack of employment opportunities remains the most critical problem facing the economy. GDP, $2.4 billion, per capita, $380. Real growth rate 0.3%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 5.8%, 1988. Unemployment rate, 50%, 1988 EST. Budget, revenues $252 million. Expenditures $357 million, including capital expenditures of $1 million, 1988. Exports, $200 million, FOB, FY 88. Commodities, light manufactures 65%, coffee 17%, other agriculture 8%, other products 10%, partners, US 77%, France 5%, Italy 4%, FRG 3%, other industrial 9%, less developed countries 2%, FY 86. Imports, $344 million, CF, FY 88. Commodities, machines and manufacturers 36%, food and beverages 21%, petroleum products 11%, fats and oils 12%, chemicals 12%, partners, US 65%, Netherlands Antilles 6%, Japan 5%, France 4%, Canada 2%, Asia 2%, FY 86. External debt, $820 million, December 1988. Industrial production, growth rate, 2%, FY 87. Electricity, 230,000 kilowatts capacity, 482 million kilowatt hours produced, 75 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, sugar refining, textiles, flour milling, cement manufacturing, bauxite mining, tourism, light assembly industries based on imported parts agriculture. Account for 32% of GDP and employs 65% of workforce. Mostly small-scale subsistence farms, commercial crops, coffee and sugarcane, staple crops, rice, corn, sorghum, mangoes, shortage of wheat flour aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $638 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $627 million currency. Gourd, plural, gourds, 1 gourd G equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Gourds G per 1 U.S. dollar. 5.0, fixed rate. Fiscal year, October 1st, 30 September, communications railroads, 40 kilometers 0.760 meter. Narrow gauge, single track, privately owned industrial line highways, 4,000 kilometers total, 950 kilometers paved, 900 kilometers otherwise improved, 2,150 kilometers unimproved inland waterways. Negligible, less than 100 kilometers navigable ports, Port-au-Prince, Cap-Haitian Civil Air, from major transport aircraft airports. 15 total, 10 usable, 3 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 4 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, domestic facilities barely adequate, international facilities slightly better, 36,000 telephones, stations, 33 AM, no FM, for TV, 2 shortwave, 1 Atlantic Ocean Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Corps military manpower, males 15 to 49, 1,264,238, 679,209 fit for military service, 59,655 reach military age 18. Annually defense expenditures. In a country, Heard Island and McDonald Islands, territory of Australia. Geography, total area, 412 square kilometers. Land area, 412 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than 2.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline, 101.9 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploration. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 3 nanometers. Climate, Antarctic terrain. Heard Island, bleak and mountainous, with an extinct volcano. McDonald Islands, small and rocky land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100%. Other environment, primarily used as research stations. Note, located 4,100 kilometers southwest of Australia in the southern Indian Ocean. People population, uninhabited. Government long-form name. Territory of Heard Island and McDonald Islands. Type, Territory of Australia, administered by the Antarctic Division of the Department of Science in Canberra, Australia. Economy overview. No economic activity. Communications ports, none. Offshore anchorage only. Defense forces. Note, defense is the responsibility of Australia. Country, Honduras. Geography, total area, 112,090 square kilometers. Land area, 111,890 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Tennessee land boundaries, 1,520 kilometers total. Guatemala, 256 kilometers. El Salvador, 342 kilometers. Nicaragua, 922 kilometers. Coastline, 820 kilometers. Maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. Several sections of the boundary with El Salvador are in dispute. Climate, subtropical and lowlands, temperate and mountains terrain. Mostly mountains in interior, narrow coastal plains and natural resources. Timber, gold, silver, copper, lead, zinc, iron ore, antimony, coal, fish. Land use, 14% arable land, 2% permanent crops, 30% meadows and pastures, 34% forest and woodland, 20% other, includes 1% irrigated environment, subject to frequent but generally mild earthquakes, damaging hurricanes along Caribbean coast, deforestation, soil erosion. People population, 5,259,699, July 1990. Growth rate 3%, 1990. Birth rate, 37 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 62 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 64 years male, 67 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 4.8 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Hondurans. Adjective, Honduran. Ethnic divisions, 90% Mestizo, mixed Indian and European, 7% Indian, 2% Black, 1% white. Religion, about 97% Roman Catholic. Small Protestant minority language, Spanish. Indian dialects. Literacy, 56% labor force, 1,300,000. 62% agriculture, 20% services, 9% manufacturing, 3% construction, 6% other. 1985, organized labor, 40% of urban labor force, 20% of rural workforce. 1985, government long-form name, Republic of Honduras. Type, Republic. Capital, Tegucigalpa. Administrative divisions, 18 departments, departamentos singular, departamento. Atlantida, Choluteca, Colón, Comayagua, Copan, Cortez, El Paraíso, Francisco Morazán, Gracias a Dios, Intibucá, Islas de la Bahía, La Paz, Lempira, Ocotepeque, Olancho, Santa Barbara, Valle, Euro independence. September 15, 1821, from Spain, Constitution, January 11, 1982, effective January 20th, 1982 legal system, rooted in Roman and Spanish civil law. Some influence of English common law. Accepts ICJ jurisdiction, with reservations national holiday. Independence Day, September 15th, 1821, executive branch. President, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, legislative branch. Unicameral National Congress, Congreso Nacional, judicial branch. Supreme Court of Justice, Corte Suprema de Justicia. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. Rafael Leonardo Callejas Romero, since January 26, 1990. Political parties and leaders. Liberal Party, PLH. Faction leaders, Carlos Flores Faquas, leader of Florista Liberal Movement. Carlos Montoya, Ascanista subfaction. Ramon Valleda Bermudez and Jorge Arturo Reyna, M-Lighter faction. National Party, PNH. Ricardo Maduro, Party President. PNH faction leaders, Oswaldo Ramos Soto and Rafael Leonardo Callejas, Monarca faction. National Innovation and Unity Party Social Democrats, PNUSD. Enrique Aguilar Cerrado Paz. Christian Democratic Party, PDCH, Jorge Alescas. Democratic Action, AD. Walter Lopez Reyes Suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 18 elections. President. Last held on November 26, 1989. Next to be held November 1993. Results, Leonardo Rafael Callejas, PNH, 51%. Jose Azconahoyo, PLH, 43.3%. Others 5.7%. National Congress. Last held on November 24, 1985. Next to be held November 1993. Results, PLH 51%, PNH 45%, PDCH 1.9%, PNU 1.5%, others 0.65. Seats, 134 total, PLH 62, PNH 71, PNU 1 Communists. Up to 1,500. Honduran leftist. Groups, Communist Party of Honduras, PCH, Party for the Transformation of Honduras, PTH, Morazinist Front for the Liberation of Honduras, FMLH, People's Revolutionary Union/Popular Liberation Movement, URP/MPL, Popular Revolutionary Forces Lorenzo Zelaya, FPR/LZ, Socialist Party of Honduras, Central American Workers' Revolutionary Party, PASO/PRTC, other political or pressure groups. National Association of Honduran Campesinos, ANACH, Honduran Council of Private Enterprise, COHEP, Confederation of Honduran Workers, CTH, National Union of Campesinos, UNC, General Workers, Confederation, CGT, United Federation of Honduran Workers, FUTH, Committee for the Defense of Human Rights in Honduras, CODA, Coordinating Committee of Popular Organizations, CCOP, Member of SIN, FAO G77, IDB, IBRD, IKO, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ISO, ITU, OS, PAHO, SILA, UN, UNESCO, UPB, UPU, WFDU, WMO Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Jorge Ramon Hernandez Alcero, Chancery at Suite 100, 4301 Connecticut. Avenue NW, Washington, D.C. 20008. Telephone 202-966-7700 through 7702. There are Honduran consulates general in Chicago, Los Angeles, Miami, New Orleans, New York, and San Francisco, and consulates in Baton Rouge, Boston, Detroit, Houston, and Jacksonville. U.S. Ambassador Crescencio Arcos. Embassy at Avenida La Paz, Tegucigalpa. Mailing address is APO Miami 34022. Telephone 504-32 to 3120 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of blue, top, white, and blue with 5 blue 5-pointed stars. Arranged in an X pattern centered in the white band. The stars represent the members of the former Federal Republic of Central America, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Similar to the flag of El Salvador, which features a round emblem encircled by the words República de El Salvador, Yin, LA, America Central centered in the white band. also similar to the flag of Nicaragua, which features a triangle encircled by the words República de Nicaragua on top and America Central. On the bottom, centered in the white band, economy overview. Honduras is one of the poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere. Agriculture is the most important sector of the economy, accounting for nearly 30% of GDP, employing 62% of the labor force, and producing two-thirds of exports. Productivity remains low, however, leaving considerable room for improvement. Although industry is still in its early stages, it employs nearly 15% of the labor force, accounts for 23% of GDP, and generates 20% of exports. The service sectors, including public administration, account for 48% of GDP and employ nearly 20% of the labor force. Basic problems facing the economy include a high population growth rate, a high unemployment rate, a lack of basic services, a large and inefficient public sector, and an export sector dependent mostly on coffee and bananas, which are subject to sharp price fluctuations. GDP. For $0.4 billion, per capita, $890. Real growth rate 4%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices 11%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 12% unemployed, 30 to 40% underemployed, 1988. Budget. Revenues $1,053 million. Expenditures $949 million, including capital expenditures of $159 million, 1989. Exports. $1.0 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, bananas, coffee, shrimp, lobster, minerals, lumber. Partners. U.S. 52%, FRG 11%, Japan, Italy, Belgium imports. $1.4 billion, CF 1988. Commodities. Machinery and transport equipment, chemical products, manufactured goods, fuel and oil, foodstuffs. Partners. U.S. 39%, Japan 9%, CISN, Venezuela, Mexico. External debt. $3.2 billion, December 1989. Industrial production. Growth rate 5%, 1988. Electricity. 655,000 kilowatts capacity. 1,980 million kilowatt hours produced. 390 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Agricultural processing, sugar and coffee. Textiles, clothing, wood products. Agriculture. Most important sector, accounting for nearly 30% of GDP, over 60% of the labor force, and two-thirds of exports. Principal products include bananas, coffee, timber, beef, citrus fruit, shrimp, importer of wheat. Illicit drugs. Illicit producer of cannabis, cultivated on small plots and used principally for local consumption. Transshipment point for cocaine aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $1.3 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $776 million currency. Lempira, plural, lempiras, 1 lempira, L equals 100. Centavos exchange rates. Lempiras, L per 1 U.S. dollar. 2.00, fixed rate. 3.50 parallel exchange and black market rate. October 1989. Fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications railroads, 785 kilometers. Total. 508 kilometers, 1.067 meter gauge. 277 kilometers, 0.914 meter gauge highways. 8,950 kilometers total. 1,700 kilometers paved. 5,000 kilometers otherwise improved. 2,250 kilometers unimproved earth inland waterways. 465 kilometers navigable by small craft ports. Puerto Castilla, Puerto Cortez, San Lorenzo Merchant Marine. 149 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 438,495 GRT/660, 990 DWT. Includes 2 passenger cargo, 87 cargo, 12 refrigerated cargo, 9 container, 1 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 17 petroleum, oils and lubricants, POL, tanker, 2 liquefied gas, 1 specialized tanker, 1 vehicle carrier, 17 bulk. Note: a flag of convenience registry civil air, 9 major transport aircraft airports, 180 total, 140 usable, 8 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, for with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 12 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Improved but still inadequate. Connection in a Central American microwave system. 35,100 telephones. Stations. 176 AM, no FM. 28 TV, 7 shortwave. 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations. Defense Forces branches. Armed Forces, Naval Forces, Air Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 1,222,858, 727,851 fit for military service. 61,493 reach military age. 18. Annually defense expenditures. 1.9% of GDP, or $82.5 million. 1990 ST. Country: Hong Kong, colony of the UK. Geography: total area 1,040 square kilometers. Land area 990 square kilometers. Comparative area slightly less than 6 times the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundary 30 kilometers with China. Coastline 733 kilometers. Maritime claims. Continental shelf 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone 3 nanometers. Territorial sea 3 nanometers. Disputes. Scheduled to become a special administrative region of China in 1997. Climate: tropical monsoon. Cool and humid in winter. Hot and rainy from spring through summer. Warm and sunny in fall. Terrain: hilly to mountainous with steep slopes. Lowlands in north. Natural resources: outstanding deepwater harbor. Feldspar. Land use 7% arable land, 1% permanent crops, 1% meadows and pastures, 12% forest and woodland, 79% other, includes 3% irrigated environment. More than 200 islands, occasional typhoons, people population, 5,759,990, July 1990, growth rate 1%, 1990, birth rate, 13 births per 1,000 population, 1990, death rate, 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990, net migration rate, 2 migrants/1,000 population, 1990, infant mortality rate, 6 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990, life expectancy at birth, 76 years male, 82 years female, 1990, total. Fertility rate, 1.4 children born/woman, 1990, nationality. Adjective: Hong Kong ethnic divisions, 98% Chinese, 2% other religion, 90% eclectic mixture of local religions, 10% Christian language, Chinese, Cantonese, English literacy, 75% labor force, 2,640,000, 35.8% manufacturing, 22.7% wholesale and retail trade, restaurants and hotel, 17.1% services, 7.5% construction, 8.4% transport and communications, 6.1% financing, insurance, and real estate. 1986, organized labor, 15% of labor force. 1986, government long-form name, none. Abbreviated HK type, colony of the UK. Scheduled to revert to China in 1997. Capital: Victoria. Administrative divisions, none. Colony of the UK. Independence, none. Colony of the UK. The UK signed an agreement with China on December 19, 1984 to return Hong Kong to China on July 1, 1997. In the joint declaration, China promises to respect Hong Kong's existing social and economic systems and lifestyle for 50 years after transition constitution. Unwritten. Partly statutes, partly common law and practice legal system. Based on English common law national holiday. Liberation Day, August 29, 1945. Executive branch. British monarch, governor, chief secretary of the Executive Council legislative branch, Legislative Council judicial branch, Supreme Court leaders, Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, Head of Government, Governor Sir David Clive Wilson, since April 9, 1987, Chief Secretary Sir David Robert Ford, since NA February 1987, political parties, none suffrage, limited to about 71,000 professionals of Electoral College and functional constituencies elections, Legislative Council. Indirect elections last held September 26, 1985, next to be held in September 1991, seats, 58 total, 26 elected, 32 appointed, communists, 5,000 EST, cadres affiliated with Communist Party of China, other political or pressure groups. Federation of Trade Unions, Communist-controlled, Hong Kong, and Kowloon Trade Union Council, Nationalist Chinese-dominated, Hong Kong General. Chamber of Commerce, Chinese General Chamber of Commerce, Communist-controlled, Federation of Hong Kong Industries, Chinese Manufacturers Association of Hong Kong, Hong Kong Professional Teachers Union, and several small pro-democracy groups. Member of ADB, SCAP, Associate Member, GATT, IMO, Interpol, Multi-Fiber Arrangement, WMO Diplomatic Representation. As a British colony, the interests of Hong Kong and the U.S. are represented by the UK, U.S. Consul General Donald M. Anderson, Consulate General at 26 Garden Road, Hong Kong. Mailing address is Box 30, Hong Kong, or FBO San Francisco 966590002. Telephone 852 5239011 flag. Blue with the flag of the UK in the upper hoist side quadrant with a Hong Kong coat of arms on A. White disc centered on the outer half of the flag. The coat of arms contains a shield bearing two junks below a crown, held by a lion, representing the UK, and a dragon, representing China, with another lion above the shield and a banner bearing the words Hong Kong below the shield. Economy overview. Hong Kong has a free market economy and is autonomous in financial affairs. Natural resources are limited and food and raw materials must be imported. Manufacturing is the backbone of the economy, accounting for more than 20% of GDP, employing 36% of the labor force, and exporting about 90% of output. Real GDP growth averaged a remarkable 8% in 1987 to 88. Then slowed to a respectable 3% in 1989. Unemployment, which has been declining since the mid-1980s, is now less than 2%. A shortage of labor continues to put upward pressure on prices and the cost of living. Short-term prospects remain solid, so long as major trading partners continue to be prosperous. The crackdown in China in 1989 casts a long shadow over the longer-term economic outlook. GDP, $57 billion, per capita $10,000. Real growth rate 3%, 1989. Inflation rate, consumer prices 9.5%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 1.6%, 1988. Budget, $6.9 billion, FY 89. Exports, $63.2 billion, FOB, 1988, including re-exports of $22.9 billion. Commodities, clothing, textile yarn and fabric, footwear, electrical appliances, watches and clocks, toys. Partners, U.S. 31%, China 14%, FRG 8%, UK 6%, Japan 5% imports. $63.9 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, foodstuffs, transport equipment, raw materials, semi-manufacturers, petroleum. Partners, China 31%, Japan 20%, Taiwan 9%, U.S. 8%. External debt, $9.6 billion, December 1988. Industrial production, growth rate 7%, 1988. Electricity, 7,800,000 kilowatts capacity, 23,000 million kilowatt hours produced, 4,030 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, textiles, clothing, tourism, electronics, plastics, toys, watches, clocks. Agriculture, minor role in the economy. Rice, vegetables, dairy products. less than 20% self-sufficient, shortages of rice, wheat, water. Aid. U.S. commitments, including ex-IM, FI 70-87, $141.2 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $899.8 million currency. Hong Kong dollar, plural, dollars. 1 Hong Kong dollar, HK dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Hong Kong dollars, HK dollar, per US dollars, 7.800, March 1989, 7.810, 1988, 7.760, 1987, 7.795, 1986, 7.811, 1985. Note, linked to the US dollar at the rate of about 7 Hong Kong dollars and 80 cents per 1 US dollar since 1985 fiscal year. April 1st, 31 March, communications railroads. 35 kilometers, 1.435 meters standard gauge, government-owned highways. 1,100 kilometers total, 794 kilometers paved, 306 kilometers gravel, crushed stone, or earth ports. Hong Kong Merchant Marine, 134 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 4,391,102 GRT/7 for 337 DWT, includes 1 passenger, 1 short sea passenger, 11 cargo, 10 refrigerated cargo, 13 container, 2 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 10 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 1 chemical tanker, 9 combination or/oil, 7 liquefied gas, 69 bulk. Note, a flag of convenience. Registry. Ships registered in Hong Kong fly the UK flag, and an estimated 500 Hong Kong-owned ships are registered elsewhere. Civil Air. 16 major transport aircraft airports. 2 total. 2 usable. 2 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. None with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Modern facilities provide excellent domestic and international services. 2,300,000 telephones. Microwave transmission links and extensive optical fiber. Transmission network. Stations, 6 AM, 6 FM, 4 TV. 1 British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, relay station, and 1 British Forces Broadcasting Service relay station. 2,500,000 radio receivers. 1,312,000 TV sets. 1,224,000 color TV sets. Satellite Earth stations. 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat and 2 Indian Ocean Intelsat. Coaxial cable to Guangzhou, China. Links to 5 international submarine cables providing access to ASEAN member nations, Japan, Taiwan, Australia, Middle East, and Western Europe. Defense Forces branches. Headquarters of British Forces, Gurkha Brigade, Royal Navy, Royal Air Force, Royal Hong Kong Auxiliary Air Force, Royal Hong Kong Police Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 1,703,890. 1,320,914 fit for military service. 46,440 reach military age. 18. Annually defense expenditures. 0.5% of GDP, or $300 million. 1989 EST. This represents 1/4 of the total cost of defending the colony, the remainder being paid by the UK. Note. Defense is the responsibility of the UK. Country. Howland Island, territory of the U.S. Geography, total area. 1.6 square kilometers. Land area. 1.6 square kilometers. Comparative area. About 2.7 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline. 6.4 kilometers. Maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 m. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate. Equatorial, scant rainfall, constant wind, burning sun terrain. Low-lying, nearly level, sandy, coral. Island surrounded by a narrow, fringing reef. Depressed central area. Natural resources. Guano. Deposits worked until late 1800s. Land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 5% forest and woodland. 95% other environment. Almost totally covered with grasses, prostrate vines, and low-growing shrubs. Small area of trees in the center. Lacks fresh water. Primarily a nesting, roosting, and foraging habitat for seabirds, shorebirds, and marine wildlife. Feral cats note. Remote location 2,575 kilometers southwest of Honolulu in the North Pacific Ocean, just north of the equator, about halfway between Hawaii and Australia. People population. Uninhabited note. American civilians evacuated in 1942 after Japanese air and naval attacks during World War II. Occupied by U.S. military during World War II, but abandoned after the war. Public entry is by special use permit only and generally restricted to scientists and educators. Government long-form name. None type. Unincorporated territory of the U.S. administered by the Fish and Wildlife Service of the U.S. Department of the Interior as part of the National Wildlife Refuge System. Economy overview. No economic activity. Communications airports. Airstrip constructed in 1937 for scheduled refueling stop on the round-the-world flight of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan. They left New Guinea for Howland Island, but were never seen again. The airstrip is no longer serviceable ports. None. Offshore anchorage only. One boat landing area along the middle of the west coast. Note. Earhart Light is a day beacon near the middle of the west coast that was partially destroyed during World War II, but has since been rebuilt in memory of famed aviatrix Amelia Earhart. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the U.S., visited annually by the U.S. Coast Guard. Country. Hungary. Geography. Total area. 93,030 square kilometers. Land area. 92,340 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly smaller than Indiana land boundaries. 2,251 kilometers. Total. Austria, 366 kilometers. Czechoslovakia, 676 kilometers. Romania, 443 kilometers. USSR, 135 kilometers. Yugoslavia, 631 kilometers coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked disputes. Transylvania question with Romania. Nagymaros Dam dispute with Czechoslovakia. Climate. Temperate, cold, cloudy, humid winters, warm summers. Terrain. Mostly flat to rolling plains and natural resources. Bauxite, coal, natural gas, fertile soils. Land use. 54% arable land. 3% permanent crops. 14% meadows and pastures. 18% forest and woodland. 11% other. Includes 2% irrigated environment. Levees are common along many streams, but flooding occurs almost every year. Note. Landlocked. Strategic location astride main land routes between Western Europe and Balkan Peninsula, as well as between USSR and Mediterranean Basin. People population. 10,568,686. July 1990. Growth rate. 0.1%. 1990. Birth rate. 12 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate. 13 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate. 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate. 15 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth. 67 years male, 75 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate. 1.8 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun. Hungarians. Adjective. Hungarian ethnic divisions. 96.6% Hungarian. 1.6% German. 1.1% Slovak. 0.3% Southern Slav. 0.2% Romanian religion. 67.5% Roman Catholic. 20% Calvinist. 5% Lutheran. 7.5% atheist and other language. 98.2% Hungarian. 1.8% other literacy. 99% labor force. 4,860,000. 43.2%. Services, trade, government, and other, 30.9% industry, 18.8% agriculture, 7.1% construction, 1988, organized labor, 96.5% of labor force. Central Council of Hungarian Trade Unions, SCOT, includes 19 affiliated unions, all controlled by the government. Independent unions legal. Maybe as many as 12 small independent unions in operation. Government long-form name. Republic of Hungary type. Republic capital. Budapest administrative divisions. 19 counties, Megiek, singular, Megi, and 1 capital. City asterisk, Fovaros, Bács-Kiskun, Baranya. Beeks, Borsodabad Zemplén, Budapest asterisk, Songrad, Fejer, Gyrsópron, Hajdú-Bihar, Heves, Komárom, Nógrád, Pest, Somogy, Szabolcs-Szatmár, Szolnok, Tolna, Vas, Veszprém, Zala Independence. 1001 Unification by King Stephen I Constitution. August 18, 1949, effective August 20, 1949, revised April 19, 1972 and October 18, 1989 legal system. Based on communist legal theory, with both civil law system, Civil Code of 1960, and common law elements, Supreme Court renders decisions of principle that sometimes have the effect of declaring legislative acts unconstitutional, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Anniversary of the liberation, April 4, 1945, Executive Branch. President, Premier, Council of Ministers Legislative Branch, Unicameral National Assembly, Orzagules Judicial Branch, Supreme Court Leaders, Chief of State. President-designate Arpad Gonks, since May 2, 1990. Head of Government, Prime Minister Joseph Antal, since May 23, 1990. Political parties and leaders. Democratic Forum, Joseph Antal, Chairman. Free Democrats, Janos Kiss, Chairman. Independent Smallholders, Istvan Prepelixay, President. Hungarian Socialist Party, MSP, Retso Nyers, Chairman. Young Democrats, Christian Democrats, Sandor Keresztes, President. Note: the Hungarian Socialist Communist Workers' Party, MSZMP, renounced communism and became the Hungarian Socialist Party, MSP, in October 1989. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. National Assembly, last. Held on March 25, 1990, first round, with the second round held April 8, 1990. Results: percent of vote by party NA. Seats: 394 total. Democratic Forum 165. Free Democrats 92. Independent Smallholders 43. Hungarian Socialist Party, MSP, 33. Young Democrats 21. Christian Democrats 21. Independent candidates or jointly sponsored candidates 19. An additional 8 seats will be given to representatives of minority nationalities. Communists. Fewer than 100,000, December 1989. Member of CCC, CIMA, FAO, GATT, IEA, IBRD, IBEC, ICAC, ICAO, ILO, ILZG, IMF, IMO, IPU, ISO, ITC, IDU, UN, UNESCO, UPU, Warsaw Pact, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Dr. Peter Verkonyi. Chancery at 3910, Shoemaker Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-362-6730. There is a Hungarian Consulate General in New York, U.S. Ambassador-designate Charles Thomas. Embassy at V. Szabadság Terrace 12, Budapest. Mailing address is APO New York 09213. Telephone 36 1 126 to 450 flag. 3 equal. Horizontal bands of red, top, white, and green. Economy overview. Hungary's post-war communist government spurred the movement from a predominantly agricultural to an industrialized economy. The share of the labor force in agriculture dropped from over 50% in 1950 to under 20% in 1989. Agriculture, nevertheless, remains an important sector, providing sizable export earnings and meeting domestic food needs. Industry accounts for about 40% of GNP and 30% of employment. Nearly three-fourths of foreign trade is with the USSR and Eastern Europe. Low rates of growth reflect the inability of the Soviet-style economy to modernize capital plant and motivate workers. GNP grew about 1% in 1988 and declined by 1% in 1989. Since 1985, external debt has more than doubled to nearly $20 billion. In recent years, Hungary has moved further than any other East European country in experimenting with decentralized and market-oriented enterprises. These experiments have failed to jumpstart the economy because of limitations on funds for privatization, continued subsidization of insolvent state enterprises, and a leadership's reluctance to implement sweeping market reforms that would cause additional social dislocations in the short term. GNP, $64.6 billion, per capita $6,108. Real growth rate, 1.3%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 18%, 1989 EST. Unemployment rate, 0.4%, 1989. Budget, revenues $14.0 billion. Expenditures $14.2 billion, including capital expenditures of $944 million. 1988. Exports, $19.1 billion. FOB 1988. Commodities, capital goods 36%, foods 24%, consumer goods 18%, fuels and minerals 11%, other 11%. Partners USSR 48%, Eastern Europe 25%, developed countries 16%, less developed countries 8%. 1987. Imports, $18.3 billion, CF. 1988. Commodities, machinery and transport 28%, fuels 20%, chemical products 14%, manufactured consumer goods 16%, agriculture 6%, other 16%, partners, USSR 43%, Eastern Europe 28%, less developed countries 23%, US 3%. 1987. External debt, $19.6 billion. 1989. Industrial production, growth rate 0.6%. 1988. Electricity, 7,250,000 kilowatts capacity, 30,300 million kilowatt hours produced, 2,870 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, mining, metallurgy, engineering industries, processed foods, textiles, chemicals, especially pharmaceuticals, agriculture, including forestry, accounts for about 15% of GNP and 19% of employment. Highly diversified crop livestock farming. Principal crops, wheat, corn, sunflowers, potatoes, sugar beets. Livestock, hogs, cattle, poultry, dairy products. Self-sufficient in food output aid. Donor, $1.80 billion in bilateral aid to non-communist, less developed countries. 1962 to 88. Currency, foreign, plural, forints. 1 forint FT equals 100 filler exchange rates. Forints FT per 1 US dollar. 62.5, January 1990. 59.2, 1989. 50.413, 1988. 46.971, 1987. 45.832, 1986. 50.119, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 7,770 kilometers total, 7,513 kilometers 1.435 meter standard gauge, 222 kilometers narrow gauge, mostly 0.760 meter, 35 kilometers 1.524 meter broad gauge, 1,138 kilometers double track, 2,088 kilometers electrified. All government-owned, 1987. Highways, 130,000 kilometers total. 29,701 kilometers national highway system. 26,727 kilometers asphalt and bitumen. 146 kilometers concrete. 55 kilometers stone and road brick. 2,345 kilometers macadam. 428 kilometers unpaved. 58,495 kilometers country roads, 66% unpaved, and 41,804 kilometers EST, Other roads, 70% unpaved, 1987. Inland waterways, 1,622 kilometers, 1986. Pipelines, crude oil, 1,204 kilometers, refined products, 600 kilometers, natural gas, 3,800 kilometers, 1986. Ports, Budapest and Dnipro are river ports on the Danube. Maritime outlets are Rostock, GDR, Gdansk, Poland, Gdynia, Poland, Szczecin, Poland, Galati, Romania, and Brela, Romania. Merchant marine, 16 cargo ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 77,141 GRT/103, 189 AWT civil air, 22 major transport aircraft airports, 90 total, 90 usable, 20 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,659 m, 10 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 15 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications stations, 13 AM, 11 FM, 21 TV, 8 Soviet TV relays, 3,500,000 TV sets, 5,500,000 receiver sets, at least one satellite Earth station, Defense Forces branches, Hungarian People's Army, Frontier Guard, Air and Air Defense Command military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 2,645,016, 2,112,651 fit for military service. 86,481 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures, 43.7 billion forints, in a percent of total budget, 1989. Note, conversion of the military budget into U.S. dollars using the official administratively set exchange rate would produce misleading results. Country, Iceland, geography, total area, 103,000 square kilometers. Land area, 100,250 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Kentucky land boundaries. None coastline. For 1,988 kilometers. Maritime claims. Continental shelf, edge of continental margin or 200 nanometers. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. Rockall continental shelf dispute involving Denmark, Ireland, and the UK. Ireland and the UK have signed a boundary agreement in the Rockall area. Climate, temperate, moderated by North Atlantic current. Mild, windy winters. Damp, cool summers. Terrain, mostly plateau interspersed with mountain peaks, ice fields. Coast deeply indented by bays and fjords. Natural resources, fish, hydroelectric and geothermal power. Diatomite land use. NEGL% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 23% meadows and pastures, 1% forest and woodland, 76% other environment. Subject to earthquakes and volcanic activity. Note, strategic location between Greenland and Europe, westernmost. European country, people population, 257,023, July 1990. Growth rate 1.1%, 1990. Birth rate, 18 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 7 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 75 years male, 80 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.2 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Icelanders. Adjective, Icelandic ethnic divisions, homogeneous mixture of descendants of Norwegians and Celts. Religion, 95% Evangelical Lutheran, 3% other Protestant and Roman Catholic, 2% no affiliation. Language, Icelandic literacy, 100% labor force, 134,429, 55.4% commerce, finance, and services, 14.3% other manufacturing, 5.8% agriculture, 7.9% fish processing, 5% fishing. 1986, organized labor. 60% of labor force. Government long form name. Republic of Iceland type. Republic capital. Reykjavik administrative divisions. 23 counties. Sislar, singular, Sisla, and 14 independent towns asterisk, Kaupstadar. Singular, Kaupstadar, Ukraine's asterisk, Akureyri asterisk, Arnasisla, Osterbardistrandersla, Osterhinavand Sisla, Osterskafta Felsisla, Borgarv Jardharsla, Dallasisla, Age of Jardharsa, Gulbring Gusla, Hafnerv Jorder asterisk, Husavik asterisk, Isav Jorder asterisk, Keflavik asterisk, Jo Sarsisla, Kopavogar asterisk, Mirasisla, Neskop Stadter asterisk, Norderisav Jardharsa, Nordamulasisla, Nordathingi Jarsisla, Olaf Jorder asterisk, Ranger Valasisla, Reykjavik asterisk, Sod Harkerker asterisk, Sadhis Jorder asterisk, Siglav Jorder asterisk, Skagav Jardharsla, Snæfels Zhempadal Sisla, Strandis Sisla, Suttermula Sisla, Sutterthingi Jarsisla, Vestmanajar asterisk, Vesterbartistrandersla, Vesterhinavand Sisla, Vesterisav Jardharsa, Vesterskafta Felsisla, Independence. June 17, 1944 from Denmark. Constitution. June 16, 1944, effective June 17, 1944 legal system. Civil law system based on Danish law. Does not accept compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Anniversary of the establishment of the Republic, June 17, 1944, Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral Parliament, Althing, with an upper house, Efredeeld, and a lower house, Nedredeeld, Judicial Branch. Supreme Court, Hesteretter, Leaders. Chief of State, President Vigdis Efinijor, since August 1, 1980. Head of Government, Prime Minister Steingrimer Hichenison. Since September 28, 1988, political parties and leaders. Independents, Conservative, Thorstein Palsson. Progressive, Steingrimer Hermansen. Social. Democratic, John Baldvin Hannibalsson. People's Alliance, Left Socialist, Olafur Ragnar Grimson. Citizens Party, Conservative Nationalist, Julia Solms. Women's List Suffrage. Universal at age 20 elections. President. Last held on June 29, 1980, next scheduled for June 1992. Results. There were no elections in 1984 and 1988 as President Vigdis Finnbogadottir was unopposed. Parliament. Last held on April 25, 1987, next to be held by April 25, 1991. Results. Independents 27.2%, Progressive 18.9%, Social Democratic 15.2%, People's Alliance 13.4%, Citizens Party 10.9%, Women's List 10.1%, Other 4.3%, Seats 63 total. Independents 18, Progressive 13, Social Democratic 10, People's Alliance 8, Citizens Party 7, Women's List 6. Regional Equality Platform 1 Communists. Less than 100 EST, some of whom participate in the People's Alliance member of CCC, Council of Europe, EC, Free Trade Agreement, pending resolution of fishing limits issue. EFTA, FAO, GATT, IEA, IBRD, ICAO, ICES, IDA, IFC, IHO, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITU, IWC, International Whaling Commission, NATO, Nordic Council, OECD, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WMO, WSG, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Ingvi S. Ingvarsson. Chancery at 2022, Connecticut Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-265-6653 through 6655. There's an Icelandic Consulate General in New York, U.S. Ambassador Charles E. Cobb. Embassy at Lofisvegur 21, Reykjavik. Mailing address is FPO New York 09571 0001. Telephone 354-1-29100 flag. Blue with a red cross outlined in white that extends to the edges of the flag. The vertical part of the cross is shifted to the hoy side in the style of the Dannebrog, Danish flag. Economy overview. Iceland's prosperous Scandinavian-type economy is basically capitalistic, but with extensive welfare measures, low unemployment, and comparatively even distribution of income. The economy is heavily dependent on the fishing industry, which provides nearly 75% of export earnings. In the absence of other natural resources, Iceland's economy is vulnerable to changing world fish prices. National output declined for the second consecutive year in 1989, and two of the largest fish farms filed for bankruptcy. Other economic activities include livestock raising and aluminum smelting. A fall in the fish catch is expected for 1990, resulting in a continuation of the recession. GDP, $4.0 billion, per capita $16,200. Real growth rate, 1.8%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 17.4%, 1989 EST. Unemploiement rate, 1.3%, 1989. Budget, revenues $1.5 billion, expenditures $1.7 billion, including capital expenditures of $1 million, 1988. Exports, $1.4 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, fish and fish products, animal products, aluminum, diatomite. Partners, EC 58.9%, UK 23.3%, FRG 10.3%, US 13.6%, USSR 3.6% imports. $1.6 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, machinery and transportation equipment, petroleum, foodstuffs, textiles. Partners, EC 58%, FRG 16%, Denmark 10.4%, UK 9.2%, US 8.5%, USSR 3.9% external debt. $1.8 billion, 1988. Industrial production. Growth rate 4.7%, 1987 EST. Electricity, 1,063,000 kilowatts capacity. 5,165 million kilowatt-hours produced, 20,780 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Fish processing, aluminum smelting, ferrosilicon production, hydropower agriculture. Accounts for about 25% of GDP, including fishing. Fishing is most important economic activity, contributing nearly 75% to export earnings. Principal crops, potatoes and turnips. Livestock, cattle, sheep, self-sufficient in crops. Fish catch of about 1.6 million metric tons in 1987 aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-81, $19.1 million currency. Krona, plural kroner, 1 Icelandic krona, IKR, equals 100 or exchange rates. Icelandic kroner, IKR, per 1 U.S. dollar. 60.751, January 1990. 57.042, 1989. 43.014, 1988. 38.677, 1987. 41.104, 1986. 41.508, 1985. Fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications highways. 12,343 kilometers total. 166 kilometers bitumen and concrete, 1,284 kilometers bituminous treated and gravel, 10,893 kilometers earth ports. Reykjavik, Akureyri, Hafnarfjordur, Keflavik, Seyðisfjörður, Siglufjörður. Vestmannaeyjar, numerous minor ports, merchant marine. 18 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 62,867 GRT/87, 610 DWT. Includes 9 cargo, 2 refrigerated cargo, 1 container, 2 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 1 petroleum, oils and lubricants, POL, tanker, 1 chemical tanker, 2 bulk civil air. 20 major transport aircraft airports. 99 total. 92 usable, for with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 14 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Adequate. Domestic service, wire and radio communication system. 135,000 telephones, stations, 10 AM, 17, 43 relays, FM, 14, 132 relays, TV, 2 submarine cables, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, police, Coast Guard military manpower, males 15 to 49, 68,688, 61,553 fit for military service. No conscription or compulsory military service defense expenditures. None. Country. India. Geography. Total area. 3,287,590 square kilometers. Land. Area. 2,973,190 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly more than one-third the size of the U.S. land boundaries. 14,103 km total. Bangladesh, 4,053 kilometers. Bhutan, 605 kilometers. Burma, 1,463 kilometers. China, 3,380. Nepal, 1,690 kilometers. Pakistan, 2,912 kilometers coastline. 7,000 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Continental shelf. Edge of continental margin, or 200 nanometers. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers disputes, boundaries with Bangladesh, China, and Pakistan, water sharing problems with downstream riparians, Bangladesh over the Ganges and Pakistan over the Indus climate, varies from tropical monsoon in south to temperate in north terrain, upland plain, Deccan Plateau, in south, flat to rolling plain along the Ganges, deserts in west, Himalayas and north natural resources. Coal, 4th largest reserves in the world. Iron ore, manganese, mica, bauxite, titanium or chromite, natural gas, diamonds, crude oil, limestone land use. 55% arable land. 1% permanent crops. 4% meadows and pastures. 23% forest and woodland. 17% other. Includes 13% irrigated environment. Droughts, flash floods, severe. Thunderstorms common, deforestation, soil erosion, overgrazing, air and water pollution. Desertification note, dominates South Asian subcontinent, near important Indian Ocean trade routes. People population, 849,746,001, July 1990. Growth rate 2%, 1990. Birth rate, 30 births per 1,000 population. 1990, death rate, 10 deaths/1,000 population. 1990, net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990, infant mortality rate, 89 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990, life expectancy at birth, 57 years. Male, 59 years. Female, 1990, total fertility rate, 3.8 children born/woman. 1990, nationality. Noun, Indians. Adjective, Indian ethnic divisions, 72% Indo-Aryan, 25% Dravidian, 3% Mongoloid, and other religion. 82.6% Hindu, 11.4% Muslim, 2.4% Christian, 2% Sikh, 0.7% Buddhist, 0.5% Jains, 0.4% other language. Hindi, English, and 14 other official languages. Bengali, Telugu, Marathi, Tamil, Urdu, Gujarati, Malayalam, Kannada, Oriya, Punjabi, Assamese, Kashmiri, Sindhi, and Sanskrit. 24. Languages spoken by 1 million or more persons each. Numerous other languages and dialects, for the most part mutually unintelligible. Hindi is the national language and primary tongue of 30% of the people. English enjoys associate status, but is the most important language for national, political, and commercial communication. Hindustani, a popular variant of Hindi/Urdu, is spoken widely throughout northern India. Literacy, 36% labor force, 284,400,000, 67% agriculture, FY 85, organized labor. Less than 5% of the labor force, government long form name. Republic of India type. Federal Republic capital. New Delhi administrative divisions. 24 states and 7 union territories asterisk. Andaman and Nicobar Islands asterisk. Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Chandigarh asterisk. Dadra and Nagar Haveli asterisk. Delhi asterisk. Goa and Daman and Diu asterisk. Gujarat, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Karnataka, Kerala, Lakshadweep asterisk. Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Orissa, Pondicherry asterisk. Punjab, Rajasthan, Sikkim, Tamil Nadu, Tripura, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal. Note: Goa may become a state with Daman and Diu remaining a Union Territory independence. August 15, 1947, from UK. Constitution. January 26, 1950 Legal system. Based on English common law. Limited judicial review of legislative acts. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. With reservations national holiday. Anniversary of the Proclamation of the Republic. January 26, 1950. Executive branch. President. Vice President. Prime Minister. Council of Ministers Legislative branch. Bicameral Parliament. Sansad consists of an upper house or government assembly. Rajya Sabha and a lower house or People's Assembly. Lok Sabha, judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State. President Ramaswamy Iyer Venkataraman. Since July 25, 1987. Vice President Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma. Since September 3, 1987. Head of Government. Prime Minister Vishwanath Pratap Singh. Since December 2, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Janata Dal Party, Prime Minister VP Singh. Congress, I. Party, Rajiv Gandhi, Bharatiya Janata Party, LK. Advani, Communist Party of India, CPI, C. Rajeswara Rao, Communist Party of India / Marxist, CPI / M. Is. Nambudiri Pod, Communist Party of India / Marxist-Leninist, CPI / ML, Satyanarayan Singh, All India Anna Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, AIADMK, a regional party in Tamil Nadu, Jayalalitha, Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, M. Karunanthi, Akali Dal factions representing Sikh religious community in the Punjab, Telugu Desam, a regional party in Andhra Pradesh, N.T. Rama Rao, National Conference in C, a regional party in Jammu and Kashmir, Farooq Abdullah, Assam Gana Parishad, a regional party in Assam, Prafulla Mahanta suffrage, universal at age 18 elections, People's Assembly, last held 24, November 26, 1989, next to be held by November 1994, subject to postponement. Results, percent of vote by party in A, seats, 544 total, 525 elected, Congress, I, Party 193, Janata Dal Party 141, Bharatiya Janata Party 86, Communist Party of India, Marxist, 32, Independence 18, Communist Party of India 12, AIADMK 11, Akali Dal 6, Shiv Sena 4, RSP 4, Forward Bloc 3, BSP 3, Telugu Desam 2, Congress, S, Party 1, others 9 communists, 466,000 members claimed by CPI, 361,000 members claimed by CPI/M. Communist extremist groups, about 15,000 members other political or pressure groups, various separatist groups seeking greater communal autonomy, numerous Senas or militant/chauvinistic organizations, including Shiv Sena, in Bombay, Anand Marg, and Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. Member of ADB, OEC, ANRPC, CCC, Colombo Plan, Commonwealth, ESCAP, FAO, G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, LZSG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, IRC, ITC, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, and AM SARC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFTU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG, WDO, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Designate Abid Hussain, Chancery at 2107 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. telephone 202-939-7000. Their Indian consulates general in Chicago, New York, and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador William Clark, Embassy at Shawnee Path, Chanakapuri 110021, New Delhi, telephone 91-11-600,651. There are U.S. consulates general in Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras. Flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of orange top, white and green, with a blue chakra, 24-spoked wheel, centered in the white band. Similar to the flag of Niger, which has a small orange disc centered in the white band. Economy overview. India's Malthusian economy is a mixture of traditional village farming and handicrafts, modern agriculture, old and new branches of industry, and a multitude of support services. It presents both the entrepreneurial skills and drives of the capitalist system and widespread government intervention of the socialist mold. Growth of 4% to 5% annually in the 1980s has softened the impact of population growth on unemployment, social tranquility, and the environment. Agricultural output has continued to expand, reflecting the greater use of modern farming techniques and improved seed that have helped to make India self-sufficient in food grains and a net agricultural exporter. However, tens of millions of villagers, particularly in the South, have not benefited from the Green Revolution and live in abject poverty. Industry has benefited from a liberalization of controls. The growth rate of the service sector has also been strong. GNP, $333 billion. Per capita, $400. Real growth rate 5%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate. Consumer prices 9.5%. 1989 EST. Unemploiement hat, 20%. 1989. Budget. Revenues $48 billion. Expenditures $53 billion, including capital expenditures of $13.6 billion. 1989. Exports. $17.2 billion. FOB. 1989. Commodities. Tea, coffee, iron, ore, fish products manufacturers. Partners. EC 25%. USSR and Eastern Europe 17%. US 19%. Japan 10% imports. $24.7 billion. CF. 1989. Commodities, petroleum, edible oils, textiles, clothing, capital goods. Partners. EC 33%. Middle East 19%. Japan 10%. US 9%. USSR and Eastern Europe 8%. External debt. $48.70. Billion. 1989. Industrial production. Growth rate. 8.8%. 1989. Electricity. 59 million kilowatts capacity. 215,000 million kilowatt hours produced. 260 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Textiles, food processing, steel machinery, transportation equipment, cement, jute manufacturers, mining, petroleum, power, chemicals, pharmaceuticals. Electronics agriculture. Account for about 33% of GNP and employs 67% of labor force. Self-sufficient in food grains. Principal crops. Rice, wheat, oilseeds, cotton, jute, tea, sugarcane, potatoes. Livestock. Cattle, buffaloes. Sheep, goats, and poultry. Fish catch at about 3 million metric tons ranks India in the world's top 10 fishing nations. Illicit drugs. Illicit producer of opium poppy for the pharmaceutical trade, but some opium is diverted to international drug markets. Major transit country for illicit narcotics produced in neighboring countries. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exime, FI 70-88. For $0.2 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1980 to 87, $18.6 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $315 million. USSR, 1970 to 88, $10.0 billion. Eastern Europe, 1970 to 88, $105 million currency. Indian rupee, plural, rupees. 1 Indian rupee equals 100 pays exchange rates. Indian rupees RS per $1 US, 16.965. January 1990. 16.226, 1989, 13.917, 1988, 12.962, 1987, 12.611, 1986, 12.369, 1985, fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March, communications railroads, 61,850 kilometers total, 1986. 33,553 kilometers, 1.676 meter broad gauge, 24,051 kilometers, 1.000 meter gauge, 4,246 kilometers narrow gauge, 0.762 meter, and 0.610 meter. 12,617 kilometers is double track. 6,500 kilometers is electrified highways. 1,633,300 kilometers total, 1986. 515,300 kilometers secondary and 1,118,000 kilometers gravel, crushed stone, or earth inland waterways. 16,180 kilometers, 3,631 kilometers navigable by large vessels pipelines. Crude oil, 3,497 kilometers. Refined products, 1,703 kilometers. Natural gas, 902 kilometers, 1989. Ports, Bombay, Calcutta, Cochin, Kandla, Madras, New Mangalore, Port Blair, Andaman Islands. Merchant Marine, 296 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 5,855,842 GRT/9, 790, 260. DWT includes 1 short sea passenger, 8 passenger cargo, 95 cargo, 1 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 8 container, 53 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 10 chemical tanker, 9 combination or/oil, 109 bulk, 2 combination bulk civil air, 93 major transport aircraft airports, 345 total, 292 usable, 202 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,659 m, 57 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 91 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Poor domestic telephone service, international radio. Communications adequate. 3,200,000 telephones, stations, 170 AM, no FM, 14 TV, government-controlled. Domestic satellite system for communications and TV. 3 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth stations. Submarine cables to Sri Lanka, Malaysia, and Pakistan. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force, Border Security Forces, Coast Guard. Paramilitary forces, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 227,436,282, 134,169,114 fit for military service. About 9,403,063 reach military age, 17, annually defense. Expenditures, 2.6% of GNP, or $8.7 billion, FY90 EST. Country, Indian Ocean. Geography, total area, 73,600,000 square kilometers. Arabian Sea, Bay Strait, Bay of Bengal, Java Sea, Persian Gulf, Red Sea, Strait of Malacca, Timor Sea, and other tributary water bodies. Comparative area, slightly less than 8 times the size of the U.S. Third largest ocean, after the Pacific Ocean and Atlantic Ocean, but larger than the Arctic Ocean. Coastline, 66,526 kilometers. Climate, northeast monsoon, December to April. Southwest monsoon, June to October. Tropical cyclones occur during May/June and October/November in the North Indian Ocean and January/February in the South Indian Ocean terrain. Surface dominated by counterclockwise gyre, broad, circular system of currents in the South Indian Ocean. Unique reversal of surface currents in the North Indian Ocean. Low pressure over Southwest Asia from hot, rising, summer air results in the southwest monsoon and southwest to northeast winds and currents, while high pressure over northern Asia from cold, falling, Winter air results in the northeast monsoon and northeast to southwest winds and currents. Ocean floor is dominated by the mid-Indian Ocean Ridge and subdivided by the southeast Indian Ocean Ridge, southwest Indian Ocean Ridge, and 90 East Ridge. Maximum depth is 7,258 meters in the Java Trench. Natural resources: oil and gas fields, fish, shrimp, sand and gravel aggregates, placer deposits, polymetallic nodules. Environment: endangered. Marine species include the dugong, seals, turtles, and whales. Oil pollution in the Arabian Sea, Persian Gulf, and Red Sea. Note: major choke points include Bab el-Mandeb, Strait of Hormuz, Strait of Malacca, southern access to the Suez Canal, and Lombok Strait. Ships subject to superstructure icing in extreme south near Antarctica from May to October. Economy overview. The Indian Ocean provides a major transportation highway for the movement of petroleum products from the Middle East to Europe and North and South American countries. Fish from the ocean are of growing economic importance to many of the bordering countries as a source of both food and exports. Fishing fleets from the USSR, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan also exploit the Indian Ocean for mostly shrimp and tuna. Large reserves of hydrocarbons are being tapped in the offshore areas of Saudi Arabia, Iran, India, and Western Australia. An estimated 40% of the world's offshore oil production comes from the Indian Ocean. Beach sands rich in heavy minerals and offshore placer deposits are actively exploited by bordering countries, particularly India, South Africa, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. Industries: based on exploitation of natural resources, particularly marine life, minerals, oil and gas production, fishing, sand and gravel aggregates, placer deposits, communications ports: Bombay, India; Calcutta, India; Madras, India; Colombo, Sri Lanka; Durban, South Africa; Fremantle, Australia; Jakarta, Indonesia; Melbourne, Australia; Richards Bay, South Africa. Telecommunications: no submarine cables. Country: Indonesia. Geography: total area 1,919,440 square kilometers. Land area: 1,826,440 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly less than 3 times the size of Texas. Land boundaries: 2,602 kilometers total. Malaysia 1,782 kilometers. Papua New Guinea 820 kilometers coastline, 54,716 kilometers. Maritime claims, measured from claimed archipelagic baselines, continental shelf, to depth of exploitation, extended economic zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes: East Timor question with Portugal. Climate: tropical, hot, humid, more moderate in highlands. Terrain: mostly coastal lowlands. Larger islands have interior mountains. Natural resources: crude oil, tin, natural gas, nickel, timber, bauxite, copper, fertile soils, coal, gold, silver. Land use: 8% arable land, 3% permanent crops, 7% meadows and pastures, 67% forest and woodland, 15% other. Includes 3% irrigated environment. Archipelago of 13,500 islands, 6,000 inhabited. Occasional floods, severe droughts, and tsunamis. Deforestation. Note: straddles equator. Strategic location astride, or along major sea lanes from Indian Ocean to Pacific Ocean. People population: 190,136,221, July 1990. Growth rate 1.8%, 1990. Birth rate: 27 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate: 9 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate: 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate: 75 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 58 years male, 63 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate: 3.1 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Indonesians. Adjective, Indonesian ethnic divisions. Majority of Malay, stock comprising 45% Javanese, 14% Sudanese, 7.5% Majoris, 7.5% coastal Malays, 26% other religion, 88% Muslim, 6% Protestant, 3% Roman Catholic, 2% Hindu, 1% other language. Bahasa Indonesia, modified form of Malay. Official, English and Dutch leading foreign languages, local dialects, the most widely spoken of which is Javanese literacy. 62% labor force, 67 million. 55% agriculture, 10% manufacturing, 4% construction, 3% transport and communication, 1985. Organizat labor, 3,000,000 members, claimet. About 5% of labor force, government long form NIM, Republic of Indonesia type. Republik Capital, Jakarta Administrative Divisions. 24 provinsias, provinsi-provinsi, singular, provinsi. 2 special regions, daerah istimewa, singular, daerah istimewa. N 1 special district, daerah khusus ibu kota. Aceh, Bali, Bengkulu, Irian Jaya, Jakarta Raya, Jambi, Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, Jawa Timur, Kalimantan Barat, Kalimantan Selatan, Kalimantan Tengah, Kalimantan Timur, Lampung, Maluku, Nusa Tenggara Barat, Nusa Tenggara Timur, Riau, Sulawesi Selatan, Sulawesi Tengah, Sulawesi Tenggara, Sulawesi Utara, Sumatera Barat, Sumatera Selatan, Sumatera Utara, Timur Timur, Yogyakarta Independensia. 17 August 1945, from Netherlands. Formerly Netherlands or Dutch East Indies. Constitution, August 1945. Abrogada by Federal Constitution of 1949 and Provisional Constitution of 1950, restored 5 July 1959 legal system, based on Roman Dutch law, substantially modified by indigenous concepts and by new criminal procedures code, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, August 17, 1945, Executive Branch. President, Vice President, Cabinet Legislative Branch, Unicameral House of Representatives, Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat, or DPR. Note: the People's Consultative Assembly, Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat, or MPR, includes the DPR plus 500 indirectly elected members who meet every 5 years to elect the President and Vice President and, theoretically, to determine national policy. Judicial Branch, Supreme Court, Mahkamah Agung. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President Gen. Ret. Suharto, since March 27, 1968, Vice President Lieutenant Gen. Ret. Sudarmono, since March 11, 1983, political parties and leaders. Golkar, quasi-official party based on functional groups. Lieutenant Gen. Ret. Waono, General Chairman. Indonesia Democracy Party, PDI, Federation of Former Nationalist and Christian Parties. Sohariati, Chairman, Development Unity Party, PPP, Federation of Former Islamic Parties. Ismail Hassan Medariam, Chairman Suffrage. Universal at age 17 and married persons regardless of age elections. House of Representatives. Last held on April 23, 1987. Next to be held April 23, 1992. Results: Golkar 73%, UDP 16%, PDI 11%. Seats: 500 total, 400 elected, 100 appointed. Golkar 299, UDP 61, PDI 40. Communist Party, PKI, was officially banned in March 1966. Current strength about 1,000 to 3,000, with less than 10% engaged in organized activity. Pre-October 1965 hardcore membership about 1.5 million member of ADB, ANRPC, ASEAN, Association of 10 Producing Countries, CCC, CIPEC, ESCAP, FAO, G77, GATT, IBA, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, IHO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, IRC, ISO, ITC, ITU, EM, OIC, OPEC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Abdul Rahman Ramli, Chancery at 2020. Massachusetts Avenue NW, Washington, D.C. 20036. Telephone 202-775-5200. There are Indonesian consulates general in Houston, New York, and Los Angeles, and consulates in Chicago and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador John C. Monjo, Embassy at Medan Merdeka, Selatan 5, Jakarta. Mailing address is APO San Francisco 96356. Telephone 62-21-360-360. There are U.S. consulates in Medan and Surabaya flag, 2 equal horizontal bands of red, top, and white, similar to the flag of Monaco, which is shorter. Also similar to the flag of Poland, which is white, top, and red. Economy overview. Indonesia is a mixed economy with many socialist institutions and central planning, but with a recent emphasis on deregulation and private enterprise. Indonesia has extensive natural wealth, but with a large and rapidly increasing population, it remains a poor country. GNP growth in 1985 to 89 averaged about 4%, somewhat short of the 5% rate needed to absorb the 2.3 million workers annually entering the labor force. Agriculture, including forestry and fishing, is the most important sector, accounting for 21% of GDP and over 50% of the labor force. The staple crop is rice. Once the world's largest rice importer, Indonesia is now nearly self-sufficient. Plantation crops, rubber and palm oil, are being encouraged for both export and job generation. The diverse natural resources include crude oil, natural gas, timber, metals, and coal. Of these, the oil sector dominates the external economy, generating more than 20% of the government's revenues and 40% of export earnings in 1989. Japan is Indonesia's most important customer and supplier of aid. GNP, $80 billion. Per capita, $430. Real growth rate, 5.7%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 5.5%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 3.1%, 1989 EST. Budget, revenues $20.9 billion. Expenditures $20.9 billion, including capital expenditures of $7.5 billion, FY89. Exports, $21.0 billion, FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities, petroleum and liquefied natural gas 40%, timber 15%, textiles 7%, rubber 5%, coffee 3%. Partners, Japan 42%, US 16%, Singapore 9%, EC 11%, 1988. Imports, $13.2 billion, FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities, machinery 39%, chemical products 19%, manufactured goods 16%. Partners, Japan 26%, EC 19%, US 13%, Singapore 7%, 1988. External debt, $55.0 billion, medium and long term, 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 4.8%, 1988 EST. Electricity, 11,600,000 kilowatts capacity, 38,000 million kilowatt hours produced, 200 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, petroleum, textiles, mining, cement, chemical fertilizer production, timber, food, rubber agriculture, subsistence food production, smallholder and plantation production for export, rice, cassava, peanuts, rubber, cocoa, coffee, copra, other tropical products, illicit drugs, illicit producer of cannabis for the international drug trade, but not a major player. Government actively eradicating plantings and prosecuting traffickers' aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, for $0.2 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $19.8 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89. $213 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $175 million currency. Indonesian rupiah, plural, rupiahs. 1 Indonesian rupiah, Rp, equals 100 sun. Sun no longer used. Exchange rates. Indonesian rupiahs, Rp, per 1 US dollar. 1,804.9, January 1990. 1,770.1, 1989. 1,685.7, 1988. 1,643.8, 1987. 1,282.6, 1986. 1,110.6, 1985. Fiscal year. April 1st. 31 March. Communications railroads. 6,964 kilometers total. 6,389 kilometers 1.067 meter gauge. 497 kilometers 0.750 meter gauge. 78 kilometers 0.600 meter gauge. 211 kilometers double track. 101 kilometers electrified. All government-owned highways. 119,500 kilometers total. 11,812 kilometers state. 34,180 kilometers provincial. And 73,508 kilometers district roads, inland waterways. 21,579 kilometers total. Sumatra, 5,471 kilometers. Java and Madura, 820 kilometers. Kalimantan, 10,460 kilometers. Celebes, 241 kilometers. Irian Jaya, 4,587 kilometers pipelines. Crude oil, 2,505 kilometers. Refined products, 456 kilometers. Natural gas, 1,703 kilometers. 1989. Ports, Cilacap, Cirebon, Jakarta, Kupang, Palembang, Ujung Pandang, Semarang, Surabaya Merchant. Marine, 313 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 1,480,912 JRT/2. 245, 233 DWT. Includes 5 short sea passenger, 13 passenger cargo, 173 cargo, 6 container, 3 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 2 vehicle carrier, 77 petroleum, oils, and lubricants. POL, tanker, 1 chemical tanker, 2 liquefied gas, 6 specialized tanker, 1 livestock carrier, 24 bulk civil air, about 216 commercial transport aircraft airports, 468 total, 435 usable, 106 with permanent surface runways, 1 with runways over 3,659 m, 12 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 62 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Inter-island microwave system and HF police net. Domestic service fare, international service good. Radio broadcast coverage good. 763,000 telephones, 1986. Stations. 618 AM, 38 FM. 9 TV. Satellite Earth stations. 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth station and 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat Earth station. And 1 domestic satellite communication system. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force. National Police military manpower. Males. 15 to 49. 49,283,496. 29,137,291 fit for military service. 2,098,169 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures. 2.1% of GNP, 1987. Country, Iran. Geography, total area. 1,648,000 square kilometers. Land area. 1,636,000 square kilometers comparative area, slightly larger than Alaska land boundaries. 5,492 kilometers total. Afghanistan 936 kilometers. Iraq 1,458 kilometers. Pakistan 909 kilometers. Turkey 499 kilometers. USSR 1,690 kilometers coastline. 3,180 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. Not specific. Exclusive fishing zone. 50 nanometers in the Sea of Oman. Median line boundaries in the Persian Gulf. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Iran began formal UN peace negotiations with Iraq in August 1988 to end the war that began on September 22, 1980. Troop withdrawal. Freedom of navigation. Sovereignty over the Shatt al-Arab waterway and prisoner of war exchange are the major issues for negotiation. Kurdish question among Iran, Iraq, Syria, Turkey, and the USSR. Occupies 3 islands in the Persian Gulf. Claimed by Jazari Abu Musa or Abu Musa, Jazari Tunbi Bozorg or Greater Tund, and Jazari Tunbi Kuchek or Lesser Tund. Periodic disputes with Afghanistan over Helmand water rights. Bullet question with Afghanistan and Pakistan climate. Mostly arid or semi-arid, subtropical along Caspian coast terrain. Rugged, mountainous rim. High, central basin with deserts, mountains. Small, discontinuous plains along both coasts. Natural resources. Petroleum, natural gas, coal, chromium. Copper, iron or lead, manganese, zinc, sulfur. Land use. 8% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops. 27% meadows and pastures. 11% forest and woodland. 54% other. Includes 2% irrigated environment. Deforestation. Overgrazing. Desertification. People population. 55,647,001. July 1990. Growth rate 3.1%. 1990. Birth rate. 45 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 10 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 5 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 91 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 62 years male, 63 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Iranians. Adjective, Iranian ethnic divisions. 51% Persian, 25% Azerbaijani, 9% Kurd, 8% Jalaki and Mazandarani, 2% La, 1% Baloch, 1% Arab, 3% other religion, 95% Shia Muslim, 4% Sunni Muslim, 2% Zoroastrian, Jewish, Christian, and Baha'i language. 58% Persian and Persian dialects. 26% Turkic and Turkic dialects. 9% Kurdish. 2% Luri. 1% Baloch. 1% Arabic. 1% Turkish. 2% other literacy. 48% A. Labor force 15,4 cents,000. 33% agriculture. 21% manufacturing. Shortage of skilled labor, 1988. Organized labor. None. Government long-form name. Islamic Republic of Iran type. Theocratic Republic capital. Tehran administrative divisions. 24 provinces. Astana, singular, Austin. Azerbaijani Bakhtari, Azerbaijani Kavari, Bakhtarin, Bushehr, Chahar Mahal Va, Bakhtiari, Esfahan, Fars, Jilin, Hamadan, Hormozgan, Ilam, Kerman, Khorasan, Khuzestan, Kokhalia Va, Bayramadi, Kurdistan, Lorstan, Markazi, Mazandaran, Semnan, Sistan Va, Balochistan, Tehran, Yazd, Zanjan Independence. April 1st. 1979. Islamic Republic of Iran proclaimed Constitution. 2–3 December 1979. Revised 1989 to expand powers of the presidency legal system. The new constitution codifies Islamic principles of government. National holiday. Islamic Republic Day, April 1st, 1979. Executive branch. Cleric Faqih, President. Council of Cabinet Ministers Legislative branch. Unicameral Islamic Consultative Assembly. Majlis-e Islami, Judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders. Cleric and functional chief of state. Leader of the Islamic Revolution Ayatollah Ali Hosseini Khamenei. Since June 3, 1989. Head of Government. President Ali Akbar Rafsanjani. Since August 3, 1989. Political parties and leaders. There are at least 7 licensed parties. The 2 most important are Militant Clerics Association, Mehdi Madavi Karoubi and Mohammed Askar Musavi Koinama. Fidayan Islam Organization, Sadek Kalkali Suffrage. Universal at age 15 elections. President. Last held in July 1989. Next to be held April 1993. Results. Ali Akbar Rafsanjani was elected with only token opposition. Islamic Consultative Assembly. Last held April 8th and May 13th, 1988. Next to be held April 1992. Results. Percent of vote by party NA. Seats. 270 seats total. Number of seats by party NA Communists. 1,000 to 2,000 ST Hardcore. 15,000 to 20,000 EST sympathizers. Crackdown in 1983 crippled the party. Trials of captured leaders began in late 1983 and remain incomplete. Other political or pressure groups. Groups that generally support the Islamic Republic include Hezbollah, Hajjatiyya Society, Mojahedin of the Islamic Revolution, Muslim students following the line of the Imam, and Tehran Militant Clergy Association, Mojahedin Khalq Organization, MKO, People's Fidayin, and Kurdish Democratic Party are armed political groups that have been almost completely repressed by the government member of CCC, SCAP, FAOG, 77, IBRD, IDEA, IBIFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, INULSAT, IPU, OIC, OPEC, UN, UNESCO, UNICEF, UNIDO, who diplomatic representation, none. Protecting power in the U.S. is Algeria. Iranian Interest Section, 2209 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20007. Telephone 202-965-4990. U.S. Protecting power in Iran is Switzerland flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of green, top, white, and red. The national emblem, a stylized representation of the word Allah, in red is centered in the white band. Allah Akbar, God is great, in white Arabic script is repeated 11 times along the bottom edge of the green band and 11 times along the top edge of the red band. Economy overview. Since the 1979 revolution, the banks, petroleum industry, transportation, utilities, and mining have been nationalized, but the new 5-year plan, the first since the revolution, passed in January 1990, calls for the transfer of many government-controlled enterprises to the private sector. War-related disruptions, massive corruption, mismanagement, demographic pressures, and ideological rigidities have kept economic growth at depressed levels. Oil accounts for 90% of export revenues. A combination of war damage and low oil prices brought a 2% drop in GNP in 1988. GNP probably rose slightly in 1989, considerably short of the 3.4% population growth rate in 1989. Heating oil and gasoline are rationed. Agriculture has suffered from the war, land reform, and shortages of equipment and materials. The 5-year plan seeks to reinvigorate the economy by increasing the role of the private sector, boosting non-oil income, and securing foreign loans. The plan is overly ambitious but probably will generate some short-term relief. GNP, $97.6 billion, per capita $1,800. Real growth rate 0 to 1%, 1989. Inflation rate, consumer prices 50 to 80%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 30%, 1989. Budget, revenues $A. Expenditures $55.1 billion, including capital expenditures of $11.5 billion. FY 88 EST. Exports, $12.3 billion. FOB, 1988. Commodities, petroleum 90%, carpets, fruits, nuts, hides, partners, Japan, Turkey, Italy, Netherlands, Spain, France. FRG imports, $12.0 billion. CF, 1988. Commodities, machinery, military supplies, metalworks, foodstuffs, pharmaceuticals, technical services, refined oil products, partners, FRG, Japan, Turkey, UK, Italy. External debt, $4 to $5 billion, 1989. Industrial production, growth rate in %. Electricity, 14,579,000 kilowatts capacity, 40,000 million. Kilowatt-hour produced, 740 kilowatt-hours per capita, 1989. Industries: petroleum, petrochemicals, textiles, cement, and other building materials. Food processing, particularly sugar refining and vegetable oil production. Metal fabricating, steel, and copper. Agriculture: principal products: rice, other grains, sugar beets, fruits, nuts, cotton, dairy products, wool, caviar. Not self-sufficient in food. Illicit drugs. Illicit producer of opium poppy for the domestic and international drug trade aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-80, $1.0 billion. Western non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.5 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $976 million. Note: aid fell sharply following the 1979 revolution. Currency: Iranian rial, plural, rials. 1 Iranian rial, IR, equals 100 dinars. Note: domestic figures are generally referred to in terms of the toman, plural, tomans, which equals 10 rials exchange rates. Iranian rials, IR, per 1 U.S. dollar, 70.019, January 1990. 72.015, 1989, 68.683, 1988, 71.460, 1987, 78.760, 1986, 91.052, 1985, fiscal year. March 21st, 20 March, communications railroads, 4,601 kilometers total. For 1,509 kilometers, 1.432 meter gauge. 92 kilometers, 1.676 meter gauge. 730 kilometers under construction from Bafq to Bandar Abbas highways. 140,072 kilometers total. 46,866 kilometers gravel and crushed stone. 49,440 kilometers improved earth. 42,566 kilometers bituminous and bituminous treated surfaces. 1,200 kilometers EST of rural road network inland waterways. 904 kilometers. The Shat al-Arab is usually navigable by maritime traffic for about 130 kilometers, but closed since September 1980 because of Iran-Iraq war pipelines. Crude oil, 5,900 kilometers. Refined products, 3,900 kilometers. Natural gas, 3,300 kilometers. Ports: Abadan, largely destroyed in fighting during 1980 to 88 war. Bandar Beheshti, Bandar-e Abbas, Bandar-e Bushehr, Bandar-e Khamenei, Bandar-e Shahid Rajai, Khorramshahr, largely destroyed in fighting during 1980 to 88 war. Merchant Marine, 133 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 4,631,836 JRT/8, 662 for 54 DWT. Includes 36 cargo, 6 roll on/roll-off cargo, 33 petroleum, oils, and lubricants (POL), tanker for chemical tanker, 3 refrigerated cargo, 49 bulk, 2 combination bulk civil air, 42 major transport aircraft airports, 201 total, 175 usable, 82 with permanent surface runways, 17 with runways over 3,659 m, 17 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 68 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Radio relay extends throughout country. System centered in Tehran, 2,143,000 telephones. Stations, 62 AM, 30 FM, 250 TV, satellite Earth. Stations, 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat and 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat, HF and microwave to Turkey, Pakistan, Syria, Kuwait, and USSR. Defense Forces branches, Islamic Republic of Iran Ground Forces, Navy, Air Force, and Revolutionary Guard Corps, includes basage militia and own ground, air, and naval forces. Gendarmerie military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 12,302,967. 7,332,614 fit for military service. 569,647 reach military age, 21. Annually defense expenditures, 8% of GNP, or $7.8 billion. 1989 EST. Country, Iraq, geography, total area. 434,920 square kilometers. Land area, 433,970 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than twice the size of Idaho. Land boundaries, 3,454 kilometers total. Iran, 1,458 kilometers. Iraq, Saudi Arabia neutral zone, 191 kilometers. Jordan, 134 kilometers. Kuwait, 240 kilometers. Saudi Arabia, 495 kilometers. Syria, 605 kilometers. Turkey, 331 kilometers coastline. 58 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. Not specific. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Iraq began formal UN peace negotiations with Iran in August 1988 to end the war that began on September 22, 1980. Sovereignty over the Shatt al-Arab waterway, troop withdrawal, freedom of navigation, and prisoner of war exchange are the major issues for negotiation. Kurdish question among Iran, Iraq, Syria, Turkey, and the USSR shares neutral zone with Saudi Arabia. In July 1975, Iraq and Saudi Arabia signed an agreement to divide the zone between them, but the agreement must be ratified before it becomes effective. Disputes Kuwaiti ownership of Warba and Bibian Islands. Periodic disputes with upstream riparian Syria over Euphrates water rights. Potential dispute over water development plans by Turkey for the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Climate. Desert. Mild to cool winters with dry, hot, cloudless summers. Terrain, mostly broad plains, reedy marshes in southeast. Mountains along borders with Iran and Turkey. Natural resources, crude oil, natural gas, phosphates, sulfur. Land use, 12% arable land, 1% permanent crops, 9% meadows and pastures, 3% forest and woodland, 75% other. Includes 4% irrigated environment. Development of Tigris-Euphrates river systems contingent upon agreements with upstream riparians, Syria, Turkey. Air and water pollution, soil degradation, salinization, and erosion. Desertification, people population, 18,781,770, July 1990. Growth rate 3.9%, 1990. Birth rate, 46 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 67 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 66 years male, 68 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 7.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun Iraqis. Adjective Iraqi ethnic divisions, 75 to 80% Arab, 15 to 20% Kurdish, 5% Turkoman, Assyrian or other religion, 97% Muslim, 60 to 65% Shia, 32 to 37% Sunni, 3% Christian or other language, Arabic official, Kurdish official in Kurdish regions, Assyrian, Armenian literacy, 55 to 65%, 1989 EST. Labor force, 3,400,000, 1984. 39% services, 33% agriculture, 28% industry. Severe labor shortage, 1987. Expatriate labor force about 1 million. 1989. Organized labor, less than 10% of the labor force. Government long-form name. Republic of Iraq type. Republic capital. Baghdad administrative divisions. 18 provinces. Mahafizat, singular, Muhafaza. Al-Anbar, Al-Basra, Al-Mutana, Al-Qadisiyah, and Najaf, As-Sulaymaniyah, At-Tamim, Babel, Baghdad, Dahuk, Daikar, Diyala, Arbil, Karbala, Maysan, Nineveh, Salah ad-Din, Wazid Independence. October 3, 1932, from League of Nations mandate under British administration. Constitution. September 22, 1968, effective July 16, 1970, interim constitution. New constitution now in final stages of drafting legal system. Based on Islamic law in special religious courts. Civil law system elsewhere. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Anniversary of the Revolution, July 17, 1968, Executive Branch. President, Vice President, Chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council, Vice Chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council, Prime Minister, First Deputy Prime Minister, Council of Ministers Legislative Branch, Unicameral National Assembly, Majlis al-Umma, Judicial Branch, Court of Cassation Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President Saddam Hussein, since July 16, 1979, Vice President Taha Mahai al-Din Maruf, since April 21, 1974, political parties. National Progressive Front is a coalition of the Arab Ba'ath Socialist Party, Kurdistan Democratic Party, and Kurdistan Revolutionary Party suffrage. Universal adult at age 18 elections. National Assembly. Last held on April 1, 1989, next to be held in A. Results: Shia Arabs 30%, Kurds 15%, Sunni Arabs 53%, Christians 2%, EST. Seats, 250 total. Number of seats by party in A. Communists. About 1,500 hardcore members other. Political or pressure groups. Political parties and activity severely restricted. Possibly some opposition to regime from disaffected members of the regime, army officers, and religious and ethnic dissidents member of ACC, Arab League, FAO, G77, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, NAM, OPEC, OIC, OPEC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WIPO, WMO, WSG, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Dr. Mohammed Sadiq Al-Mashid. Chancery at 1801 P Street in W. Washington, D.C. 20036. Telephone 202-483-7500, U.S. Ambassador April C. Glaspie. Embassy in Mosbah Quarter, opposite the Foreign Ministry Club. Baghdad. Mailing address is P.O. Box 2447, Alwiya, Baghdad. Telephone 964 1-719-6138 or 719-6139-718. 1-840-719-3791 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of red, top, white and black with 3 green 5-pointed stars and a horizontal line centered in the white band. Similar to the flags of the YR, which has 1 star. And Syria, which has 2 stars and a horizontal line centered in the white band. All green and 5-pointed. Also similar to the flag of Egypt, which has a symbolic eagle centered in the white band. Economy overview. The Ba'athist regime engages in extensive central planning and management of industrial production and foreign trade, while leaving some small-scale industry and services and most agriculture to private enterprise. The economy is dominated by the oil sector, which provides about 95% of foreign exchange earnings. Since the early 1980s, financial problems caused by war expenditures and damage to oil export facilities by Iran have led the government to implement austerity measures and to reschedule foreign debt payments. Oil exports have gradually increased with the construction of new pipelines. Agricultural development remains hampered by labor shortages, salinization, and dislocations caused by previous land reform and collectivization programs. The industrial sector, although accorded high priority by the government, is under financial constraints. New investment funds are generally allocated only to projects that result in import substitution or foreign exchange earnings. GNP, $35 billion, per capita $1,940, real growth rate 5%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, Consumer prices 30 to 40%. 1989 EST. Unemployment rate less than 5%. 1989 EST. Budget revenues $8 billion. Expenditures $35 billion, including capital expenditures of NA. 1989. Exports $12.5 billion. FOB. 1988. Commodities crude oil and refined products, machinery, chemicals. Dates partners U.S., Brazil, USSR, Italy, Turkey, France, Japan, Yugoslavia. 1988. Imports $10.2 billion. CF. 1988. Commodities, manufactures, food, partners, Turkey, U.S., FRG, UK, France, Japan, Romania, Yugoslavia, Brazil. 1988. External debt $40 billion. 1988 EST. Excluding debt to Persian Gulf Arab states industrial production. NA percent electricity 9,902,000 kilowatts capacity, 20,000 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,110 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, petroleum, chemicals, textiles, construction materials, food processing, agriculture. Accounts for less than 10% of GNP but 33% of labor force. Principal products: wheat, barley, rice, vegetables, dates, other fruit, cotton, wool, livestock, cattle, sheep. Not self-sufficient in food output aid. U.S. commitments including Exim, FI 70-80, $3 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $607 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1980 to 89, $37.2 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $3.9 billion currency. Iraqi dinar, plural, dinars. 1 Iraqi dinar, ID, equals 1,000 fils exchange rates. Iraqi dinars, ID, per 1 U.S. dollar, 0.3109. Fixed rate since 1982. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 2,962 kilometers total. 2,457 kilometers 1.435 meter standard gauge. 505 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge highways. 25,479 kilometers. Total, 8,290 kilometers paved. 5,534 kilometers improved earth. 11,655 kilometers unimproved earth inland waterways. 1,015 kilometers. Shatt al-Arab, usually navigable by maritime traffic for about 130 kilometers, but closed since September 1980 because of Iran-Iraq War. Tigris and Euphrates navigable by shallow draft steamers of little importance. Shatt al-Basra Canal navigable in sections by shallow draft vessels ports. Khazar, Khor Izizabir Merchant Marine. 44 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 947,721 JRT/1, 703, 988 DWT. Includes 1 passenger cargo, 18 cargo, 1 refrigerated cargo, 3 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 19 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 1 chemical tanker. Pipelines, crude oil for 1,350 kilometers, 725 kilometers refined products, 1,360 kilometers natural gas civil air, 64 major transport aircraft, including 30 IL-76S used by the Iraq Air Force, airports, 111 total, 101 usable, 72 with permanent surface runways, 8 with runways over 3,659 m, 53 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 14 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Good network consists of coaxial cables, radio relay links, and radio communication stations. 632,000 telephones. Stations, 9 AM, 1 FM, 81 TV satellite. Earth stations, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat, 1 Horizon Atlantic Ocean Indian Ter-Sputnik system, coaxial cable and radio relay to Kuwait, Jordan, Syria, and Turkey, Defense Forces branches: Army, Navy, Air Force, Border Guard Force, Mobile Police Force, Republican Guard military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 4,097,190, 2,284,417 fit for military service. 219,701 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures. NA. Country: Iraq, Saudi Arabia neutral zone. Geography: total area 3,520 square kilometers. Land area: 3,520 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly larger than Rhode Island land boundaries. 389 kilometers total. 191 kilometers Iraq, 198 kilometers Saudi Arabia coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked climate: harsh, dry desert terrain, sandy desert natural resources. None. Land use: 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 100% other, sandy desert environment. Harsh. Inhospitable note: landlocked, located west of Quadripoint with Iraq, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. People population: uninhabited. Government long form name: none. Type: joint administration by Iraq and Saudi Arabia. In July 1975, Iraq and Saudi Arabia signed an agreement to divide the zone between them, but the agreement must be ratified, however, before it becomes effective. Economy overview: no economic activity. Communications highways: none. Some secondary roads. Defense Forces note: defense is the joint responsibility of Iraq and Saudi Arabia. Country: Ireland. Geography: total area 70,280 square kilometers. Land area: 68,890 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly larger than West Virginia land boundary. 360 kilometers with UK coastline. 1,448 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf: no precise definition. Exclusive fishing zone: 200 nanometers. Territorial sea: 12 nanometers. Disputes: maritime boundary with the UK. Northern Ireland question with the UK. Rockall continental shelf dispute involving Denmark, Iceland, and the UK. Ireland and the UK have signed a boundary agreement in the Rockall area. Climate: temperate maritime, modified by North Atlantic current. Mild winters, cool summers, consistently humid. Overcast about half the time. Terrain: mostly level to rolling interior plain, surrounded by rugged hills and low mountains. Sea cliffs on. West Coast natural resources: zinc, lead, natural gas, crude oil, barite, copper, gypsum, limestone, dolomite, peat, silver. Land use: 14% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops, 71% meadows and pastures, 5% forest and woodland, 10% other environment. Deforestation: people population, 3,500,212. July 1990. Growth rate -0.4%. 1990. Birth rate: 15 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate: 9 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate: 10 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate: 6 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 72 years male, 78 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate: 2.1 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality: noun, Irishman, men, Irish, collective PL. Adjective, Irish, ethnic divisions, Celtic with English minority religion. 94% Roman Catholic, 4% Anglican, 2% other language. Irish, Gaelic, and English. English is the language generally used, with Gaelic spoken in a few areas, mostly along the western seaboard. Literacy: 99%. Labor force: 1,310,000. 57.3% services, 19.1% manufacturing and construction, 14.8% agriculture, forestry, and fishing. 1988. Organized labor: 36% of labor force. Government long-form name. Republic of Ireland type. Republic capital. Dublin administrative divisions. 26 counties. Carlow, Cavan, Clare, Cork, Donegal, Dublin, Galway, Kerry, Kildare, Kilkenny, Laois, Leitrim, Limerick, Longford, Louth, Mayo, Meath, Monaghan, Offaly, Roscommon, Sligo, Tipperary, Waterford, Westmeath, Wexford. Wicklow Independence. December 6, 1921, from UK, Constitution. December 29, 1937, adopted 1937 legal system, based on English common law, substantially modified by indigenous concepts. Judicial review of legislative acts in Supreme Court has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. St. Patrick's Day, March 17th Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Bicameral Parliament, Oireachtas, consists of an upper house or Senate, Sinead Éireann, and a lower house or House of Representatives, Dáil Éireann, Judicial Branch. Supreme Court leaders, Chief of State. President Dr. Patrick J. Hillary, since December 3, 1976. Head of Government, Prime Minister Charles J. Haughey, since July 12, 1989, the fourth time elected as Prime Minister. Political parties and leaders, Fianna Fáil, Charles Haughey. Labour Party, Richard Spring. Fine Gael, Alan Dukes. Communist Party of Ireland, Michael O'Riordan. Workers' Party, Provincias de Rosa. Sinn Féin, Gerry Adams. Progressive Democrats, Desmond O'Malley. Note, Prime Minister Haughey heads a coalition consisting of the Fianna Fáil and the Progressive Democrat suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held October 21, 1983. Next to be held October 1990. Results. Dr. Patrick Hillary re-elected. Senate. Last held on February 17, 1987. Next to be held February 1992. Results. Percent of vote by party NA. Seats. 60 total. 49 elected. Fianna Fáil 30. Fine Gael 16. Labour 3. Independents 11. House of Representatives. Last held on July 12, 1989. Next to be held NA, June 1994. Results. Fianna Fáil 44%. Fine Gael 29.4%. Labour Party 9.3%. Progressive Democrats 5.4%. Workers' Party 4.9%. Sinn Féin 1.1%. Independents 5.9%. Seats 166 total. Fianna Fáil 77. Fine Gael 55. Labour Party 15. Workers' Party 7. Progressive Democrats 6. Independents 6. Communists. Under 500 member of CCC, Council of Europe, EC, EMS, ESA, FAO, GATT, IA, IBRD, ICAO, ISIS, IDA, IA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, INULSAT, Interpol, IPU, ISO, ITC, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, OECD, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WIPO, WMO, WSG, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Porrick and Mackernan, Chancery at 2234 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-462-3939. There are Irish consulates general in Boston, Chicago, New York, and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador Richard A. Moore. Embassy at 42 Elgin Road, Ballsbridge, Dublin. Telephone 353 1-688-777 flag. 3 equal vertical bands of green, hoist side, white and orange, similar to the flag of the Ivory Coast, which is shorter and has the colors reversed, orange, hoist side, white, and green. Also similar to the flag of Italy, which is shorter and has colors of green, hoist side, white, and red. Economy overview. The economy is small, open, and trade-dependent. Agriculture, once the most important sector, is now dwarfed by industry, which account for 35% of GNP and about 80% of exports and employs 20% of the labor force. The government has successfully reduced the rate of inflation from double-digit figures in the late 1970s to about 4% in 1989. In 1987, after years of deficits, The balance of payments was brought into the black. Unemployment, however, is a serious problem. A 1989 unemployment rate of 17.7% placed Ireland along with Spain as the countries with the worst jobless records in Western Europe. GDP, $31.4 billion. Per capita, $8,900. Real growth rate, 4.3%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 4.2%. 1989. Unemployment rate, 17.7%. 1989 budget. Revenues, $10.9 billion. Expenditures, $11.2 billion, including capital expenditures of $1.5 billion. 1989 exports, $20.3 billion. FOB, 1989. Commodities, live animals, animal products, chemicals, data processing equipment, industrial machinery. Partners, EC 74%, UK 35%, FRG 11%, France 9%, US 8% imports. $17.3 billion, CF, 1989. Commodities, food, animal feed, chemicals, petroleum and petroleum products, machinery, textiles, clothing. Partners, EC 66%, UK 42%, FRG 9%, France 4%, US 16%. External debt, $16.1 billion. 1988, industrial production, growth rate 9.5%. 1989 EST. Electricity, 4,957,000 kilowatts capacity, 14,480 million kilowatt hours produced for 1,080 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, food products, brewing, textiles, clothing, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, machinery, transportation equipment, glass and crystal agriculture. Accounts for 11% of GNP and 14.8% of the labor force. Principal crops, turnips, barley, potatoes, sugar beets, wheat, livestock, meat and dairy products. 85% self-sufficient in food. Food shortages include bread, grain, fruits, vegetables. Aid. A. Currency. Irish pound, plural, pounds. 1 Irish pound, lyre, equals 100 pence. Exchange rates. Irish pounds, lyre, per 1 US dollar. 0.6399, January 1990. 0.7047, 1989. 0.6553, 1988. 0.6720, 1987. 0.7454, 1986. 0.9384, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. Irish National Railways (SNC) operates 1,947 kilometers 1.602 meter gauge, government-owned. 485 kilometers double track, 38 kilometers electrified highways. 92,294 kilometers total. 87,422 kilometers surfaced, 4,872 kilometers gravel or crushed stone inland waterways. Limited for commercial traffic pipelines. Natural gas, 225 kilometers ports. Cork, Dublin, Shannon Estuary. Waterford Merchant Marine, 67 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 113,569 GRT/139, 681 DWT. Includes 3 short sea passenger, 29 cargo, 2 refrigerated cargo, 2 container, 23 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 1 specialized tanker, 2 chemical tanker, 5 bulk civil air, 23 major transport aircraft airports, 40 total, 37 usable, 18 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 2 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 5 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, small, modern system using cable and radio relay circuits, 900,000 telephones, stations, 45 AM, 16, 29 relays, FM, 18, 68 relays, TV, 5 coaxial submarine cables, 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations, Defense Forces branches, Army, Naval Service, Army Air Corps military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 870,161, 705,765 fit for military service. 33,259 reach military age, 17. Annually defense expenditures. 1.6% of GDP, or dollar. 500 million, 1989 EST. Country, Israel, also see separate Gaza Strip and West Bank entries. Note, the Arab territories occupied by Israel since the 1967 war are not included in the data below. As stated in the 1978 Camp David Accords and reaffirmed by President Reagan's September 1, 1982 peace initiative, the final status of the West Bank and Gaza Strip, their relationship with their neighbors, and a peace treaty between Israel and Jordan are to be negotiated among the concerned parties. The Camp David Accords further specify that these negotiations will resolve the location of the respective boundaries. Pending the completion of this process, it is U.S. policy that the final status of the West Bank and Gaza Strip has yet to be determined. See West Bank and Gaza Strip entries. On April 25, 1982, Israel relinquished control of the Sinai to Egypt. Statistics for the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights are included in the Syria entry. Geography, total area, 20,770 square kilometers. Land area, 20,330 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than New Jersey land boundaries, 1,006 kilometers total. Egypt, 255 kilometers. Jordan, 238 kilometers. Lebanon, 79 kilometers. Syria, 76 kilometers. West Bank, 307. Gaza Strip, 51 kilometers coastline. 273 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. To depth of exploitation. Territorial sea. 6 nanometers disputes. Separated from Lebanon, Syria, and the West Bank by the 1949 Armistice Line. Differences with Jordan over the location of the 1949 Armistice Line, which separates the two countries. West Bank and Gaza Strip are Israeli-occupied with status to be determined. Golan Heights is Israeli-occupied. Israeli troops in southern Lebanon since June 1982. Water-sharing issues with Jordan climate. Temperate, hot and dry in desert areas terrain. Negev Desert in the south. Low coastal plain. Central Mountains. Jordan Rift Valley natural resources. Copper, phosphates, bromide, potash, clay, sand, sulfur, asphalt, manganese. Small amounts of natural gas and crude oil land use. 17% arable land. 5% permanent crops. 40% meadows and pastures. 6%. Forest and woodland. 32% other. Includes 11% irrigated environment. Sandstorms may occur during spring and summer. Limited arable land and natural water resources pose serious constraints. Deforestation. Note, there are 173 Jewish settlements in the West Bank, 35 in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, 18 in the Gaza Strip, and 14 Israeli-built Jewish neighborhoods in East Jerusalem. People population, 4,409,218, July 1990. Growth rate 1.5%, 1989, includes 70,000 Jewish settlers in the West Bank, 10,500 in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, 2,500 in the Gaza Strip, and 110,000 in East Jerusalem, 1989 EST. Birth rate, 22 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 6 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 9 deaths/1,000 live births, July 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 76 years male, 79 years female, July 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.9 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun Israelis. Adjective, Israeli ethnic divisions, 83% Jewish, 17% non-Jewish, mostly Arab. Religion, 83% Judaism, 13.1% Islam, mostly Sunni Muslim, 2.3% Christian, 1.6% Druze language. Hebrew, official. Arabic used officially for Arab minority. English most commonly used foreign language literacy. 88% Jews, 70% Arabs labor force. 1,400,000, 1984 EST. 29.5% public services. 22.8% industry, mining, and manufacturing. 12.8% commerce. 9.5% finance and business. 6.8% transport, storage, and communications. 6.5% construction and public works. 5.5% agriculture, forestry, and fishing. 5.8% personal and other services. 1% electricity and water. 1983, organized labor. 90% of labor force. Government long-form name. State of Israel type. Republic capital. Israel proclaimed Jerusalem its capital in 1950, but the U.S., like nearly all other countries, maintains its embassy in Tel Aviv administrative divisions. 6 districts, Mehazat, singular, Mahaz, Central, Haifa, Jerusalem, Northern, Southern, Tel Aviv independence. May 14, 1948, from League of Nations mandate under British administration. Constitution. No formal constitution. Some of the functions of a constitution are filled by the Declaration of Establishment, 1948, the basic laws of the Parliament, Knesset, and the Israeli citizenship law legal system. Mixture of English common law, British mandate regulations, and, in personal matters, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim legal systems. In December 1985, Israel informed the UN Secretariat that it would no longer accept compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, May 10, 1989, Israel declared independence on May 14, 1948, but the Jewish calendar is lunar and the holiday may occur in April or May. Executive branch. President, Prime Minister, Vice Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral Knesset Judicial Branch. Supreme Court Leaders. Chief of State, President General Chaim Herzog, since May 5, 1983. Head of Government, Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, since October 20, 1986. Vice Prime Minister Shimon Peres, Prime Minister from September 13, 1984 to October 20, 1986, when he rotated to Vice Prime Minister. Political parties and leaders. Israel currently has a national unity government comprising 5 parties that hold 95 of the Knesset's 120 seats. Members of the unity government. Likud Bloc, Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir. Labor Party, Vice Prime Minister and Finance Minister Shimon Peres. Sephardic Torah Guardians, Shas. Minister of Immigrant Absorption, Yitzhak Peretz. National Religious Party. Minister of Religious Affairs, Zevulun Hammer. Agudat Yisrael. Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Welfare, Moshe Zeev Feldman. Opposition parties, Tahiyya Party, Yuval Naaman. Summit Party, Raphael Eitan. Moldet Party, Rehavam Ze'evi. Dijal HaTorah, Avraham Ravitz. Citizens' Rights Movement, Shulamit Aloni. United Workers' Party, MAPM. Yair Zabin. Center Movement Shinui, Amnon Rubinstein. New Communist Party of Israel, Raqqa. Meir Wilner. Progressive List for Peace, Mohammed Miari. Arab Democratic Party, Abd al-Wahhab, Darasha Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held February 23, 1988. Next to be held February 1994. Results. General Chaim Herzog, re-elected by Knesset. Parliament. Last held November 1, 1988. Next to be held by November 1992. Seats. 120 total. Likud Bloc 40, Labor Party 39, Shas 6. National Religious Party 5, Agudat Yisrael 5, Citizens' Rights Movement 5, Raqqa 4, Tahiyya Party 3, MAPM 3, Summit Party 2, Moldet Party 2, Dijal HaTorah 2, Center Movement Shinui 2, Progressive List for Peace 1, Arab. Democratic Party 1, Communists. Hadash, predominantly Arab, but with Jews in its leadership. Has some 1,500 members. Other political or pressure groups. Gush Emunim, Jewish nationalists advocating Jewish settlement on the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Peace Now, critical of government's West Bank/Gaza Strip and Lebanon policies. Member of CCC, FAO, GATT, IA, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, IOC, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITU, IWC, International. We Council, OAS, Observer, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Moshe Arad. Chancery at 3514, International Drive Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-364-5500. There are Israeli consulates general in Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, Miami, New York, Philadelphia, and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador William A. Brown, Embassy at 71 Hayarkin Street, Tel Aviv. Mailing address is APO New York 09672. Telephone 972-3-654,338. There is a U.S. Consulate General in Jerusalem flag, white with a blue hexagram, six-pointed linear star, known as the Magen David, Shield of David, centered between two equal horizontal blue bands near the top and bottom edges of the flag. Economy overview. Israel has a market economy with substantial government participation. It depends on imports for crude oil, food, grains, raw materials, and military equipment. Despite limited natural resources, Israel has developed its agriculture and industry sectors on an intensive scale over the past 20 years. Industry accounts for about 23% of the labor force, agriculture for 6%, and services for most of the balance. Diamonds, high-technology machinery, and agricultural products, fruits and vegetables, are the biggest export earners. The balance of payments has traditionally been negative, but is offset by large transfer payments and foreign loans. Nearly two-thirds of Israel's $16 billion external debt is owed to the U.S., which is its major source for economic and military aid. To earn needed foreign exchange, Israel must continue to exploit high-technology niches in the international market, such as medical scanning equipment. In 1987, the economy showed a 5.2% growth in real GNP, the best gain in nearly a decade. In 1988 to 89, the gain was only 1% annually, largely because of the economic impact of the Palestinian uprising Intifada. Inflation dropped from an annual rate of over 400% in 1984 to about 16% in 1987 to 88, without any major increase in unemployment. GNP, $38 billion, per capita $8,700. Real growth rate 1%. 1989, inflation rate, consumer prices 20%. 1989, unemployment rate, 9%. December 1989, budget, revenues $24.2 billion, expenditures $26.3 billion, including capital expenditures of $7 billion, FY89 EST. Exports, $10.4 billion, FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities, polished diamonds, citrus and other fruits, textiles and clothing, processed foods, fertilizer and chemical products, military hardware, electronics. Partners, U.S., UK, FRG, France, Belgium, Luxembourg, Italy. Imports, $12.4 billion, CF, 1989 EST. Commodities, military equipment, rough diamonds, oil, chemicals, machinery, iron and steel, cereals, textiles, vehicles, ships, aircraft. Partners, U.S., FRG, UK, Switzerland, Italy, Belgium, Luxembourg. External debt, $16.4 billion. March 1989, industrial production, growth rate, 1.5%, 1989 electricity, 4,392,000 kilowatts capacity, 17,500 million kilowatt hours produced for 1,000 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries, food processing, diamond cutting and polishing, textiles, clothing, chemicals, metal products, military equipment, transport equipment, electrical equipment, miscellaneous machinery, potash mining, high-technology electronics, tourism, agriculture. Accounts for 5% of GNP, largely self-sufficient in food production, except for bread grains. Principal products, citrus and other fruits, vegetables, cotton. Livestock products, beef, dairy, and poultry aid. U.S. commitments, including FI 70-88, $15.8 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $2.2 billion currency. New Israeli shekel, plural shekels. 1 new Israeli shekel, NIS, equals 100 new agorot exchange rates. New Israeli shekels, NIS, per 1 U.S. dollar. 1.9450, January 1990. 1.9164. 1989. 1.5989. 1988. 1.5946. 1987. 1.4878. 1986. 1.1788. 1985. Fiscal year. April 1st, 31 March. Communications railroads. 594 kilometers, 1.435 meter gauge. Single track. Diesel-operated highways. 4,500 kilometers. Majority is bituminous surface pipelines. Crude oil, 708 kilometers. Refined products, 290 kilometers. Natural gas, 89 kilometers. Ports. Ashdod, Haifa, Elat Merchant Marine. 31 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 483,424 JRT/560. 085 DWT. Includes 9 cargo, 20 container, 2 roll-on/roll-off cargo civil air, 27 major. Transport aircraft airports, 55 total, 52 usable, 26 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 6 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 11 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Most highly developed in the Middle East, though not the largest. Good system of coaxial cable and radio relay. 1,800,000 telephones, stations. 11 AM, 24 FM, 54 TV. 2 submarine cables, satellite Earth stations. 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat and 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat. Defense Forces branches. Israel. Defense Forces. Historically, there have been no separate Israeli military services. Ground, air, and naval components are branches of Israel Defense Forces military manpower. Eligible 15 to 49, 2,159,462. Of the 1,089,346 males 15 to 49, 898,272 are fit for military service. Of the 1,070,116 females 15 to 49, 878,954 are fit for military service. 43,644 males and 41,516 females reach military age, 18, annually. Both sexes are liable for military service defense expenditures. 8.5% of GNP, or $3.2 billion. 1989 EST. Note, does not include an estimated $1.8 billion in U.S. military aid. Country, Italy. Geography, total area, 301,230 square kilometers. Land area, 294,020 square kilometers. Includes Sardinia and Sicily. Comparative area, slightly larger than Arizona. Land boundaries, 1,902.2 kilometers total. Austria, 430 kilometers. France, 488 kilometers. San Marino, 39 kilometers. Switzerland, 740 kilometers. Vatican City, 3.2 kilometers. Yugoslavia, 202 kilometers coastline. 4,996 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf, 200 m or 2. Depth of exploitation. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers. Disputes. South Tyrol question with Austria. Climate, predominantly Mediterranean, alpine and far north. Hot, dry and south terrain, mostly rugged and mountainous. Some plains, coastal lowlands. Natural resources. Mercury, potash, marble. Sulfur, dwindling natural gas and crude oil reserves. Fish, coal. Land use, 32% arable land, 10% permanent crops. 17% meadows and pastures, 22% forest and woodland, 19% other, includes 10% irrigated environment. Regional risks include landslides, mud flows, snowslides, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, flooding, pollution. Land sinkage in Venice note. Strategic location dominating central Mediterranean, as well as southern sea and air approaches to Western Europe. People population, 57,664,405. July 1990. Growth rate, 0.2%. 1990. Birth rate, 10 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 9 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 1 migrant/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 6 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 74 years male, 81 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.4 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Italians. Adjective, Italian ethnic divisions, primarily Italian, but population includes small clusters of German French and Slovene Italians in the north and Albanian Italians in the south, Sicilians, Sardinians. Religion, almost 100% nominally Roman Catholic language. Italian. Parts of Trentino Alto Adige region are predominantly German-speaking. Significant French-speaking minority in Valle d'Aosta region. Slovene-speaking minority in the Trieste-Gorizia area. Literacy, 93% labor force, 23,670,000. 56.7% services, 37.9% industry, 5.4% agriculture. 1987. Organized labor, 40 to 45% of labor force, EST. Government long form name, Italian Republic type, Republic capital, Rome. Administrative divisions, 20 regions. Region I, singular, region. Abruzzi, Basilicata, Calabria, Campania, Emilia-Romagna, Friuli-Venezia Giulia, Lazio, Liguria, Lombardia, Marche, Molise, Piemonte, Puglia, Sardegna, Sicilia, Toscana, Trentino Alto Adige, Umbria, Valle d'Aosta. Veneto independence, March 17, 1861. Kingdom of Italy proclaimed constitution, January 1, 1948. Legal system, based on civil law system, with ecclesiastical law influence. Judicial review under certain conditions in Constitutional Court has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. Anniversary of the Republic, June 2, 1946. Executive branch. President, Prime Minister, Legislative branch. Bicameral parliament, Parlamento, consists of an upper chamber or Senate, Senato, and a lower chamber or Chamber of Deputies, Camera dei Deputati. Judicial branch. Constitutional Court, Corte Costituzionale. Leaders, Chief of State. President Francesco Cossiga, since July 3, 1985. Head of Government, Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti, since July 22, 1989, heads the government for the sixth time. Deputy Prime Minister Claudio Martelli, since July 23, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Christian Democratic Party, D.C., Arnaldo Forlani. General Secretary, Ciriaco de Mita, President. Communist Party, PCI, Achille Cheto, Secretary General. Socialist Party, PSI, Bettino Craxi, Party Secretary. Social Democratic Party, PSDI, Antonio Cariglia, Party Secretary. Liberal Party, PLI, Renato Altissimo, Secretary General. Italian Social Movement, MS, Giuseppe Pino Radi, National Secretary. Republican Party, PR, Giorgio La Malfa, Political Secretary. Italy's 49th post-war government was formed on July 23, 1989, with Prime Minister Andreotti, a Christian Democrat, presiding over a five-party coalition consisting of the Christian Democrats, Socialists, Social Democrats, Republicans, and liberal suffrage. Universal at age 18, except in senatorial elections, where minimum age is 25. Elections. Senate. Last held 14 to 15 June 1987. Next to be held by June 1992. Results. DC 33.9%, PCI 28.3%, PSI 10.7%, others 27.1%, seats, 320 total, 315 elected, DC 125, PCI 100, PSI 36, others 54, Chamber of Deputies, last held 14 to 15 June 1987, next to be held by June 1992. Results, DC 34.3%, PCI 26.6%, PSI 14.3%, MSI 5.9%, PRI 3.7%, PSDI 3%, Radicals 2.6%, Greens 2.5%, PLI 2.1%, Proletarian Democrats 1.7%, others 3.3%, seats 630 total, DC 234, PCI 177, PSI 94, MSI 35, PRI 21, PSDI 17, Radicals 13, Greens 13, PLI 11, Proletarian Democrats 8, others 7 Communists, 1,673,751 members, 1983, other political or pressure groups, Vatican City, 3 major trade union confederations, CGIL, Communist-dominated, CSL, Christian Democratic, and UIL, Social Democratic, Socialist, and Republican, Italian Manufacturers Association, Confindustria, Organized Farm Groups, Compcultivatori Confagricultura, member of ADB, ASIMR, CCC, Council of Europe, DAC, EC, ECOWAS, EIB, EMS, ES, FAO, GATT, IA, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICO, IDEA, IB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, IHOLO, ILZSG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IGOC, IPU, IRC, ITC, ITU, NATO, OS Observer, OECUN, UNESCO, UPU, WU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Rinaldo Petrignani, Chancery at 1601, Fuller Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20009, telephone 202-328-5500. There are Italian consulates general in Boston, Chicago, Houston, New Orleans, Los Angeles, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and consulates in Detroit and Newark, New Jersey, U.S. Ambassador Peter F. Secchia, Embassy at Via Veneto 119/A, Joseph 187 Rome. Mailing address is APO New York 09794. Telephone 39 6 46,741. There are U.S. consulates general in Florence, Genoa, Milan, Naples, and Palermo, Sicily. Flag. 3 equal vertical bands of green, hoist side, white and red, similar to the flag of Ireland, which is longer and is green, hoist side, white, and orange. Also similar to the flag of the Ivory Coast, which has the colors reversed, orange, hoist side, white, and green. Economy overview. Since World War II, the economy has changed from one based on agriculture into a ranking industrial economy, with approximately the same total and per capita output as France and the UK. The country is still divided into a developed industrial north, dominated by large private companies and state enterprises, and an undeveloped agricultural south. Services account for 58% of GDP, industry 37%, and agriculture 5%. Most raw materials needed by industry and over 75% of energy requirements must be imported. The economic recovery that began in mid-1983 has continued through 1989, with the economy growing at an annual average rate of 3%. For the 1990s, Italy faces the problems of refurbishing a tottering communications system, curbing the increasing pollution in major industrial centers, and adjusting to the new competitive forces accompanying the ongoing economic integration of the European community. GDP, $803.3 billion, per capita $14,000, real growth rate 3.3%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 6.6%, 1989 EST. Unemployment rate, 11.9%, 1989 budget. Revenues $355 billion. Expenditures $448 billion, including capital expenditures of $1 1989. Exports $141.6 billion FOB 1989. Commodities, textiles, wearing apparel, metals, transportation equipment. Chemicals, partners, EC 57%, US 9%, OPEC 4% imports. $143.1 billion FOB 1989. Commodities, petroleum, industrial machinery, chemicals, metals, food, agricultural products. Partners, EC 57%, OPEC 6%, US 6% external debt. NA industrial. Production, growth rate 2.9%, 1989. Electricity, 56,022,000 kilowatts capacity, 201,400 million kilowatt hours produced, 3,500 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, machinery and transportation equipment, iron and steel, chemicals, food processing, textiles, motor vehicles. Agriculture accounts for about 5% of GNP and 5% of the workforce. Self-sufficient in foods other than meat and dairy products. Principal crops, fruits, vegetables, grapes, potatoes, sugar beets, soybeans, grain, olives. Fish catch of 554,000 metric tons in 1987. Aid, donor, ODA and OOF commitments, 1970 to 87, $18.7 billion currency. Italian lira, plural lire. 1 Italian lira, lit, equals 100 centesimi exchange rates. Italian lire lit, per 1 US dollar, 1,262.5, January 1990. 1,372.1, 1989. 1,301.6, 1988. 1,296.1, 1987. 1,490.8, 1986. 1,909.4, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year. Communications railroads, 20,011 kilometers total. 16,066 kilometers, 1.435 meter government-owned, standard gauge. 8,999 kilometers electrified. 3,945 kilometers privately owned. 2,100 kilometers, 1.435 meter standard gauge. 1,155 kilometers electrified, and 1,845 kilometers 0.950 meter narrow gauge. 380 kilometers electrified. Highways, 294,410 kilometers total. Autostrada, 5,900 kilometers. State highways, 45,170 kilometers. Provincial highways, 101,680 kilometers. Communal highways, 141,660 kilometers. 260,500 kilometers concrete, bituminous or stone block. 26,900 kilometers gravel and crushed stone. 7,010 kilometers earth inland waterways. 2,400 kilometers for various types of commercial traffic, although of limited overall value pipelines. Crude oil, 1,703 kilometers. Refined products, 2,148 kilometers. Natural gas, 19,400 kilometers. Ports, Cagliari, Sardinia. Genoa, La Spezia. Livorno, Naples, Palermo, Sicily. Taranto, Trieste, Venice Merchant Marine, 547 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 6,871,505 GRT/10, 805. 368 DWT. Includes 6 passenger, 41 short sea passenger, 100 cargo, 5 refrigerated cargo, 22 container, 72 roll-on/roll-off cargo. For vehicle carrier, 1 multifunction large load carrier, 2 livestock carrier, 147 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 37. Chemical tanker, 29 liquefied gas, 8 specialized tanker, 16 combination or/oil, 55 bulk, 2 combination bulk civil air, 132 major transport aircraft airports, 143 total, 138 usable, 88 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,659 m, 35 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 42 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Well-engineered, constructed, and operated. 28 million telephones. Stations. 144 AM. 54, over 1,800 repeaters. FM, 135. Over 1,300 repeaters. TV. 22 submarine cables. Communication satellite earth stations operating in Intelsat 3 Atlantic Ocean and 2 Indian Ocean, Inmarsat, and Eutelsat systems. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 14,721,704. 12,855,022 fit for military service. 430,782 reach military age 18. Annually defense expenditures. 2.4% of GDP, or $19 billion. 1989 EST. Country, Ivory Coast, also known as Côte d'Ivoire. Geography, total area. 322,460. km2. Land area. 318,000 square kilometers comparative area. Slightly larger than New Mexico land boundaries. 3,110 kilometers total. Burkina 584 kilometers. Ghana 668 kilometers. Guinea 610 kilometers. Liberia 716 kilometers. Mali 532 kilometers coastline. 515 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf 200 m. Extended economic zone 200 nanometers. Territorial sea 12 nanometers climate. Tropical along coast, semi-arid in far north. 3 seasons. Warm and dry, November to March. Hot and dry. March to May, hot and wet. June to October. Terrain, mostly flat to undulating. Plains, mountains and northwest. Natural resources. Crude oil, diamonds, manganese, iron or cobalt, bauxite, copper. Land use. 9% arable land. 4% permanent crops. 9% meadows and pastures. 26% forest and woodland. 52% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Coast has heavy surf and known natural harbors. Severe deforestation. People population 12,478,024 July 1990. Growth rate 4%, 1990. Birth rate 48 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 13 deaths /1,000 population, 1990 net. Migration rate for migrants /1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 100 deaths /1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 52 years male, 56 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 6.9 children born /woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun. Ivorians. Adjective. Ivorian ethnic divisions. Over 60 ethnic groups. Most important are the Baul 23%, Bet 18%, Senufu 15%, Malinki 11%, and Agni. About 2 million foreign Africans, mostly Burkinabe. About 130,000 to 330,000 non-Africans, 30,000. French and 100,000 to 300,000 Lebanese. Religion. 63% indigenous, 25% Muslim, 12% Christian language. French, official. Over 60 native dialects. Diola, most widely spoken literacy. 42.7% labor force. 5,718,000. Over 85% of population engage in agriculture. Forestry. Livestock raising. About 11% of labor force are wage earners. Nearly half in agriculture and the remainder in government, industry, commerce, and professions. 54% of population of working age. 1985, organized labor. 20% of wage. Labor force, government long-form name, Republic of the Ivory Coast. Note, the local official name is République de Côte d'Ivoire type. Republic, one-party presidential regime established 1960 capital. Abidjan, capital city changed to Yamoussoukro in March 1983, but not recognized by U.S. Administrative divisions. 49 departments. Departments, singular, department. Abidjan, Aboiso, Adzope, Agbaville, Bangalo, Bumi, Bayankama, Bonduku, Bonganu, Buaful, Buak, Buna, Boundiali, Dabakala, Daloa, Danane, Daukro, Dimbokro, Devo, Duku, Furkisetagu, Gagnoa, Granu, Giglo, Ishia, Kadiola, Karogo, Lakota, Man, Mankono, Bayakro, Odin, Sikasu, San Pedro, Sisandra, Seguela, Sinfra, Subra, Tabu, Tanda, Tingrila, Tayasale, Tauba, Tumidi, Vivua, Yamoussoukro, Zuenala Independence. August 7th, 1960 from France, Constitution. November 3rd, 1960 legal system. Based on French civil law system and customary law. Judicial review in the Constitutional Chamber of the Supreme Court has not accepted compulsory. ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. National Day, December 7th, Executive Branch. President, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch, Unicameral National Assembly, Assembly Nationale, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court, Cour Supreme. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. President Dr. Félix Houphouët-Boigny, since November 27, 1960. Political parties and leaders. Only party, Democratic Party of the Ivory Coast, PDCI, Dr. Félix Houphouët-Boigny suffrage. Universal at age 21. Elections, President. Last held October 27, 1985. Next to be held October 1990. Results, President Félix Houphouët-Boigny was re-elected without opposition to his fifth consecutive five-year term. National Assembly. Last held November 10, 1985. Next to be held November 10, 1990. Results, PDCI is the only party. Seats, 175 total. PDCI 175 communists. No Communist Party. Possibly some sympathizers member of ACP, FDB, CCC, COEMA, ECA, ECOWAS, EIB, Associate, Entente, FAOG, 77 GATT, IEA, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDEA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITU, Niger River Commission, NEM, OUSM, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WIPO, WMO, WDO Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Charles Gomes, Chancery at 2424 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-797-0300, U.S., Ambassador Kenneth Brown, Embassy at 5 Rue Jesse Owens, Abidjan, mailing address is B.P. 1712, Abidjan 01, telephone 225-32-09-79 flag, 3 equal vertical bands of orange, hoist side, white and green, similar to the flag of Ireland, which is longer and has the colors reversed, green, hoist side, white, and orange. Also similar to the flag of Italy, which is green, hoist side, white, and red. Design was based on the flag of France. Economy overview. The Ivory Coast is among the world's largest producers and exporters of coffee, cocoa beans, and palm kernel oil. Consequently, the economy is highly sensitive to fluctuations in international prices for coffee and cocoa and to weather conditions. Despite attempts by the government to diversify, the economy is still largely dependent on agriculture and related industries. The agricultural sector accounts for over one-third of GDP and about 80% of export earnings and employs about 85% of the labor force. A collapse of world cocoa and coffee prices in 1986 threw the economy into a recession, for which the country had not recovered by 1989. GDP, $10.0 billion, per capita $900, real growth rate 6.4%, 1988, inflation rate, consumer prices 7.5%, 1988, unemployment rate 14%, 1985, budget, revenues $1.6 billion, 1986, expenditures $2.3 billion, including capital expenditures of $504 million, 1988 EST, exports $2.2 billion, FOB, 1988, commodities, cocoa 30%, coffee 20%, tropical woods 11%, cotton, bananas, pineapples, palm oil, cotton. Partners: France, FRG, Netherlands, US, Belgium, Spain, 1985. Imports: $1.3 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities: manufactured goods and semi-finished products 50%, consumer goods 40%, raw materials and fuels 10%. Partners: France, other EC, Nigeria, US, Japan, 1985. External debt: $14.7 billion, 1989 EST. Industrial production: growth rate 0%, 1987. Electricity: 1,081,000 kilowatts capacity, 2,440 million kilowatt hours produced, 210 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries: foodstuffs, wood processing, oil refinery, automobile assembly, textiles, fertilizer, beverage agriculture. Most important sector, contributing 1/3 to GDP and 80% to exports. Cash crops include coffee, cocoa beans, timber, bananas, palm kernels, rubber. Food crops: corn, rice, manioc, sweet potatoes. Not self-sufficient in bread, grain, and dairy. Products: illicit drugs. Illicit producer of cannabis on a small scale for the International Drug Trade Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-87, $344 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, for $0.6 billion currency. Communauté financière africaine franc. Plural, francs. 1 CFA franc, CFAF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Communauté financière africaine francs, CFAF, per 1 US dollar, 287.99, January 1990, 319.01, 1989, 297.85, 1988, 300.54, 1987, 346.30, 1986, 449.26, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 660 kilometers, Burkina border to Abidjan, 1.00 meter gauge, single track, except 25 kilometers Abidjan-Enumis section is double track. Highways, 46,600 kilometers total, 3,600 kilometers bituminous and bituminous treated surface, 32,000 kilometers gravel, crushed stone, laterite, and improved earth, 11,000 kilometers unimproved inland waterways, 980 kilometers navigable rivers, canals, and numerous coastal lagoons, ports. Abidjan, San Pedro Merchant Marine, 7 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 71,945 GRT / 90,684 DWT. Includes 5 cargo, 1 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 1 chemical tanker, civil air, 12 major transport aircraft, including multinationally owned Air Afrique fleet airports, 49 total, 42 usable, 7 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 3 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 16 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications system above African average, consists of open wire lines and radio relay links. 87,700 telephones. Stations: 3 AM, 17 FM, 11 TV. 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations. 2 coaxial submarine cables. Defense Forces branches: Army, Navy, Air Force, paramilitary, gendarmerie, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 2,874,925. 1,487,909 fit for military service. 141,193 males reach military age 18. Annually defense expenditures, 1.9% of GDP. 1987. Country: Jamaica. Geography: total area, 10,990 square kilometers. Land area: 10,830 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly. Smaller than Connecticut land boundaries. None coastline. 1,022 kilometers maritime claims. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Tropical, hot, humid, temperate interior terrain. Mostly mountains with narrow, discontinuous coastal plain natural resources. Bauxite, gypsum, limestone land use. 19% arable land. 6% permanent crops. 18% meadows and pastures. 28% forest and woodland. 29% other. Includes 3% irrigated environment. Subject to hurricanes, especially July to November. Deforestation, water pollution. Note: strategic location between Cayman Trench and Jamaica Channel. The main sea lanes for Panama Canal. People population: 2,441,396, July 1990. Growth rate 0.6%, 1990. Birth rate: 21 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate: 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate: 10 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate: 16 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 75 years male, 79 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate: 2.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: Noun, Jamaicans. Adjective, Jamaican ethnic divisions: 76.3% African, 15.1% Afro-European, 3.4% East Indian and Afro-East Indian, 3.2% white, 1.2% Chinese and Afro-Chinese, 0.8% other religion. Predominantly Protestant, including Anglican and Baptist, some Roman Catholic, some spiritualist cults. Language: English, Creole literacy, 74% labor force, 728,700. 32% agriculture, 28% industry and commerce, 27% services, 13% government. Shortage of technical and managerial personnel, 1984. Organized labor, 25% of labor force, 1989. Government long-form name, none type. Parliamentary democracy capital. Kingston administrative divisions, 14 parishes: Clarendon, Hanover, Kingston, Manchester, Portland, St. Andrew, St. and St. Catherine, St. Elizabeth, St. James, St. Mary, St. Thomas, Trelawney, Westmoreland. Independence. August 6, 1962, from UK, Constitution. August 6, 1962 legal system. Based on English common law, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, first Monday in August. August 6, 1990 Executive Branch. British monarch, Governor-General, Prime Minister. Cabinet legislative branch. Bicameral parliament consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Representatives judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor-General Sir Florizel Glaspole, since March 2, 1973. Head of Government, Prime Minister Michael Manley, since February 9, 1989. Political parties and leaders. People's National Party, PNP, Michael Manley. Jamaica Labour Party, JLP. Edward Seaga. Workers' Party of Jamaica, WPJ. Trevor Monroe suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. House of Representatives. Last held February 9, 1989. Next to be held by February 1994. Results: PNP 57%, JLP 43%. Seats: 60 total, PNP 45, JLP 15. Communists. Workers' Party of Jamaica, Marxist-Leninist. Other political or pressure groups: Rastafarians, black religious/racial cultists, Pan-Africanists. Member of ACP, CARICOM, CCC, Commonwealth, FAO, G77, GATT, IDB, IBA, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IV, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ISO, ITU, NIM, OIS, PEHO, SILA, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WIPO, WMO, WDO. Diplomatic representation. Ambassador Keith Johnson. Chancery at Suite 355, 1850 K Street NW, Washington, D.C. 20006. Telephone 202-452-0660. There are Jamaican consulates general in Miami and New York, U.S. Ambassador Glenn Holden. Embassy at 3rd floor, Jamaica Mutual Life Center, 2, Oxford Road, Kingston. Telephone 800-929-4850. Flag. Diagonal yellow cross divides the flag into 4 triangles, green, top and bottom, and black, hoist side and fly side. Economy overview. The economy is based on sugar, bauxite, and tourism. In 1985, it suffered a setback with the closure of some facilities in the bauxite and alumina industry, a major source of hard currency earnings. Since 1986, an economic recovery has been underway. In 1987, conditions began to improve for the bauxite and alumina industry because of increases in world metal prices. The recovery has also been supported by growth in the manufacturing and tourism sectors. In September 1988, Hurricane Gilbert inflicted severe damage on crops and the electric power system, a sharp but temporary setback to the economy. By October 1989, the economic recovery from the hurricane was largely complete, and real growth was up about 3% for 1989. GDP, $3.8 billion, per capita $1,529. Real growth rate 3%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 15%. 1989. Unemployment rate 18.7%. 1988. Budget. Revenues $1.1 billion. Expenditures $1.5 billion, including capital expenditures of $1 FY 88 EST. Exports $948 million FOB 1989 EST. Commodities bauxite, alumina, sugar, bananas. Partners US 40%, UK, Canada, Trinidad and Tobago, Norway. Imports $1.6 billion CF 1989 EST. Commodities petroleum, machinery, food, consumer goods, construction goods. Partners US 46%, UK, Venezuela, Canada, Japan, Trinidad and Tobago. External debt $4.4 billion 1989 EST. Industrial production growth rate 3% 1989 EST. Electricity 1,437,000 kilowatts capacity. 2,390 million kilowatt-hours produced, 960 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Tourism, bauxite mining, textiles, food processing, light manufacturers, agriculture. Account for about 9% of GDP, 1/3 of workforce, and 17% of exports. Commercial crops, sugarcane, bananas, coffee, citrus, potatoes, and vegetables. Livestock and livestock products include poultry, goats, milk, not self-sufficient in grain, meat, and dairy products. Illicit drugs. Illicit cultivation of cannabis has decreased, with production shifting from large to small plots and nurseries to evade aerial detection and eradication aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $1.1 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $1.2 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979-89, $27 million. Communist countries, 1974-88, $349 million currency. Jamaican dollar, plural, dollars. 1 Jamaican dollar, J dollar, equals 100 cents. Exchange rates. Jamaican dollars, J dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar. 6.5013, January to 1990. 5.7446, 1989. 5.4886, 1988. 5.4867, 1987. 5.4778, 1986. 5.5586, 1985. Fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March. Communications railroads, 370 kilometers. All 1.435 meter standard gauge, single-track highways, 18,200 kilometers total, 12,600 kilometers paved, 3,200 kilometers gravel, 2,400 kilometers improved earth pipelines. Refined products, 10 kilometers ports. Kingston, Montego Bay Merchant Marine, 5 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 13,048 GRT/21, 412 DWT. Includes 1 cargo, 1 container, 1 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 1 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, PUL, tanker, 1 bulk civil air, 6 major transport aircraft airports, 41 total, 25 usable, 14 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 2 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 2 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Fully automatic domestic telephone network, 127,000 telephones, stations, 10 AM, 17 FM, 8 TV, 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations, 3 coaxial submarine cables, Defense Forces branches, Jamaica Defense Force, includes Coast Guard in Air Wing, military manpower, males 15 to 49, 620,400, 440,967 fit for military service. No conscription, 27,014 reach minimum volunteer age 18. Annually defense expenditures, 1.1% of GDP, 1987. Country, Jan Mayen, Territory of Norway. Geography, total area, 373 square kilometers. Land area, 373 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than twice the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline, 124.1 kilometers. Maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 10 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, for nanometers disputes. Denmark has challenged Norway's maritime claims between Greenland and Jan Mayen climate. Arctic maritime with frequent storms and persistent fog terrain. Volcanic island, partly covered by glaciers. Beerenberg is the highest peak, with an elevation of 2,277 meters. Natural resources. None land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other environment. Barren volcanic island with some moss and grass. Volcanic activity resumed in 1970. Note. Located 590 kilometers north-northwest of Iceland between the Greenland Sea and the Norwegian Sea north of the Arctic Circle. People population. No permanent inhabitants. Government long-form name. None type. Territory of Norway. Note. Administered by a governor, Sysselman, resident in Longyearbyen, Svalbard. Economy overview. Jan Mayen is a volcanic island with no exploitable natural resources. Economic activity is limited to providing services for employees of Norway's radio and meteorological stations located on the island. Electricity, 15,000 kilowatts capacity, 40 million kilowatt hours produced, in a kilowatt hour per capita, 1989. Communications airports, 1 with runway 1,220 to 2,439 imports. None. Offshore anchorage only. Telecommunications. Radio and meteorological station. Defense Forces. Note. Defense is the responsibility of Norway. Country, Japan. Geography, total area, 377,835 square kilometers. Land area, 374,744 square kilometers. Includes Bonin Islands, Ogasawara Gunto, Dado Shoto, Minami-jima, Okino-Tsushima, Ryukyu Islands, Nansei Shoto, and Volcano Islands, Kazanredo. Comparative area, slightly smaller than California land boundaries. None coastline, 29,751 kilometers. Maritime claims. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers, 3 nanometers in international straits. La Perouse or Soya, Tsugaru, Osumi, and eastern and western channels of the Korea or Tsushima Strait. Disputes, Habamai Islands, Edarofu, Kunashiri, and Shikotan Islands occupied by Soviet Union since 1945, claimed by Japan. Kuril Islands administered by Soviet Union. Lioncourt Rocks disputed with South Korea. Senkakushoto, Senkaku Islands, claimed by China and Taiwan. Climate varies from tropical in south to cool temperate in north terrain. Mostly rugged and mountainous natural resources. Negligible mineral resources, fish land use. 13% arable land. 1% permanent crops. 1% meadows and pastures. 67% forest and woodland. 18% other. Includes 9% irrigated environment. Many dormant and some active volcanoes. About 1,500 seismic occurrences, mostly tremors. Every year. Subject to tsunamis. Note. Strategic. Location in Northeast Asia. People population. 123,642,461, July 1990. Growth rate 0.4%. 1990. Birth rate. 11 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate. 7 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate. 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate. 5 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth. 76 years male. 82 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate. 1.6 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Japanese Sing, PL. Adjective, Japanese ethnic divisions. 99.4% Japanese, 0.6% other, mostly Korean. Religion. Most Japanese observe both Shinto and Buddhist rites. About 16% belong to other faiths, including 0.8% Christian language. Japanese literacy. 99% labor force. 63,330,000. 54% trade and services. 33% manufacturing, mining, and construction. 7% agriculture, forestry, and fishing. 3% government. 1988. Organized labor. About 29% of employed workers. 76.4% public service. 57.9% transportation and telecommunications. 48.7% mining. 33.7%. Manufacturing. 18.2% services. 9.3% wholesale, retail, and restaurant. Government long-form name. None type. Constitutional monarchy capital. Tokyo administrative divisions. 47 prefectures. Fukin, singular and plural. Aichi, Akita, Aomori, Chiba, Ehime, Fukui, Fukuoka, Fukushima, Gifu, Guma, Hiroshima, Hokkaido, Hyogo, Ibaraki, Ishikawa, Awakawa, Kagoshima, Kawa, Kochi, Kumamoto, Kyoto, Kinagano, Nagasaki, Nara, Nagata, Oita, Okayama, Okinawa, Osaka, Saga, Saitama, Shiga, Shermaine, Shizuoka, Tachijai, Takushima, Tokyo, Tottori, Toyama, Wakoma, Yamagata, Yamaguchi, Yamanashi. Independence. 660 BC. Traditional founding by Emperor Jimmu. May 3, 1947. Constitutional monarchy established Constitution. May 3, 1947. Legal system. Civil law system with English-American influence. Judicial review of legislative acts in the Supreme Court. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. With reservations. National holiday. Birthday of the Emperor, December 23, 1933. Executive branch. Emperor, Prime Minister, Cabinet, Legislative branch. Bicameral diet, Kokai, consists of an upper house or House of Councilors, Sangyin, and a lower house or House of Representatives, Shugyin, judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State. Emperor Akihito, since January 7, 1989. Head of Government. Prime Minister Toshiki Keifu, since August 9, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, Toshiki Keifu, President. Japan Socialist Party, JSP. T. Doi, Chairman. Democratic Socialist Party, DSP, Kigo. Aoki, Chairman. Japan Communist Party, JCP, K. Miyamoto, Presidium Chairman. Kameido, Clean Government Party, CGP, Koshiro Ishida, Chairman Suffrage. Universal at age 20 elections. House of Councilors. Last held on July 23, 1989. Next to be held July 23, 1992. Results, percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 252 total, 100 elected. LDP 109, JSP 67, CGP 21, JCP 14, others 33, House of Representatives. Last held on February 18, 1990, next to be held by February 1993. Results, percent of vote. By party NA, seats, 512 total, LDP 275, JSP 136, CGP 45, JCP 16, JDSB 14, other parties 5, independents 21. Note, 9 independents are expected to join the LDP, 5 the JSP Communists. About 470,000 registered Communist Party members member of ADB, ASPAC, CCC, Colombo Plan, DAC, SCAP, FAO, GATT, IA, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IAIF, DIFC, IHO, ILO, LZSG, IMF, IMO, INELSAT, Interpol, IPU, IRC, ISO, ITC, ITU, IWC, International Whaling Commission, IWC, International Wheat Council, OECD, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Nobuo Matsunaga. Chancery at 2520 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-939-6700. There are Japanese consulates general in Agana, Guam, Anchorage, Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, Honolulu, Houston, Kansas City, Missouri, Los Angeles, New Orleans, New York, San Francisco, Seattle, and Portland, Oregon, and a consulate in Saipan, Northern Mariana Islands, U.S. Ambassador Michael H. Armacost. Embassy at 10-1, Akasaka 1 Chome, Minato-ku, 107. Tokyo. Mailing address is APO San Francisco 96503. Telephone 81-3-224-5000. There are U.S. consulates general in Naha, Osaka, Kobe, and Sapporo, and a consulate in Fukuoka. Flag. White with a large red disc, representing the sun without rays. In the center. Economy overview. Although Japan has few natural resources, since 1971 it has become the world's third largest industrial economy, ranking behind only the U.S. and the USSR. Government-industry cooperation, a strong work ethic, and a comparatively small defense allocation have helped Japan advance rapidly, notably in high-technology fields. Industry, the most important sector of the economy, is heavily dependent on imported raw materials and fuels. Self-sufficient in rice, Japan must import 50% of its requirements for other grain and fodder crops. Japan maintains one of the world's largest fishing fleets and accounts for nearly 15% of the total global catch. Overall, economic growth has been spectacular. A 10% average in the 1960s, a 5% average in the 1970s and 1980s. In 1989, strong investment and consumption spending helped maintain growth at nearly 5%. Inflation remains low at 2.1% despite high oil prices and a somewhat weaker yen. Japan continues to run a huge trade surplus, $60 billion in 1989, which supports extensive investment in foreign properties. GNP, $1,914.1 billion, per capita $15,600. Real growth rate 4.8%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 2.1%, 1989. Unemployment rate 2.3%, 1989. Budget, revenues $392 billion, expenditures $464 billion, including capital expenditures of $&A, FY89, exports $270 billion, FOB 1989, commodities, manufactures 97%, including machinery 38%, motor vehicles 17%, consumer electronics 10%, partners US 34%, Southeast Asia 22%, Western Europe 21%, Communist countries 5%, Middle East 5% imports. $210 billion, cf. 1989. Commodities. Manufactures 42%, fossil. Fuels 30%, foodstuffs 15%, non-fuel raw materials 13%. Partners. Southeast Asia 23%, US 23%, Middle East 15%, Western Europe 16%, Communist countries 7%. External debt. $A industrial production. Growth rate 9%. 1989, electricity. 191 million kilowatts capacity. 700,000 million kilowatt hours produced. 5,680 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries. Metallurgy, engineering, electrical and electronic, textiles, chemicals, automobiles, fishing, agriculture. Accounts for 3% of GNP. Highly subsidized and protected sector. With crop yields among highest in world. Principal crops: rice, sugar beets, vegetables, fruit. Animal products include pork, poultry, dairy, and eggs. About 50% self-sufficient in food production. Shortages of wheat, corn, soybeans. World's largest fish catch of 11.8 million metric tons in 1987. Aid. Donor. ODA and OOF commitments, 1970 to 87. $57.5 billion currency. Yen, plural. Yen. 1 yen, Y, equals 100 Sun exchange rates. Yen Y, per 1 US dollar, 145.09, January 1990, 137.96, 1989, 128.15, 1988. 144.64, 1987, 168.52, 1986, 238.54, 1985, fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March, communications railroads, 27,327 kilometers total, 2012 kilometers 1.435 meters standard gauge, and 25,315 kilometers predominantly 1.067 meter narrow gauge. 5,724 kilometers double track and multi-track sections, 9,038 kilometers 1.067 meter narrow gauge electrified, 2012 kilometers 1.435 meter standard gauge electrified. 1987. Highways. 1,098,900 kilometers total. 718,700 kilometers paved, 380,200 kilometers gravel, crushed stone, or unpaved. 3,900 kilometers national expressways. 46,544 kilometers. National highways, 43,907 kilometers principal local roads, 86,930 kilometers prefectural roads, and 917,619 other, 1987, inland waterways. About 1,770 kilometers. Seagoing craft ply all coastal inland seas pipelines. Crude oil, 84 kilometers. Refined products, 322 kilometers. Natural gas, 1,800 kilometers ports. Chiba, Moran, Kitakyushu, Kobe, Tomakomai, Nagoya, Osaka, Tokyo, Yokkaichi, Yokohama, Kawasaki, Niigata, Fushikitayama, Shimizu, Himeji, Shimizu, Shimonoseki, Tomusha, Merchant Marine. 1,088 ships, 1,000 GRT, or over, totaling 23,597,688 GRT/36, 655, 266 DWT. Includes 7 passenger, 57 short sea passenger. For passenger cargo, 108 cargo, 44 container, 27 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 135 refrigerated cargo, 117 vehicle carrier, 237 petroleum, oils and lubricants, P-well, tanker, 21 chemical tanker, 42 liquefied gas, 12 combination or/oil, 3 specialized tanker, 272 bulk, 1 combination bulk, 1 multifunction large load carrier civil air, 341 major transport aircraft airports, 165 total, 156 usable, 128 with Permanent surface runways. 2 with runways over 3,659 m. 27 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 55 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Excellent domestic and international service. 64 million telephones. Stations. 3:18 a.m. 58 FM. 12,350 TV. 196 major. 1 kilowatt or greater. Satellite Earth stations. For Pacific Ocean Intelsat and 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat. Submarine cables to U.S. via Guam, Philippines, China, and USSR. Defense Forces branches. Japan Ground Self-Defense Force, Army, Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, Navy, Japan Air Self-Defense Force, Air Force, Maritime Safety Agency, Coast Guard, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 32,181,866. 27,695,890 fit for military service. 1,004,052 reach military age 18. Annually defense expenditures. 1% of GNP at market prices, 1989 EST. Country, Jarvis Island, territory of the U.S. Geography, total area. 4.5 square kilometers. Land area. 4.5 square kilometers comparative area. About 7.5 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline. 8 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone. 12 nanometers. Continental shelf. 200 m. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Tropical. Scant rainfall. Constant wind. Burning sun terrain. Sandy. Coral island surrounded by a narrow fringing reef. Natural resources. Guano. Deposits worked until late 1800s. Land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other. Environment. Sparse bunch grass, prostrate vines, and low-growing shrubs. Lacks fresh water, primarily in nesting, roosting, and foraging habitat for seabirds, shorebirds, and marine wildlife. Feral cats note. 2,090 kilometers south of Honolulu in the South Pacific Ocean, just south of the equator, about halfway between Hawaii and the Cook Islands. People population. Uninhabited note. Millersville settlement on western side of island occasionally used as a weather station from 1935 until World War II. When it was abandoned, reoccupied in 1957 during the International Geophysical Year by scientists who left in 1958. Public entry is by special use permit only and generally restricted to scientists and educators. Government long-form name. None. Territory of the U.S. type. Unincorporated territory of the U.S. administered by the Fish and Wildlife Service of the U.S. Department of the Interior as part of the National Wildlife Refuge System. Economy overview. No economic activity communications. Ports. None. Offshore anchorage only. 1 boat landing area in the middle of the west coast and another near the southwest corner of the island note. There's a day beacon near the middle of the west coast. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the U.S. Visited annually by the U.S. Coast Guard. Country. Jersey, British Crown dependency. Geography, total area, 117 square kilometers. Land area, 117 square kilometers. Comparative area, about 0.7 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 70 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 3 nanometers climate. Temperate. Mild winters and cool summers terrain. Gently rolling plain with low, rugged hills along north coast. Natural resources. Agricultural land use. NA% arable land. NA% permanent crops. NA% meadows and pastures. NA% forest and woodland. NA% other. About 58% of land under cultivation. Environment. About 30% of population concentrated in St. Helier note, largest and southernmost of Channel Islands. 27 kilometers from France. People population, 83,609, July 1990. Growth rate 0.9%, 1990. Birth rate, 12 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 10 deaths/1. 000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 7 migrants/1, 000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 6 deaths/1, 000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 72 years male, 78 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.3. Children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Channel Islanders. Adjective, Channel Islander ethnic divisions. UK and Norman French descent religion. Anglican, Roman Catholic, Baptist, Congregational New Church, Methodist, Presbyterian language. English and French official, with a Norman French dialect spoken in country districts literacy. NA%, but probably high labor force. NA organized labor. None, government long form name. Bailiwick of Jersey type. British Crown dependency capital. St. Helier administrative divisions. None, British Crown dependency. Independence. None, British Crown dependency. Constitution. Unwritten, partly statutes, partly common law and practice legal system. English law and local statute national holiday. Liberation Day, May 9th, 1945. Executive branch. British monarch, lieutenant governor, bailiff, legislative branch. Unicameral Assembly of the States, judicial branch. Royal court leaders. Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952. Head of government, Lieutenant Governor Admiral Sir William Pillar, since NA 1985. Bailiff Peter Krill, since NA. Political parties and leaders. None. All independent suffrage. Universal adult at age NA elections. Assembly of the States. Last held NA. Next to be held NA. Results. Percent of vote seats. 56 total. 52 elected. 52 independents communists. Probably none diplomatic representation. None. British Crown dependency. Flag. White with the diagonal red cross of St. Patrick, patron saint of Ireland, extending to the corners of the flag. Economy overview. The economy is based largely on financial services, agriculture, and tourism. Potatoes, cauliflower, tomatoes, and especially flowers are important export crops, shipped mostly to the UK. The Jersey breed of dairy cattle is known worldwide and represents an important export earner. Milk products go to the UK and other EC countries. In 1986, the finance sector overtook tourism as the main contributor to GDP, accounting for 40% of the island's output. In recent years, the government has encouraged light industry to locate in Jersey, with the result that an electronics industry has developed alongside the traditional manufacturing of knitwear. All raw material and energy requirements are imported, as well as a large share of Jersey's food needs. GDP, $NA, per capita, $NA. Real growth rate 8%, 1987 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 8%, 1988 EST. Unemployment rate, NA percent budget. Revenues $308.0 million. Expenditures $284.4 million, including capital expenditures of NA, 1985. Exports, $NA. Commodities, light industrial and electrical goods, foodstuffs, textiles. Partners, UK imports, $NA. Commodities, machinery and transport equipment. Manufactured goods, foodstuffs, mineral fuels, chemicals. Partners, UK external debt, $NA. Industrial production. Growth rate NA percent electricity, 50,000 kilowatts standby capacity, 1989. Power supply by France. Industries, tourism, banking and finance, dairy agriculture, potatoes, cauliflowers, tomatoes, dairy and cattle farming aid. None currency. Jersey pound, plural, pounds. 1 Jersey pound, LJ equals 100 pence exchange rates. Jersey pounds, LJ, per 1 US dollar, 0.6055, January 1990. 0.6099, 1989, 0.5614, 1988, 0.6102, 1987, 0.6817, 1986, 0.7714, 1985. The Jersey pound is at par with the British pound fiscal year. April 1st, 31 March, communications ports. St. Helier, Gorey, St. Aubin airports. One with permanent surface runway 1,220 to 2,439 m. St. Peter, telecommunications. 63,700 telephones, stations. 1 AM, no FM, 1 TV, 3 submarine cables. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of UK. Country. Johnston Atoll, territory of the U.S. Geography, total area. 2.8 square kilometers. Land area. 2.8 square kilometers comparative area. About 4.7 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 10 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone. 12 nanometers. Continental shelf. 200 m. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Tropical, but generally dry. Consistent northeast trade winds with little seasonal temperature variation terrain. Mostly flat with a maximum elevation of 4 meters. Natural resources. Guano. Deposits worked until about 1890. Land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other environment. Some low-growing vegetation note. Strategic location 1,328 km west-southwest of Honolulu in the North Pacific Ocean, about one-third of the way between Hawaii and the Marshall Islands. Johnson Island and Sand Island are natural islands. North Island, Akaw, and East Island, Hikina, are man-made islands formed from coral dredging. Closed to the public. Former nuclear weapons test site. People population, 1,203, December 1989. All U.S. government personnel and contractors. Government long-form name. None. Territory of the U.S. Type. Unincorporated. Territory of the U.S. administered by the U.S. Defense Nuclear Agency, DNA, and managed cooperatively by DNA and the Fish and Wildlife Service of the U.S. Department of the Interior as part of the National Wildlife Refuge System diplomatic representation. None. Territory of the U.S. Flag. The flag of the U.S. is used. Economy overview. Economic activity is limited to providing services to U.S. military personnel and contractors located on the island. All food and manufactured goods must be imported. Communications ports. Johnston Island airports. One with permanent surface runway, 2,743 m. Telecommunications. Excellent system, including 60-channel submarine cable. Autoed-in/SRT terminal. Digital telephone switch. Military-affiliated radio system. MAR station, and a receive-only commercial satellite television system note. U.S. Coast Guard operates a Lauren transmitting station. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the U.S. Country. Jordan. See separate West Bank entry. Note. The war between Israel and the Arab states in June 1967 ended with Israel in control of the West Bank. As stated in the 1978 Camp David Accords, and reaffirmed by President Reagan's September 1, 1982 peace initiative, the final status of the West Bank and Gaza Strip, their relationship with their neighbors, and a peace treaty between Israel and Jordan are to be negotiated among the concerned parties. The Camp David Accords further specify that these negotiations will resolve the location of the respective boundaries. Pending the completion of this process, it is U.S. policy that the final status of the West Bank and Gaza Strip has yet to be determined. Geography, total area. 91,880 square kilometers. Land area. 91,540 square kilometers comparative area. Slightly smaller than Indiana land boundaries. 1,586 kilometers total. Iraq 134 kilometers. Israel 238 kilometers. Saudi Arabia, 742 kilometers. Syria, 375 kilometers. West Bank, 97 kilometers coastline. 26 kilometers maritime claims. Territorial sea. 3 nanometers disputes. Differences with Israel over the location of the 1949 armistice line, which separates the two countries' climate. Mostly arid desert. Rainy season in west, November to April. Terrain, mostly desert plateau. In east, highland area in west. Great Rift Valley separates east and west banks of the Jordan River. Natural resources. Phosphates, potash, shale oil. Land use. For percent arable land, 0.5% permanent crops, 1% meadows and pastures, 0.5% forest and woodland, 94% other, includes 0.5% irrigated environment. Lack of natural water resources. Deforestation, overgrazing, soil erosion, desertification, people population, 3,064,508, July 1990. Growth rate 3.6%, 1990. Birth rate, 42 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 55 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 68 years male, 71 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.2 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Jordanians. Adjective, Jordanian ethnic divisions, 98% Arab, 1% Circassian, 1% Armenian religion, 92% Sunni Muslim, 8% Christian language. Arabic official. English widely understood among upper and middle. Classe littératie, 71%. A. Labor force, 572,000, 1988. 20% agriculture, 20% manufacturing and mining, 1987. Organized labor, about 10% of labor force. Note, 1.5 to 1.7 million Palestinians live on the East Bank, 55 to 60% of the population. Most are Jordanian citizens. Government long-form name, Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan type. Constitutional monarchy capital, Amman. Administrative divisions, 8 governorates, Mahafizat, singular, Muhafaza, Al-Balka, Al-Karak, Al-Mafraq, Amman, at Tafila, Izi Zarqa, Irbid, Mon Independence. May 25, 1946, from League of Nations mandate under British administration. Formerly Transjordan. Constitution, January 8, 1952. Legal system, based on Islamic law and French codes. Judicial review of legislative acts and especially provided high tribunal. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. Independence Day, May 25, 1946. Executive branch. Monarch, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister. Cabinet legislative branch. Bicameral. National Assembly, Majlis al-Ummah, consists of an upper house or House of Notables, Majlis al-Ayan, and a lower house or House of Representatives, Majlis al-Nawab. Note, the House of Representatives was dissolved by King Hussein on July 30, 1988, as part of Jordanian disengagement from the West Bank, and in November 1989, the first parliamentary elections in 22 years were held, with no seats going to Palestinians on the West Bank judicial branch. Court of Cassation leaders. Chief of State. King Hussein ibn Talal, since August 11, 1952. Head of Government. Prime Minister Madar Badran, since December 4, 1989. Political parties and leaders. None. After 1989 parliamentary elections, King Hussein promised to allow the formation of political party suffrage. Universal at age 20 elections. House of Representatives. Last held November 8, 1989. Next to be held in A. Results, percent of vote in A. Seats, 80 total, percent of vote in A. Communists. Party actively repressed, membership less than 500 EST. Member of ACC, Arab League, CCC, FAO, G77, IBRD, IKO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITU, and EM, OIC, IN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO diplomatic representation. Ambassador Hussein A. Hamami, Chancery at 3504 International Drive Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-966-2664. U.S. Ambassador Roscoe S. Suddarth, Embassy on Jebel Amman, Amman. Mailing address is P.O. Box 354, Amman, or APO, New York, 09892. Telephone 962-644,371 through 644-376 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of black, top, white and green, with a red isosceles triangle based on the hoist side bearing a small white 7-pointed star. The 7 points on the star represent the 7 fundamental laws of the Quran. Economy overview. Jordan was a secondary beneficiary of the oil boom of the late 1970s and early 1980s, when its GNP growth averaged 10 to 12%. Recent years, however, have witnessed a sharp reduction in cash aid from Arab oil-producing countries and in worker remittances, with growth averaging 1 to 2%. Imports, mainly oil, capital goods, consumer durables, and foodstuffs, have been outstripping exports by roughly $2 billion annually, the difference being made up by aid, remittances, and borrowing. In 1989, the government pursued policies to encourage private investment, curb imports of luxury goods, promote exports, reduce the budget deficit, and, in general, reinvigorate economic growth. Success will depend largely on exogenous forces, such as the absence of drought and a pickup in outside support. Down the road, the completion of the proposed Unity Dam on the Yarmouk is vital to meet rapidly growing requirements for water. GNP, $5.2 billion, per capita $1,760, real growth rate 0%, 1989, inflation rate, consumer prices 35%, 1989 EST, unemployment rate, 9 to 10%, December 1989 EST. Budget, revenues $0.92 billion, expenditures $1.6 billion, including capital expenditures of $540 million, 1989 EST. Exports, $0.910 billion, FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities, fruits and vegetables, phosphates, fertilizers, partners, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, India, Kuwait, Japan, China, Yugoslavia, Indonesia. Imports, $1.7 billion, CF, 1989 EST. Commodities, crude oil, textiles, capital goods, motor vehicles, foodstuffs. Partners, EC, US, Saudi Arabia, Japan, Turkey, Romania, China, Taiwan. External debt, $8.3 billion, December 1989. Industrial production, growth rate, 7.8%, 1988 EST. Electricity, 981,000 kilowatts capacity, 3,500 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,180 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, phosphate mining, petroleum refining, cement, potash, light manufacturing, agriculture, account for only 5% of GDP. Principal products are wheat, barley, citrus fruit, tomatoes, melons, olives, livestock, sheep, goats, poultry. Large net importer of food aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $1.7 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $1.20 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979-89, $9.5 billion. Communist countries, 1970-88, $44 million currency. Jordanian dinar, plural, dinars. 1 Jordanian dinar, JD, equals 1,000 fils. Exchange rates. Jordanian dinars, JD, per 1 U.S. dollar, 0.6557, January 1990. 0.5704, 1989. 0.3715, 1988, 0.3387, 1987, 0.3499, 1986, 0.3940, 1985. Fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications railroads. 619 kilometers, 1.050 meter gauge. Single track highways. 7,500 kilometers. 5,500 kilometers asphalt. 2,000 kilometers gravel and crushed stone pipelines. Crude oil. 209 kilometers ports. Al Aqaba Merchant Marine. 3 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 32,635 GRT/44, 618 DWT. Includes 1 short sea passenger, 2 bulk cargo civil air, 19 major transport aircraft airports, 19 total, 16 usable, 14 with permanent surface runways, 1 with runways over 3,659 m, 13 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, none with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Adequate system of radio relay, cable, and radio. 81,500 telephones. Stations. 4 AM, 3 FM, 24 TV. Satellite, Earth stations. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat, 1 Arabsat, 1 domestic TV receive only. Coaxial cable and radio relay to Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Syria. Radio relay to Lebanon is inactive. A microwave network linking Syria, Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and Jordan. Defense Forces branches. Jordan Arab Army, Royal Jordanian Air Force. Royal Jordanian Coast Guard military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 726,736. 519,972 fit for military service. 38,730 reach military age, 18, annually defense. Expenditures. 11% of GNP, or $570 million, 1990 EST. Country. Wandanova Island, French possession. Geography, total area. 4.4 square kilometers. Land area. 4.4 square kilometers comparative area. About 7.5 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 24.1 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone. 12 nanometers. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Claimed by. Madagascar climate. Tropical terrain. Undetermined natural resources. Guano deposits and other fertilizers land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 90% forest and woodland. 10% other environment. Subject to periodic cyclones. Wildlife sanctuary note. Located in the central Mozambique Channel about halfway between Africa and Madagascar. People population. Uninhabited. Government long-form name. None type. French possession administered by Commissioner of the Republic Daniel Constantine, resident in Reunion. Economy overview. No economic activity. Communications railroads. Short line going to Ajeti airports. 1 with non-permanent surface runway, less than 1,220 imports. None. Offshore anchorage only note. 1 weather station. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of France. Country. Kenya. Geography. Total area. 582,650 square kilometers. Land area. 569,250 square kilometers comparative area. Slightly more than twice the size of Nevada land boundaries. 3,477 kilometers total. Ethiopia, 861 kilometers. Somalia, 682 kilometers. Sudan, 232 kilometers. Tanzania, 769 kilometers. Uganda, 933 kilometers coastline. 536 kilometers maritime claims. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. International boundary and administrative boundary with Sudan. Possible claim by Somalia based on unification of ethnic Somalis. Climate varies from tropical along coast to arid in interior terrain. Low plains rise to central highlands bisected by Great Rift Valley. Fertile plateau in West natural resources. Gold, limestone, diatomite, salt barytes, magnesite, feldspar, sapphires, fluorspar, garnets, wildlife land use. 3% arable land. 1% permanent crops. 7% meadows and pastures. 4% forest and woodland. 85% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Unique physiography supports abundant and varied wildlife of scientific and economic value. Deforestation, soil erosion, desertification, glaciers on MT Kenya note. Kenyan highlands, one of the most successful agricultural production regions in Africa. People population, 24,639,261, July 1990. Growth rate 3.8%, 1990. Birth rate, 45 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 60 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 62 years male, 67 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.5 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Kenyans. Adjective, Kenyan ethnic divisions, 21% Kikuyu, 14% Luo, 13% Luo, 11% Kalenjin, 11% Kamba, 6% Kizii, 6% Meru, 1% Asian, European, and Arab religion. 38% Protestant, 28% Roman Catholic, 26% indigenous beliefs, 6% Muslim language. English and Swahili, official. Numerous indigenous. Langage littératie, 59.2% labor force, 9,003,000, 78% agriculture, 22% non-agriculture, 1987. Organized labor, 390,000 EST. Government long-form name, Republic of Kenya type. Republic capital, Nairobi administrative divisions, 7 provinces and 1 area asterisk. Central, coast, eastern, Nairobi area asterisk. Northeastern, Nyanza, Rift Valley, Western Independence. December 12, 1963, from UK, formerly British East Africa. Constitution, December 12, 1963, amended as a republic 1964, reissued with amendments 1979, 1983, 1986, and 1988 legal system, based on English common law, tribal law, and Islamic law. Judicial review in High Court, accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction, with reservations. Constitutional amendment in 1982 made Kenya a de jure one-party state national holiday. Independence Day, December 12, 1963, Executive Branch. President, Vice President, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral National Assembly Judicial Branch. Court of Appeal, High Court Leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, since October 14, 1978. Vice President George Saitoti, since May 10, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Only party, Kenya African National Union, KANU, Daniel T. Arap Moi, President's suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President, last held on March 21, 1988, next to be held February 1993. Results, President Daniel T. Arap Moi was re-elected. National Assembly, last held on March 21, 1988, next to be held March 1993. Results, KANU is the only party. Seats, 202 total, 188 elected. KANU, 200 communists. Maybe a few communists and sympathizers, other political or pressure groups, labor unions, exile opposition, Mwakenya, and other groups member of ACP, AFDB, CCC, Commonwealth, FAO, G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IRC, ISO, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, INAM, LU, UN, UNDP, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, diplomatic representation. Ambassador Dennis Dowdy-Affand. Chancery at 2249 R Street, NW. Washington, D.C. 20008. Telephone 202-387-6101. There are Kenyan consulates general in Los Angeles and New York, U.S. Ambassador Smith Hempstone. Embassy at the corner of Moi Avenue and Haile Selassie Avenue, Nairobi. Mailing address is P.O. Box 30137, Nairobi, or APO New York 09675. Telephone 254-2-334,141. There's a U.S. consulate in Mombasa flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of black, top, red, and green. The red band is edged in white. A large warrior shield covering crossed spears is superimposed at the center. Economy overview. A serious underlying economic problem is Kenya's 3.8% annual population growth rate, one of the highest in the world. In the meantime, GDP growth in the near term has kept slightly ahead of population, annually averaging 5.2% in the 1986 to 88 period. Undependable weather conditions and a shortage of arable land hamper long-term growth in agriculture, the leading economic sector. GDP, $8.5 billion, per capita $360, real growth rate 4.9%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 8.3%, 1988, unemployment rate, in 8%, but there is a high level of unemployment and underemployment budget. Revenues, $2.3 billion. Expenditures, $2.6 billion, including capital expenditures of $0.71 billion. FY87, exports, $1.0 billion. FOB, 1988. Commodities, coffee 20%, tea 18%, manufactures 15%, petroleum products 10%, 1987. Partners, Western Europe 45%, Africa 22%, Far East 10%, U.S. 4%, Middle East 3%, 1987. Imports, $1.8 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, machinery and transportation equipment 36%, raw materials 33%, fuels and lubricants 20%, food and consumer goods 11%, 1987. Partners, Western Europe 49%, Far East 20%, Middle East 19%, U.S. 7%, 1987. External debt, $6.2 billion. December 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 4.8%, 1987 EST. Electricity, 587,000 kilowatts capacity, 2,250 million kilowatt hours produced, 90 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, small-scale consumer goods, plastic, furniture, batteries, textiles, soap, cigarettes, flour, agricultural processing, oil refining, cement, tourism, agriculture. Most important sector, accounting for 30% of GDP, about 80% of the workforce, and over 50% of exports. Cash crops, coffee, tea, sisal, pineapple, food products, corn, wheat, sugarcane, fruit, vegetables, dairy products, food output. Not keeping pace with population growth. Illicit drugs. Illicit producer of cannabis used mostly for domestic consumption. Widespread cultivation of cannabis and khat on small plots. Transit country for heroin and methaqualone en route from Southwest Asia to West Africa, Western Europe, and the U.S. aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88. $771 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $6.0 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $74 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $83 million currency. Kenyan shilling, plural, shillings. 1 Kenyan shilling, KSH, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Kenyan shillings, KSH, per 1 U.S. dollar, 21.749, December 1989, 20.572, 1989, 17.747, 1988. 16.454, 1987. 16.226, 1986. 16.432, 1985. Fiscal year. July 1st, 30 June. Communications railroads. 2,040 kilometers, 1.000 meter gauge highways. 64,590 kilometers total. 7,000 kilometers paved. 4,150 kilometers gravel. Remainder improved earth inland waterways. Part of Lake Victoria's system is within. Boundaries of Kenya. Principal inland port is at Kisumu Pipelines. Refined products, 483 kilometers ports. Mombasa, Lamu Civil Air. 14 major transport aircraft airports. 247 total, 211 usable. 18 with permanent surface runways. 2 with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 45 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, in top group of African systems, consists of radio relay links, open wire lines, and radio communication stations. 260,000 telephones, stations, 11 AM for FM, 4 TV, satellite Earth stations, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat and 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat, Defense Forces branches, Kenya Army, Kenya Navy, Air Force, Paramilitary General Service Unit military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 5,240,551. 3,235,557 fit for military service. No conscription defense expenditures. 1% of GDP. Or $100 million, 1989 EST. Country, Kingman Reef, territory of the U.S. Geography, total area. 1 square kilometer, land area. 1 square kilometer comparative area. About 1.7 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 3 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone. 12 nanometers. Continental shelf. 200 m. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Tropical, but moderated by prevailing winds terrain. Low and nearly level with A. Maximum elevation of about 1 meter. Natural resources. None land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other environment. Barren coral atoll with deep interior lagoon. Wet or awash most of the time. Note. Located 1,600 kilometers south-southwest of Honolulu in the North Pacific Ocean. About halfway between Hawaii and American Samoa. Maximum elevation of about 1 meter makes this a navigational hazard. Close to the public, people population. Uninhabited government long-form name. None type. Unincorporated territory of the U.S. administered by the U.S. Navy. Economy overview. No economic activity. Communications airports. Lagoon was used as a halfway station between Hawaii and American Samoa by Pan American Airways for flying boats in 1937 and 1938 ports. None. Offshore anchorage only. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the U.S. Country. Kiribati. Geography total. Area. 717 square kilometers. Land area. 717 square kilometers. Includes 3 island groups. Gilbert Islands, Line Islands, Phoenix Islands comparative area, slightly more than 4 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 1,143 kilometers maritime claims. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Tropical, marine, hot and humid, moderated by trade winds terrain. Mostly low-lying coral atolls surrounded by extensive reefs and natural resources. Phosphate. Production discontinued in 1979. Land use. NEGL% arable land. 51% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 3% forest and woodland. 46% other environment. Typhoons can occur any time, but usually November to March. 20 of the 33 islands are inhabited. Note. Banaba or Ocean Island is one of the three great phosphate rock islands in the Pacific. The others are Makatea in French Polynesia and Nauru. People population 70,012, July 1990. Growth rate 1.7%, 1990. Birth rate 34 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 13 deaths / 1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate 5 migrants / 1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 65 deaths / 1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 52 years male, 57 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 4.3 children born / woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Kiribassians. Adjective, Kiribati ethnic divisions. Micronesian religion, 48% Roman Catholic, 45% Protestant congregational, some Seventh-day Adventist and Baha'i language. English official, Gilbertese literacy, 90%. Labor force, 7,870 economically active, 1985 EST. Organized labor, Kiribati Trades Union Congress, 2,500 members, government long-form name, Republic of Kiribati type, Republic capital, Tarawa administrative divisions, 3 units, Gilbert Islands, Line Islands, Phoenix Islands. Note, a new administrative structure of 6 districts, Banaba, Central Gilberts, Line Islands, Northern Gilberts, Southern Gilberts, Tarawa, may have been changed to 20 island councils, 1 for each of the inhabited islands, named Abang, Abmama, Uranuka, Arori, Banaba, Buru, Butarituri, Kirimati, Kiria, Mayana, Makin, Marak, Nika, Nanuti, Onatoa, Tabatia, Tabuaran, Tamana, Trawa, Taraina Independence. July 12, 1979, from UK, formerly Gilbert Islands, Constitution, July 12, 1979 national holiday. Independence Day, July 12, 1979, executive branch. President, Vice President, Cabinet Legislative Branch, Unicameral House of Assembly, Maniaba, Ni, Mongatabu, Judicial Branch, Court of Appeal, High Court Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President Ieremia T. Tabai, since July 12, 1979, Vice President T. Dautianaki, since July 20, 1979, political parties and leaders, Gilbertese National Party, Christian Democratic Party, Teburo Tito, Secretary, essentially not organized on basis of political party suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections, President, last held on May 12, 1987, next to be held May 1991. Results, Ieremia T. Tabai 50.1%, Teburo Tito 42.7%, Teteo Tanaki 7.2%. National Assembly, last held on March 19, L987, next to be held March 1991. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 40 total, 39 elected, percent of seats by party NA member of ACP, ADB, Commonwealth, SCAP, associate member, GATT, de facto, ICAO, IMF, SPF, diplomatic representation, ambassador, vacant, lives in Tarawa, Kiribati, U.S., none flag. The upper half is red with a yellow frigate bird flying over a yellow rising sun, and the lower half is blue with 3 horizontal wavy white stripes to represent the ocean. Economy overview. The country has few national resources. Phosphate deposits were exhausted at the time of independence in 1979. Copra and fish now represent the bulk of production and exports. The economy has fluctuated widely in recent years. Real GDP declined about 8% in 1987, as the fish catch fell sharply to only 1/4 the level of 1986, and copper production was hampered by repeated rains. Output rebounded strongly in 1988, with real GDP growing by 17%. The upturn in economic growth came from an increase in copper production and a good fish catch. Following the strong surge in output in 1988, GDP remained about the same in 1989. GDP, $34 million. Per capita, $500. Real growth rate 0%, 1989. Inflation rate. Consumer prices 3.1%, 1988. Unemployment rate 2%, 1985. Considerable underemployment budget. Revenues $22.0 million. Expenditures $12.7 million, including capital expenditures of $9.7 million, 1988. Exports $5.1 million. FOB 1988. Commodities: fish 55%, copra 42%. Partners: EC 20%, Marshall Islands 12%, US 8%, American Samoa 4%. 1985. Imports $21.5 million. CF 1988. Commodities: foodstuffs, fuel. Transportation equipment. Partners: Australia 39%, Japan 21%, NZ 6%, UK 6%, US 3%. 1985. External debt $2.0 million. December 1987. EST. Industrial production. Growth rate NA percent. Electricity 5,000 kilowatts. Capacity 13 million kilowatt hours. Produced 190 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Fishing, handicrafts, agriculture account for 30% of GDP, including fishing. Copra and fish contribute 95% to exports. Subsistence farming predominates. Food crops: taro, breadfruit, sweet potatoes, vegetables. Not self-sufficient in food aid. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $245 million currency. Australian dollar. Plural, dollars. 1 Australian dollar, dollar A, equals 100 cents. Exchange rates. Australian dollars, dollar A, per 1 U.S. dollar. 1.2784, January 1990. 1.2618, 1989. 1.2752, 1988. 1.4267, 1987. 1.4905, 1986. 1.4269, 1985. Fiscal year. NA. Communications highways. 640 kilometers of motorable roads, inland waterways. Small network of canals, totaling 5 kilometers, in Line Islands ports. Banaba and BDO. Tarawa. Civil air. 2 Tricelanders. No major transport aircraft. Airports 22 total, 21 usable. For with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 2,439 m. 5 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. 1,400 telephones, stations. 1 AM, no FM, no TV. 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. NA military manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA country. Korea, North. Geography, total area 120,540 square kilometers. Land area 120,410 square kilometers. Comparative area slightly smaller than Mississippi. Land boundaries 1,671 kilometers total. China 1,416 kilometers. South Korea 238 kilometers. USSR 17 kilometers. Coastline 2,495 kilometers. Maritime claims. Extended economic zone 200 nanometers. Territorial sea 12 nanometers. Military boundary line 50 nanometers. All foreign vessels and aircraft without permission are banned. Disputes. Short section of boundary with China is indefinite. Demarcation line with South Korea. Climate temperate with rainfall concentrated in summer terrain. Mostly hills and mountains separated by deep, narrow valleys. Coastal plains wide in west, discontinuous in east. Natural resources. Coal, lead, tungsten, zinc, graphite, magnesite, iron ore, copper, gold, pyrites, salt, fluorspar, hydropower. Land use 18% arable land, 1% permanent crops. NEGL % meadows and pastures, 74% forest and woodland, 7% other. Includes 9% irrigated environment. Mountainous interior is isolated, nearly inaccessible, and sparsely populated. Late spring droughts often followed by severe flooding. Note. Strategic location bordering China, South Korea, and USSR. People population 21,292,649, July 1990. Growth rate 1.7%, 1990. Birth rate 22 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 27 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 69 years male, 75 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 2.1 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality noun Koreans. Adjective Korean ethnic divisions. Racially homogeneous religion. Buddhism and Confucianism. Religious activities now almost non-existent. Language Korean literacy 95% EST. Labor force 9,615,000. 36% agricultural, 64% non-agricultural. Shortage of skilled and unskilled labor. Mid-1987 EST. Organized labor 1,600,000 members. Single trade union system coordinated by the General Federation of Trade Unions of Korea under the Central Committee, government long-form name. Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Abbreviated DPRK type. Communist state. One-man rule capital. Pyongyang administrative divisions. 9 provinces singular and plural, and 3 special cities Jakalsi, singular and plural. Shigangdo, Hamjeongnam-do, Hamjeongbuk-do, Wanghinam-do, Wanghi-buk-do, Kaesong-si Kangwon-do, Nampo-si Pyongan-buk-do, Pyongan-nam-do, Pyongyang-si Yangon-do Independence. September 9, 1948 Constitution. Adopted 1948, revised December 27, 1972 Legal system. Based on German civil law system. With Japanese influences and communist legal theory. No judicial review of legislative acts. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, September 9, 1948, Executive Branch. President, 2 Vice Presidents, Premier, 9 Vice Premiers, State Administration Council, Cabinet, Legislative Branch, Unicameral Supreme People's Assembly, Choko and Min Ho Ui, Judicial Branch, Central Court Leaders, Chief of State, President Kim Il-sung, since December 28, 1972. Designated successor Kim Jong-il, son of President, born February 16, 1942. Head of Government, Premier Won Hyong-mook, since NA December 1988. Political parties and leaders. Only party, Korean Workers' Party, KWP. Kim Il-sung, General Secretary, and his son, Kim Jong-il, Secretary, Central Committee suffrage. Universal at age 17 elections. President. Last held December 29, 1986. Next to be held December 1990. Results. President Kim Il-sung was re-elected without opposition. Supreme People's Assembly. Last held on November 2, 1986. Next to be held November 1990, but the constitutional provision for elections every 4 years is not always followed. Results. KWP is the only party. Seats. 655 total. KWP 655. The KWP approves a single list of candidates who are elected without opposition. Communists. KWP claims membership of about 2 million, or about 1/10 of population member of SGAP, FAO, G77, ICAO, IMO, IPU, ITU, NEM, UNCTAD, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WDO, UNIDO, WMO, official observer status at UN diplomatic representation, none flag. 3 horizontal bands of blue, top, red, triple width, and blue. The red band is edged in white. On the hoist side of the red band is a white disc with a red 5-pointed star. Economy overview. More than 90% of this command economy is socialized. Agricultural land is collectivized, and state-owned industry produces 95% of manufactured goods. State control of economic affairs is unusually tight even for a communist country because of the small size and homogeneity of the society and the strict one-man rule of Kim. Economic growth during the period 1984 to 89 has averaged approximately 3%. Abundant natural resources and hydropower form the basis of industrial development. Output of the extractive industries includes coal, iron ore, magnesite, graphite, copper, zinc, lead, and precious metals. Manufacturing emphasis is centered on heavy industry, with light industry lagging far behind. The use of high-yielding seed varieties, expansion of irrigation, and the heavy use of fertilizers have enabled North Korea to become largely self-sufficient in food production. North Korea, however, is far behind South Korea in economic development and living standards. GNP, $28 billion, per capita $1,240, real growth rate 3%, 1989, inflation rate, consumer prices in a percent unemployment rate, officially none budget. Revenues $15.6 billion, expenditures $15.6 billion, including capital expenditures of $a, 1989, exports $2.4 billion, FOB, 1988, commodities, minerals, metallurgical products, agricultural products, manufacturers, partners, USSR, China, Japan, FRG, Hong Kong, Singapore imports, $3.1 billion, FOB, 1988, commodities, petroleum, machinery, and equipment, coking coal, grain, partners, USSR, Japan, China, FRG, Hong Kong, Singapore external debt, $2.5 billion hard currency, 1989, industrial production, growth rate in a percent electricity, 6,440,000 kilowatts capacity, 40,250 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,740 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989, industries, machine building, military products, electric, power, chemicals, mining, metallurgy, textiles, food processing, agriculture, accounts for about 25% of GNP and 36% of workforce. Principal crops: rice, corn, potatoes, soybeans, pulses, livestock and livestock products, cattle, hogs, pork, eggs, not self-sufficient in grain. Fish catch estimated at 1.7 million metric tons in 1987 aid. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $1.3 billion currency. North Korean won, plural, won. One North Korean won, WN, equals 100 Chon exchange rates. North Korean won, WN. Per $1 US, 2.3, December 1989, 2.13, December 1988, 0.94, March 1987, NA, 1986, NA, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 4,535 kilometers total operating in 1980. 3,870 kilometers, 1.435 meter standard gauge, 665 kilometers, 0.762 meter narrow gauge, 159 kilometers double track, 3,175 kilometers electrified, government-owned highways, about 20,280 kilometers, 1980, 98.5% gravel, crushed stone or earth surface, 1.5% concrete or bituminous inland waterways, 2,253 kilometers, mostly navigable by small craft-only pipelines. Crude oil, 37 kilometers ports, Sechongjin, Haeju, Hungnam, Nampo, Wonsan, Songnam, Nijin Merchant Marine, 65 ships, 1,000 GRT, and over, totaling 437,103 GRT/663, 835 DWT. Includes 1 passenger, 1 short sea passenger, 1 passenger cargo, 56 cargo, 2 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 3 bulk, 1 combination bulk airports, 50 total, 50 usable, about 30 with permanent surface runways, fewer than 5 with runways over 3,659 m, 20 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 30 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, stations, 18 AM, no FM, 11 TV, 200,000 TV sets, 3,500,000 radio receivers, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. Ministry of People's Armed Forces consists of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 6,054,774. 3,699,088 fit for military service. 223,087 reach military age 18. Annually defense expenditures. 22% of GNP. 1987. Country. Korea. South. Geography. Total area. 98,480 square kilometers. Land area. 98,190 square kilometers comparative area. Slightly larger than Indiana land boundary. 238 kilometers with North Korea coastline. 2,413 kilometers maritime claims. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers, 3 nanometers in the Korea Strait disputes. Demarcation line with North Korea. Line Court rocks claimed by Japan climate. Temperate, with rainfall heavier in summer than winter terrain. Mostly hills and mountains. Wide coastal plains in west and south natural resources. Coal, tungsten, graphite, molybdenum, lead, hydropower. Land use. 21% arable land. 1% permanent crops. 1% meadows and pastures. 67% forest and woodland. 10% other. Includes 12% irrigated environment. Occasional typhoons bring high winds and floods. Earthquakes in southwest. Air pollution in large cities notes. Strategic location along the Korea Strait, Sea of Japan, and Yellow Sea. People population. 43,045,098, July 1990. Growth rate 0.8%, 1990. Birth rate. 20 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate. 6 deaths, /1, 000 population, 1990 net. Migration rate. 1 migrants /1, 000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate. 23 death /1, 000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth. 66 years male, 73 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate. 1.6 children born /woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun Koreans. Adjective. Korean ethnic divisions. Homogeneous. Small Chinese minority, about 20,000. Religion. Strong Confucian tradition. Vigorous Christian minority, 28% of the total population. Buddhism. Pervasive folk religion, shamanism. Kondokyo, religion of the heavenly way. Eclectic religion with nationalist overtones founded in 19th century, claims about 1.5 million adherents. Language. Korean. English widely taught in high school literacy. Over 90% labor force. 16,900,000. 52% services and other. 27% mining and manufacturing. 21% agriculture, fishing, forestry, 1987. Organized labor. About 10% of non-agricultural labor force in government-sanctioned unions. Government long-form name. Republic of Korea, abbreviated ROK. Type, Republic capital. Seoul administrative divisions. 9 provinces. Do, singular and plural. And 6 special cities asterisk. Jakalsi, singular and plural. Cheju-do, Chollabukdo, Chollyanamdo, Siechungcheongbukdo, Siechungcheongnamdo. In Chanjakalsi asterisk, Gangwon-do, Gwangju-jakalsi, Gyeonggi-do, Gyeongsangbukdo, Gyeongsangnamdo, Pusan-jakalsi asterisk, Seoul-tiuk-pyolsi asterisk, Taegu-jakalsi asterisk, Taijeon-jakalsi, Independence. August 15th, 1948 Constitution. February 25th, 1988 Legal system. Combines elements of continental European civil law systems, Anglo-American law, and Chinese classical. Thought. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, August 15th, 1948, Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, State Council, Cabinet, Legislative Branch. Unicameral National Assembly Judicial Branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State. President Roh Tae-woo, since February 25, 1988. Head of Government. Prime Minister Kang Young-hoon, since December 5, 1988. Deputy Prime Minister See Cho-soon, since December 5, 1988. Political parties and leaders. Major party is Government's Democratic Justice Party, DJP. Roh Tae-woo, President, and Park Tae-chun, Chairman. Opposition parties are Peace and Democracy Party, PPD. Kim Dae-young, Korea Reunification Democratic Party, RPD. Kim Young-sam, New Democratic Republican Party, NDRP. Kim Jong-pil. Several smaller party suffrage. Universal at age 20 elections. President. Last held on December 16, 1987. Next to be held December 1992. Results. Roh Tae-woo, DJP, 35.9%. Kim Young-sam, RDP, 27.5%. Kim Dae-young, PPD, 26.5%. Other 10.1%. National Assembly. Last held on April 26, 1988. Next to be held April 1992. Results. DJP 34%, RPD 24%, PPD 19%, NDRP 15%, others 8%. Seats. 299 total. DJP 125, PPD 71, RPD 59, NDRP 35, others 9 communists. Communist Party activity banned by government, other political or pressure groups. Korean National Council of Churches. Large, potentially volatile student population concentrated in Seoul. Federation of Korean Trade Unions. Korean Veterans Association. Federation of Korean Industries. Korean Traders Association member of ADB, FDB, ASPAC, CCC, Colombo Plan, SCAP, FAOG, 77, GATT, IEA, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ICHO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, IRC, ITU, IWC. International Whaling Commission, IWC. International Wheat Council, UNCTAD, UNDP, UNESCO, UNICEF, UNIDO, UN Special Fund, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Official Observer Status at UN Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Tong Jean Park, Chancery. At 2320 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-939-5600. There are Korean consulates general in Albania, Guam, Anchorage, Atlanta, Chicago, Honolulu, Houston, Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, and Seattle.